So guys, first let's have a closer look at this Vision Pro and let's figure out that what all goes inside this device to make it so powerful.
टेक स्पेक्स की बात करें, you get to choose between 3 storage variants, 256GB, 512GB and 1TB. But within the headset is an M2 chip that also powers some of Apple's best laptops, यानी 8-core CPU, 10-core GPU, 16 cores for neural engine and 16GB of unified memory. This chipset runs the OS whilst also executing advanced computer vision algorithms. And to process the real-time data that the sensors on the device generate, there is a brand new A1 chip on the device. How does the Vision Pro track and 3D map the world and you? इसमें 2 high-resolution main cameras हैं, 6 tracking cameras on the outside, 4 cameras near the eyepiece जो wearers की eyes को track करते हैं. Eyes को track करने के लिए there is an array of LEDs and infrared cameras as well. On top of all of these, there is a true depth camera, a LiDAR scanner, a flicker sensor, an ambient light sensor and 4 inertial measurement units. जब आप इसे पहनते हैं, you get 2 micro LED displays for each eye. And ये साइज में काफी छोटे हैं, पर इनका individual resolution 4K से भी ज्यादा है. ये specifically designed 3-element lens है, which helps the display surround you after you've used the light blocking mechanism properly. And to hear what you're seeing, Apple ने dual driver audio pods position किए हैं next to each ear ताकि एक spatial audio experience मिले. However, क्योंकि ये device Apple के software and hardware ecosystem का ही हिस्सा है, one can also use second generation AirPods Pro with them. Surprisingly, Apple ने डिवाइस के बाहर भी एक स्क्रीन फिट करी है जिसका eyesight feature plays back the wearer's eyes to the outside world. This is for safety and connectivity. ये automatically भी wearer की eyes display कर देता है when someone approaches them.
Guys, आप नोटिस कर चुके हैं कि this packs a lot, and by a lot I really mean a lot, because in this tiny space Apple has managed to put in tons of hardware able to process lots of data so quick कि यहाँ पे जो बाहर बहुत सारे cameras हैं, they are giving me a live feed while being stitched together and the latency is like very minimal. अगर कोई मुझे बॉल फेंके तो मैं कैच कर सकता हूँ बड़े आराम से. And you know, this device, it runs on Apple's Vision OS. Basically, you can create different environments. If you want to use this as a big screen for your Mac, maybe you want to use this to watch movies. It has amazing speakers, तो आप अपनी बड़े स्क्रीन पे मूवीज को एंजॉय कर सकते हैं. और let's say you want to use some apps जहाँ पे you want to immerse yourself in full augmented reality, you can do that. This device, I would say, would change the way we compute. मतलब आप imagine कर सकते हो. I'll just take it off. Just think about it. I was wearing this. मैं अपने चेहरे पे एक कंप्यूटर पहन के आपसे बात कर रहा था. Back in the days, we used to have those old computers. फिर धीरे धीरे करके पोर्टेबिलिटी का जमाना आया. We all had laptops. मूविंग फॉरवर्ड लैपटॉप से फिर आईपैड्स वगैरह बने, टैबलेट्स बने, स्मार्टफोन टुडे नो व्हाटएवर वी हैव इज नो लेस देन अ वेरी पावरफुल कंप्यूटर. बट दिस इज द फ्यूचर व्हेन यू जस्ट वेयर योर कंप्यूटर. आपको कोई मॉनिटर नहीं चाहिए बिकॉज इनसाइड वी हैव रियली हाई रेज स्क्रीन्स एंड दिस डिवाइस is just the one that you need for all this modern age कि आपने अपना कंप्यूटर पहन लिया है और आप चलते फिरते कंप्यूटिंग कर रहे हैं. और just to tell you, this is not the first time any brand has done it. We have seen numerous gadgets, similar styles, similar concept by various brands, but finally Apple has made entry in this field of spatial computing. That's what Apple likes to call it with this Vision Pro. And थोड़ा भारी feel होता है because it's made up of aluminum and glass. Feels good quality but at the same time थोड़ा heavy feel होता है. But battery pack आपकी pocket में है पीछे, तो इसको you will forget after some time. The experience, or I would say the cameras or the way it works, that's phenomenal. You can just see for yourself कि इससे आप क्या-क्या काम कर सकते हैं with even more insightful things about this Vision Pro coming to you now.
Vision OS में आप shared spaces पे काम कर सकते हैं, so this can look like multiple apps open on your desktop, but यहाँ पे these windows they're floating in the air. Of course, you can change and control these windows and everything that happens within these windows as well. Your selection happens by looking at things क्योंकि आपकी eyes track हो रही हैं, and your selection activity happens by clicking your fingers just like a tap. So browsing the internet, watching a video on YouTube, that is 2D. But interacting with 3D models in supported applications actually 3D experience ही है. एंड अगर आप पहले भी एप्पल प्रोडक्ट्स यूज कर चुके हैं तो फेमिलियर एप्स लाइक एप्पल टीवी, एप्पल म्यूजिक, मेल, मैसेजेस, सफारी, फोटोज, कीनोट, आपको दीज एंड मोर मिल जाएंगे. And of course, Siri is there and is a very helpful addition that helps get things done just by voice. And just by turning the crown, आप complete immersion and see-through choose कर सकते हैं. Because platform अभी नया है, apps and games are showing up slowly. But we can't wait for some of our favorite games to come to the Vision Pro.
Now friends, all this amazing hardware of the Vision Pro combined with all its amazing software features is priced at $3,499. As of now, the availability, as I told you, is just in the United States, and even to use it, you'd want to have an Apple ID with the region set to United States because Apple ने थोड़ा सा इसकी availability को भी limit किया है, but it will come to India. थोड़ा time लगेगा, maybe the end of this year, maybe early next year, and the pricing in India, in my opinion, should range, in between 3.5 to 4 lakh rupees for this device. So very premium, very unique, at the same time very powerful as well. So let's see what do we have in the field of spatial computing moving ahead, because I'm sure कि एक बार Apple ने जब शुरू कर दिया है, will definitely have many more brands jumping into this field और हमको इस तरह के devices और ज़्यादा common तरीके से देखने को ज़रूर मिलने वाले हैं. Friends, if I tell you this name, Dr. Amar Gopal Bose, क्या आपके दिमाग में कुछ click होता है? Would you able to figure out what's the background? What did he do? He created a company, goes by his last name, जो कि आज की डेट में एक पायनियर है इन ऑडियो डिवाइसेस. यस, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द बोस कॉर्पोरेशन. और ये स्टार्ट हुआ था अप्रोक्सीमेटली 60 years ago in 1964, and it was created by none other than Dr. Amar Gopal Bose. And today we all know how iconic these Bose products are. स्पेशली जो उनकी क्वाइट कंफर्ट सीरीज है, इज नोन फॉर देयर एक्टिव नॉइस कैंसिलेशन. और बाय द वे, ये जो ANC जो आज हम यूज करते हैं, इसका भी हम क्रेडिट दे सकते हैं बोस कॉर्पोरेशन को ही, बिकॉज इट वाज इन 1986 that they were trying out something new उस टाइम पे in terms of cancelling the outside noise and making the earphones experience even more premium. और हुआ कुछ ऐसा कि उस टाइम पे डिक र्यूटन और याना जो है वो एक फ्लाइट में थे, एंड दे वर द फर्स्ट पीपल टू डू अ सर्कल अराउंड द ग्लोब नॉन स्टॉप. आई मीन अ डिस्टेंस ऑफ 40,250 kilometers, completed in around 9 days, 3 minutes and 44 seconds. और जो उनका प्लेन था, it was designed in a way that the noise levels would reach 100 decibels. I mean, would be like आप एक रॉक कॉन्सर्ट के फ्रंट सीट पे हो और इतना शोर आपके चारों तरफ आ रहा है. It's not just for few minutes, it was for 9 days. I'll just do a quick recap. और बोस जो है उन्होंने डेवलप किया कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग हेडफोन्स को. They wore those headphones, and that was the reason they were able to complete the flight with comfort. And वहाँ से शुरुआत हुई that today you see in modern electronics, Bose is really considered as the brand जहाँ पे you get really amazing sound quality, great noise cancellation. वैसे आज की डेट में तो we'll have multiple products in the market जहाँ पे 1-2 हज़ार रुपए में you have these earphones with active noise cancellation. But just remember कि किस कंपनी ने उस चीज को शुरू किया और किस तरीके से शुरू किया, and how this consumer electronics complete things work, that जो चीज एक टाइम पे बहुत रेयर थी, आज शायद हम सभी के जेब में एक ईयरफोन होगा जहां पे हमको नॉइस कैंसिलेशन इनबिल्ट मिलता है. डिड यू नो दिस? इफ यस, अमेजिंग. इफ नो, प्लीज लेट मी नो, ड्रॉपिंग इन ऑल योर ईमेल्स at tg@ndtv.com. और मैं आपके ईमेल्स पढ़ता हूं और इस ब्रेक के बाद आपसे मिलता हूं, बिकॉज मैं आपको बताने वाला हूं बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग टेक टिप, and I'll answer your questions as well in the segment Ask TG. See you after this short break.
Don't you?
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था तो मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ। तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, कि मुझे ये इट्स माय फॉर्च्यून और माय ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू बी ऑन दिस शो, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। सो द लाइफ कम्स फुल सर्कल, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ आऊँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से। ये हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स को निकालने के पहले टो किया जाता है। सो दिस इज द टोइंग व्हीकल। हम यहाँ इसमें चलेंगे, देखेंगे किस तरह से सुखोई को टो किया जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। बहुत ही कमाल का और बहुत स्पेशल एहसास है कि हम इसमें बैठे हुए हैं और इसको इतने टनों भारी इस सुखोई जो सुखोई 30 MKI है, ये अपने हैंगर से निकल रहा है और ये टो किया जा रहा है उड़ान भरने के पहले। आप लोग तो यहाँ पर पिछले दिनों आए और आप लोगों ने शूटिंग की, तो आपको काफ़ी अच्छा ये एक्सपीरियंस मिला होगा कि किस तरह से हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स, बल्कि फिल्म जो है फाइटर, उसमें इसका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ होगा, समझने का, देखने का, कैसे हमारी एयरफोर्स और एयरमैन काम करते हैं।
नहीं, एब्सोल्युटली बड़ा मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है घर वापसी है मेरे लिए। एंड और सबसे मिलना, भाइयों से मिलना और पूरे टीम मेंबर्स और जिन्होंने मेरी हम सबकी और इस फिल्म की बहुत ही, इनके बयान नहीं आते तो ये फिल्म जो आप देख रहे हैं वो देख नहीं सकते आप। सब ने जो भी काम किया है फिल्म के अंदर और जो डिटेलिंग हुई है हर चीज़ की, वी आर जस्ट वेरी वेरी प्राउड दैट वी हैव सच अ ग्रेट ऑफिसर्स एंड ग्रेट एयरफोर्स।
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही खास मौका, बहुत खास लम्हा है और आप वापस आए यहाँ पर। इट जस्ट शोज हाउ स्पेशल द एक्सपीरियंस मस्ट हैव बीन फॉर यू।
नहीं, एक्चुअली सुखोई में बैठना, सुखोई को देखना, उनका टेक ऑफ, उनकी लैंडिंग आसमान में, वो समथिंग एल्स।
जब आपने पहली वो यूनिफॉर्म पहना होगा जो आपके लिए बनाया गया होगा, वेरी स्पेशल फीलिंग, नो?
पहले मैंने जब मैं सबको देखता था तो मुझे लगा बड़ा आसान होगा देखने में, मगर जब मैंने पहली बार पहना, मैंने नहीं, आई हैव टू बिकम फिट अप, आई हैव टू लुक बेटर। सो फॉर दैट, टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म, इतना फिट नहीं हूँ अभी जितना मैं था जब मैं शूटिंग कर रहा था। मगर उसके लिए मैंने काफ़ी वज़न भी कम किया और आई हैड टू रिड्यूस इन इंचेस टू गेट इनटू दैट यूनिफॉर्म सो दैट आई गिव फुल।
Hello guys, welcome back after the break to your favorite show Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji, जहाँ पे I give you clean knowledge about all the gadgets around you and we try and explore them in ways that only we can, और आपको मिलती है सारी information बिल्कुल साफ। वैसे साफ से याद आया, let's talk about an interesting tech tip। जब भी हमारे फोन के स्क्रीन को साफ करते हैं, at times looks like that we are doing it wrong। मतलब आप अपनी शर्ट से ऐसे रगड़ के साफ करें, ऐसे साफ करें, वो तो एक ऑप्शन है, but then it's not really clean this way। अगर आपको स्क्रीन को क्लीन करना है, there's a certain way of doing it। First, I would recommend that you use a proper screen cleaning liquid. Second चीज जो शायद हम अक्सर नहीं करते हैं, you need to turn your device off because you do not want that liquid to go in from some opening और शायद वो अंदर शॉर्ट सर्किट क्रिएट कर दे और आपका जो हजारों लाखों का वो इंपॉर्टेंट फोन है वो शायद खराब हो जाए. Another thing that you would never want to spray directly onto your screen, you know, वो जो liquid है वो आप सीधा यहाँ spray नहीं करेंगे. You need to use a microfiber cloth and the reason is कि उसमें आपको कोई lint नहीं मिलता है और आप उस liquid को उस cloth पे spray करते हैं in very limited quantities and then you do a complete wipe. और ऐसे गोल गोल मत घुमाइए, you know, the up down motion really helps. And once you are done with the wet cleaning, just use the dry side of your microfiber cloth और उसको आराम से साफ कर सकते हैं. You will get good results because sometimes things as simple as cleaning your phone screen with all the things that it, you know, मतलब झेल लेता है हमारा फोन. वैसे तो टाइम पे साफ तो करना चाहिए बट सही तरीके से साफ करना बहुत जरूरी है. That's my tip for you to clean all your screens. Could be your phone, your laptop, your iPad or even your television. This is the right way. Okay, so guys, it's finally time जहाँ पे हम बात कर लें थोड़ा सा Q&A के point of view से and I'm gonna answer your questions जो आपने पूछे थे and I mean this is one of my personal favorite sections जहाँ पे मुझे मौका मिलता है आपसे बात करने का और आपके सवालों का जवाब देने का related all about, you know, gadgets. So let's see what we have this week.
सर हमारे नए फ़ोन में ही हेल्थ का ऐप है जो बता देता है कि हम कितना चले हैं, तो फिर अलग से स्मार्ट वॉच लेने की ज़रूरत है क्या?
Interesting question because nowadays most modern smartphones they have this kind of app built in जहाँ पे you can track your steps, your sleep, or, you know, all these things. Then what's the need of a smartwatch? But the thing is कि जो फ़ोन है वो हमेशा आपके पास नहीं होता है. Maybe the phone is on your desk and you are walking around. तो वो steps कैसे count होंगे? You know, it gives you some data but not a complete accurate data. What a smartwatch would do is that it would track all your activities round the clock. आपकी हार्ट रेट क्या है, आपका ब्लड ऑक्सीजन क्या है, आपके सोने का टाइम और उठने का टाइम क्या है, आपके एक्यूरेट स्टेप्स क्या हैं. So that's the reason that you'd want to have a smartwatch for even more detailed and accurate data. Mobile phone might give you a brief, you know, details basis of how's your routine, but अगर आपको पूरी डिटेल्स चाहिए, a smartwatch is really essential. My friend, let me tell you, it's very difficult for me to recommend you a best phone because बेस्ट माइट बी डिफरेंट फॉर डिफरेंट पीपल कंसिडरिंग की रिक्वायरमेंट्स क्या हैं. मे बी आपको अगर कैमरा अच्छा चाहिए तो आई वुड से द Realme 12 Pro Plus इज एन अमेजिंग फोन विद अमेजिंग कैमरा. बट अगर आपको परफॉर्मेंस चाहिए I might say the iQOO Neo 9 Pro would be an amazing phone. So depends on what exactly you are looking at. आपको फोन में क्या चाहिए. If you want a nice you know, software experience, I would say go with a Samsung phone. So it depends कि आपकी requirement क्या है. Same goes for audio because maybe you'd want heavy bass, maybe you'd want, you know, a different kind of experience. But audio, I can say that the Oppo Enco series is doing really good in that price bracket. But mobile phones थोड़े subjective हैं, तो आप अपने requirements थोड़ा filter कीजिए and then you will be able to choose your perfect smartphone.
हेलो सर, गुड मॉर्निंग. QR कोड कैसे काम करते हैं? अगर दो लोगों के एक हो गए तो पैसे का नुकसान नहीं हो जाएगा?
नुकसान नहीं होगा बिकॉज दो लोगों के एक हो नहीं सकते हैं. QR कोड्स बेसिकली शॉर्ट फॉर क्विक रिस्पॉन्स कोड्स और ये एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से काम करते हैं जहाँ पे you know the information that you are trying to bake into that QR could be a number, could be a web link, could be maybe a Wi-Fi password, let's say, you know, all these things जहाँ पे आप QR कोड जनरेट कर सकते हैं. maybe a QR कोड for your Instagram profile. तो आप जब इनको बनाते हैं there is a specific pattern जिसके थ्रू इनका पूरा डिजाइन किया जाता है. At the same time यहाँ पे काफी सारे redundancy और safety checks भी होते हैं इनबिल्ट. कई बार आपने नोटिस किया होगा when you are paying to, you know, someone और वो जो QR कोड है वो थोड़ा सा मिट गया है कहीं जगहों से या उसके ऊपर लेट्स से कुछ थोड़ा सा मार्किंग्स आ गई हैं, बट स्टिल इट वर्क्स बिकॉज यहाँ पे हमारे पास में ऐसे मैकेनिज्म भी होते हैं कि अगर कुछ थोड़ा सा QR कोड डैमेज भी हो जाए, स्टिल द इंफॉर्मेशन इज retrieved nicely. और QR कोड कभी सेम नहीं होंगे, so don't worry, आपका पैसा जहाँ पे आप भेज रहे हैं वहीं जाने वाला है.
Hello Gaurav, I hope you are doing well. I wanted to know your views on Bluetooth helmets for music. Are they safe?
I would have a mixed response to it, to be honest. I mean, as a way to take away all your boredom while you are riding a bike, आपको लगता है कि आप गाने सुन सकते हो, don't need to use earphones, आपके हेलमेट में अंदर ब्लूटूथ स्पीकर्स हैं और आप आराम से अपने गाने सुन सकते हो. It's good for that. But at the same time, you need to be careful about कि आपको क्या आपके आसपास की जो सराउंडिंग्स हैं उनकी आवाज़ ठीक से आ रही है या नहीं. इट्स द सेम थिंग एज कि आप एक कार में हैं और आपने फुल वॉल्यूम में अपना अगर स्टीरियो प्ले किया है. द प्रॉब्लम इज कि आपको केवल वो म्यूजिक की आवाज़ आ रही है. मे बी समवन हॉकिंग एट यू, मे बी सम इमरजेंसी साउंड्स, या मे बी कोई अगर आपको आवाज़ लगा रहा है तो आपको उसकी आवाज़ आएगी ही नहीं. तो सेम वे इफ यू आर यूजिंग अ हेलमेट वाइल राइडिंग अ बाइक जहाँ पे आप गाने सुन रहे हो, तो मेक श्योर कि जो लेवल्स हैं वो आप ऐसे रखो कि आपको गाने की आवाज तो आए, एट द सेम टाइम जो आसपास का ट्रैफिक है आपको उसकी आवाज भी आए, बिकॉज इट्स एसेंशियल फॉर सेफ्टी. So guys, that's all for this week's Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. I mean, what an amazing episode. मुझे personally बहुत मजा आया as with every episode, because हम हमेशा इतने सारे gadgets को blend कर देते हैं और स्पेशली जो टेक टिप है ना वो मुझे बताने में बहुत मजा आता है. बिकॉज यू नो व्हाट, मैं खुद भी जब उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करता हूँ अपनी लाइफ में, मुझे लगता है कि हाँ वो यार दिस इज इंटरेस्टिंग नॉलेज जो मुझे शेयर करना चाहिए. सो सेम वे आई वुड वांट ऑल ऑफ यू टू शेयर and spread the awareness about this show, that for all the people who love gadgets, this is the place to be, जहाँ पे हम बात करते हैं gadgets की in a complete 360 degree approach. वैसे मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ next week with some even more fun and some interesting gadgets, by the way, coming soon to you, especially in the next episode. I'm gonna see you next time. Have a good day.
Launch.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद विच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित,
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, quite a few of them.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there is something very, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you either you can do it or you have it or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes and with anger and violence, sex. There's a lot of things which can really help you in that. You know, zabardast background music चले वैसा.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Gandhi loyalist Kamal Nath could join the BJP. Well, Kamal Nath in Delhi with talk of a BJP switch. Well, sources tell NDTV Kamal Nath will be meeting the BJP brass while in Delhi. This, as he says, it's a new chapter of Vikas in his MP bastion Chhindwara. The Congress, meanwhile, rubbishes Kamal Nath's exit rumours. Meanwhile, a key BJP meeting in the national capital with an eye in the Lok Sabha polls. Well, PM Modi and BJP President JP Nadda at the National Council meet. JP Nadda addresses BJP workers, says the party is breaking its own records of vote share. Meanwhile, post-poll anarchy in Pakistan. A top official accepts poll rigging charge. Reports say that the Rawalpindi commissioner has quit. He says there was pressure on me and I almost committed suicide. India mounts a fight back, courtesy a 4-wicket haul from Mohammad Siraj as England fold for 319. Indian control in the Rajkot Test as Jaiswal and Gill power India to victory. Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, another jolt awaiting the Congress. Kamal Nath, one of the Congress's senior-most leaders and a Gandhi loyalist, could quit the party and switch over to the BJP. There have been rumours for the past couple of days, but these rumours were fueled by his son, Nakul Nath, dropping Congress from his Twitter bio. Well, this as Kamal Nath was at an event in Chhindwara, which has been Kamal Nath's bastion for many decades now. And he said it's going to be a new Vikas Yatra starting here on. Well, this has, Kamal Nath has been dropping multiple hints of quitting the Congress. There have been differences over the MP elections as well, differences with the Congress's chief strategist, Sunil Kanugolu as well. But the Congress, meanwhile, has been rubbishing all rumours of Kamal Nath's exit. Earlier it was Digvijay Singh, and now Jeetu Patwari, who is the president of the Congress's MP wing, who said that there's no chance that Kamal Nath will quit the Congress and join the BJP. But listen in to what Kamal Nath had to say when he arrived in the national capital.
साथियों, 80 में जब पहली बार कमल नाथ जी चुनाव लड़े तो इंदिरा जी ने आम सभा में ये भावना व्यक्त की कि ये मेरा तीसरा बेटा है। कमलनाथ जी के लिए तीसरे बेटे की एक संज्ञा दी। तो मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ, जो खबरें हैं निराधार है। कोई किसी प्रकार की वो भावना, कभी सपने में आप सोच सकते हो कि इंदिरा जी का तीसरा बेटा कांग्रेस छोड़ सकता है?
क्या बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं सर?
अगर ऐसी कोई बात होगी, सबसे पहले मैं आप लोगों को ही कहूंगा।
आप इनकार नहीं कर रहे सर, आप इनकार नहीं कर रहे।
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, इनकार की बात नहीं है।
जी जी,
ये आप लोग कह रहे हैं
जी,
आप लोग एक्साइट हो रहे हैं। मैंने कहा मैं तो एक्साइट नहीं हूँ इस तरफ या उस तरफ। पर बात ये है कि अगर ऐसी कोई बात होगी, मैं आप सबको सबसे पहले खबर करूंगा।
19 तारीख को आप बीजेपी में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं सर?
होगा।
कमलनाथ जी ने अपनी जवानी छिंदवाड़ा की जनता को समर्पित किया और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि आपने हमेशा अपना प्यार और आशीर्वाद कमलनाथ जी को दिया और आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव में आप वही प्यार और वही आशीर्वाद मुझे भी देंगे कि मैं दोबारा छिंदवाड़ा को विकास की उस दिशा में ले जाऊं जो कमलनाथ जी ने भी आज तक नहीं किया। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And Maria Shakil is now joining us live on the broadcast. So Maria, as you've been reporting, Kamal Nath could perhaps meet the top leadership in the BJP while in Delhi. But just looking at the build-up to this, well, many would say that Kamal Nath's leadership was completely rejected in Madhya Pradesh in the MP polls. Recently, there was also controversies over his ticket distribution, candidate selection. Many said that he centralized power. So not all was well as far as, the Congress and MP is concerned.
Yes, that's right. And he did face a lot of backlash from within the party, given the kind of debacle that the Congress faced in these, elections in Madhya Pradesh, which was among the worst ever performances of the Congress party. And soon after that debacle, if you would remember, Vedant, we did see that transition which happened, in which the party central leadership removed Mr. Kamal Nath as Madhya Pradesh Congress Committee President. What we were told by sources close to him was that he himself wanted to give up that position, and Jitu Patwari was made the MPCC chief. What we can tell our viewers certainly is that Mr. Kamal Nath is in Delhi. He will be having a meeting with the central leadership of the BJP. What is not clear at the moment is that if Mr. Kamal Nath will be joining along with his son, or will Mr. Kamal Nath stop at just resignation from the Congress? Because, as is being said, and you heard from Jitu Patwari, he has been a dyed-in-the-wool Congress leader, someone who was almost seen as the third son of Indira Gandhi after Rajiv Gandhi and Sanjay Gandhi. So for him to make this transition, there are a lot of things that have to be worked out. What sources are clearly saying is that his son, Nakul Nath, will be the next BJP candidate from Chhindwara. Remember, Vedant, that Chhindwara is one constituency which the Congress had won despite the Modi wave, in which several veterans of the party lost in 2014 and 2019. So Mr. Kamal Nath is seen as that strategist man who maneuvers backspace for the party, has fought elections, has himself won several elections. He was also a pro tem speaker in 2014. So he has been a 9-term member of parliament. So a veteran, certainly. For him to make this move, one thing it will become clear is that it will be not just a body blow. I think it will be final nail in the Congress party's coffin for Mr. Kamal Nath to leave. We have seen how the exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad was talked about. Ashok Chavan, who was the former chief minister of the Congress in the state of Maharashtra, was talked about. But for Mr. Kamal Nath, who was the closest to the Gandhis, has worked with 4 generations of Gandhis, if he were to quit the Congress party and join the BJP, will he just stop at quitting, or will he make the complete transition and go ahead and join the BJP also? That remains to be seen. But one thing is clear, that if it is about exiting the Congress, both the father and the son are exiting the Congress. Because let's not forget, Vedant, there is generation which has chosen the BJP over the Congress. There is an example of A.K. Antony, another veteran leader of the Congress party, while his son Anil Antony has joined the BJP. But as far as Mr. Kamal Nath and Nakul Nath are concerned, it's a different equation altogether. The BJP would want Mr. Kamal Nath to be there because he, as I said, was seen as the third son of Indira Gandhi. For him to leave would be the biggest jolt that the Congress can face ever since its existence.
Absolutely, Mara, the last straw on the camel's back, as they say. Thanks very much for joining us with that update. A series of setbacks for the Congress after leaders like Milind Deora and then, of course, Ashok Chavan, and now finally Kamal Nath's possible exit from the Congress as well. And this right in the run-up to the crucial Lok Sabha polls. But this is the BJP is in a huddle in the national capital. Well, the largest decision-making body of the BJP, the National Council meeting, is being held in the national capital, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and BJP President JP Nadda are present there, top ministers as well, and workers from across the country are attending the BJP's National Council meet. The focus, of course, is those constituencies where the BJP did not perform too well in the last elections. JP Nadda, however, said that we will continue to break our own vote share records.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जहां देश का 18.8% का समर्थन मिला था, वहीं 2014 में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी 31.3% पर पहुंच करके खड़ी है। और 2019 में हमने अपना ही रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा, जहां 282 से 303 सीटें आई, वहीं हम 31% से बढ़कर 37% हमारा वोट शेयर बढ़ा। यह भी हमको ध्यान रखना है।
Moving now to international news. Well, post-poll anarchy in Pakistan continues, and the first major resignation on election rigging in Pakistan now being reported. In fact, a top official from Rawalpindi has resigned and shockingly has agreed to, all these allegations of rigging and manipulation. He said there was pressure on him and that he almost decided to commit suicide. Listen to what he had to say.
सोशल मीडिया का और ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी इतना प्रेशर था कि मैंने आज सुबह की नमाज के बाद एक दफा मैंने खुदकुशी करने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन फिर मैंने सोचा कि मैंने क्यों ना ये सारी चीजें अवाम के पास रखूं, मैं खुद क्यों हराम की मौत मरूं और मैं ये सारी चीजें अवाम के सामने क्यों ना रखूं। मैं इस क्रम में से गुजर रहा हूं। मेरी तमाम ब्यूरोक्रेसी से गुजारिश है कि आपने इन सियासी लोगों के लिए जो मुख्तलिफ शेरवानियां सवा के मिनिस्टर बनने को फिर रहे हैं, इनके लिए कोई गलत काम न करें।
And Waqas Azim, a senior journalist from Pakistan, is now joining us live on the broadcast. So Waqas Saab, now it seems that there was certainly as they say, there's no smoke without fire, and all these allegations of rigging and manipulation, there seems to be some truth to that. And with this resignation of a top official, what could it perhaps mean for the PMLN as the government formation talks, hectic talks are underway?
The Chief Commissioner of Rawalpindi, Mr. Liaquat Ali Chetta, has made startling revelations in his press conference and tendered his resignation, which he said was out of the guilty conscience for abetting large-scale electoral rigging in the garrison city. And he was of the view that he was involved in election rigging, and all the rigging was being done under his supervision, and he was not happy for the last couple of days. That's why he came in the media and made these allegations that elections has been manipulated and rigging has been done. He has claimed that we converted the losers into winners with 50,000 votes margin. He also said that I apologize to the returning officers of my division, and adding that his subordinates were crying about what they were directed to do. He has made these allegations about the Pakistan Muslim League, which has won all the seats of Rawalpindi division. Almost 13 seats are there in Rawalpindi division, which has been won by the Pakistan Muslim League, and Pakistan Muslim League has denied all the allegation, and they were of the view that...
And also, Akash, I'm looking at the larger picture as well. You know, this would perhaps give some backing to the PTI's claims that there was widespread rigging and manipulation as far as the polls are concerned. This as Imran Khan has, of course, also reached out to the US for intervention. With that, we'll take a short break. News continues on the other side.
फटाफट लोन चाहिए तो पैसाबाजार.com पर लोन्स
which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE are actually showcasing this as their big presence.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
You look at these visuals of euphoria and great celebrations, you realize that this is almost like a mini India that we are seeing outside India.
भारत UAE दोस्ती जिंदाबाद.
Beautiful Baps temple crowning glory in what has been Prime Minister's image as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
This is all about Indian culture as well, and also an amalgamation of the culture in the UAE and India.
This temple is a symbol of the centuries of the social, economic and cultural connect between Bharat and the Gulf.
The relationship is inclusive, and the Babs temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
This has become one of our most dynamic, one of our most consequential relationships in the world today.
Unifies our community as a whole, which is a wonderful thing.
It means a lot. We are very proud of this temple.
It's a temple which symbolizes deepening ties between India and UAE.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की. अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना.
All right, welcome back now. Former Congress President Sonia Gandhi has, of course, reached out to her voters saying that she will not be contesting elections now. She penned a very heartfelt note to the people of Raebareli as well. In fact, Raebareli has been a Gandhi bastion for decades now. And Sonia Gandhi said that she will continue to work for the development of the people of Raebareli. But my colleague Tanish Punjabi was on ground in Raebareli, and he gets us some voices there as to what they think about the Gandhis.
Whenever news reports of Sonia Gandhi's health came out, there were always speculations that whether or not she will fight the next Lok Sabha elections. All the speculations ended when she decided that she is going to contest the Rajya Sabha polls. But the question now here is, what about the Raebareli seat, which is considered to be the Congress or the Gandhi family's turf? In a letter to people of Raebareli, Sonia Gandhi said that hope you will support my family as you supported me. Now, whether or not Priyanka Gandhi will fight from Raebareli, and if she fights from Raebareli, whether or not will she be able to secure the seat for the Congress? These are the questions that only people of Raebareli can answer.
60-year-old Ram Naresh has been running his barber shop at the gate of the Congress district office since 1984. Ram Naresh still believes that it's a Gandhi who will win from here.
देखिए, गांधी परिवार से हमेशा लगाव राइवलिक रहा और रहेगा। सोचना है कि मतलब प्रियंका गांधी आ जाएंगी तो यहाँ का और ग्राफ बढ़ जाएगा। राहुल गांधी भी आएंगे तो उनके लिए भी लगाव उतना ही है।
Around 7 kilometers away from the city of Raebareli is the Rasulpur Gunda village that comes under the Gram Panchayat Chandoli. In 2019, out of the 714 voters in the Gram Panchayat, around 537 voted for Sonia Gandhi and less than 145 for BJP's Dinesh Sharma.
कांग्रेसी गांव ही था, दादा परदादा के आगे से कांग्रेस, हम लोग भी कांग्रेस में, गांव भी कांग्रेस का था और पिछले इलेक्शन में लोकसभा के फर्स्ट ब्लॉक में फर्स्ट बूथ आया था। ये
लहर कहाँ है रायबरेली में, उस लहर की कोई मतलब नहीं है। रायबरेली में अगर प्रियंका जी लड़ती है तो 5 लाख से ऊपर की जीत होगी उनकी।
While the Congress may have been winning for generations, but in 2019, the vote margin of Sonia Gandhi was around 1.5 lakh votes. Although the victory margin was huge, but still was the lowest since Sonia Gandhi started fighting from Raebareli seat. Now, the question here is, does the new generation feel the same about the Congress what the older generation of Raebareli felt?
सोनिया गांधी कहती हैं कि रायबरेली मेरा परिवार है, रायबरेली मेरा गढ़ है। वो यहाँ आती ही नहीं है, यहाँ देखती नहीं है। ऐसे कैसे किसी का परिवार चलता है? 5 साल सोनिया गांधी यहाँ पे दिखी ही नहीं।
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा सिर्फ नाम के लिए। अभी अगर सिर्फ बात करी जाए कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा राहुल गांधी 3 स्टेट से होते हुए आ रहे हैं, तीनों स्टेट अपने हार गए हुए। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा कोई काम की नहीं आई उनकी, और यहाँ भी आ रहे हैं, यहाँ भी हार ही जाएंगे।
Sonia Gandhi's decision to not fight Lok Sabha coincided with Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra entering Uttar Pradesh. Priyanka Gandhi is yet to join him, but speculations are rife that she will finally make her electoral debut.
प्रियंका जी यहाँ के लिए नई नहीं है। प्रियंका जी यहाँ 1999 से आ रही हैं। जब कैप्टन सतीश शर्मा जी का चुनाव था, तब पहली बार वो रायबरेली में स्टार प्रचारक की हैसियत से यहाँ आई थी, और तब से लेकर आज तक उनका लगातार रायबरेली से रिश्ता बना हुआ है। अगर सोनिया जी 100 लोगों को बाई फेस बाई नेम जानती हैं, तो प्रियंका जी 500 लोगों को यहाँ बाई फेस बाई नेम जानती हैं।
कि आपने देखा पिछली बार जब सोनिया गांधी यहाँ से लड़ी तो 80 सीटों पर प्रियंका गांधी ने स्टार प्रचारक के रूप में ताबड़तोड़ रैलियां की, लेकिन मात्र 1 सीट सोनिया गांधी के रूप में उस स्टार प्रचारक के तौर पर उनकी मां की ये सीट निकली थी।
While it is only speculated that Priyanka Gandhi will fight from Raebareli, but the speculations are now more believable as the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra enters Uttar Pradesh. It will go through Amethi, that is the lost bastion, and Raebareli, that is the Congress fortress. But whether or not it will have any impact on the ground, only time will tell. With camera person Virendra Kumar Saini, Faiz Abbas, Narendra Singh and Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
Moving now to politics in the national capital. Well, Arvind Kejriwal had called for a trust vote. He, of course, comfortably won that vote. It was more of a political symbolism and a show of strength. This after the Aam Aadmi Party claimed that there was a poaching bid by the BJP in the run-up to the Lok Sabha polls. A similar move by the Aam Aadmi Party to what it had done 1 year ago ahead of Manish Sisodia's arrest. Arvind Kejriwal said that despite multiple attempts of poaching, the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to keep its flock together.
एक 12 साल का छोटा सा बच्चा है ये पार्टी। इस 12 साल के बच्चे ने इतने बड़े बड़े पार्टियों को चने चबा दिए। ये कोई इत्तेफाक नहीं है कि ये पार्टी इतने कम समय के अंदर आज 2 राज्यों के अंदर हमारी फुल फ्लेजेड सरकार है। मात्र 12 साल के बाद आज नेशनल पार्टी बन गई, तो आज इनको खतरा और डर भविष्य का केवल और केवल आम आदमी पार्टी से है। और ये भी जानते हैं, और फिर मैं दोहरा रहा हूं कि अगर ये 2024 में जीत जाते हैं तो 2029 में बीजेपी को इस देश को बीजेपी से मुक्ति आम आदमी पार्टी दिलाएगी।
Meanwhile, all the politics in Maharashtra. Maharashtra's Baramati, a stronghold of Sharad Pawar's, is likely to witness a high-stakes electoral battle with Ajit Pawar looking to field his wife against cousin Supriya Sule. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar had hinted at fielding a first-timer from the Baramati seat against Supriya Sule. So that will really be the battle to watch out for as politics in Maharashtra heats up.
आज बारामतीमध्ये कधीच असा इतिहास घडला नाही. बारामतीच्या आजपर्यंतच्या ज्यावेळेस आपल्या राज्याची निर्मिती झाली, निवडणुका सुरू झाल्या, तेव्हापासून आजपर्यंत की समोरच्याचं जेवढे उमेदवार होते त्यांचं सगळ्यांचं डिपॉझिट जप्त झालं. ते फक्त बारामतीकरच करू शकतात आणि त्याचा मला रास्ता आला. त्याच्यामुळं बारामतीकरांचा धोनीपणा होईल असं माझ्याकडनं घडणार नाही. त्याच्यातून तुम्ही उद्याच्याला आम्ही उभा करून त्या खासदाराला विजयी केलं पाहिजे, तर मी पुढं विधानसभेला उभा राहील. मी खरंच सांगतो, मी नाहीतर खुशाल मी जर मला साथच देणार नसतील तर मला माझा प्रपंच पडलं, मला माझे धंदे पडले. इलेक्ट्रिक मशीन मध्ये दिसू देऊ आता. त्याच्यामध्ये कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये हे तुम्हाला आता निर्णय घ्यायचा आहे. पंढरकरांनो, पविमानच्या लोकांनो, नानाजीनगर असेल, माझा पुणेवाडी असेल, माझा चोलकसवाडी असेल, सगळ्या भागातल्या धुळावाडी असेल, विभावनगर असेल, सगळ्या पंचक्रोशीतल्या की आपण काय करायचं. कारण मी इतकं जर काम करून तुम्ही कुणी जर तुम्हाला आता वेगवेगळे मान्यवर येतील, भावनिक बनवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतील. तुम्हाला भावनिक बनायचंय का तालुक्याचा चाललेल्या विकासाची गती अशीच चालू ठेवायची आणि पुढच्या पिढीचं बरं करायचं, हे आपण ठरवायचं.
It's a democracy, so everybody has a right to contest. So I think it's a fair thing to say, but it's very unfortunate and painful that the temple of democracy is Parliament. And yesterday, the way parliamentary procedures were mocked is very, very unfortunate and very, very painful for committed and dedicated people like us. So I was very, very surprised and disappointed that somebody as a senior citizen, a senior leader like Shri Ajit Pawar to say something like that.
Well, Pawar versus Pawar continues in Maharashtra. Meanwhile, moving now to a big exclusive. Well, the Air Chief Marshal spoke exclusively to NDTV, talking about modernization of the Indian Air Force and the lessons that the IAF has learned from the Balakot exercise to what's happening in East Ladakh. Take a look.
ये भी दिख रहा है कि भारतीय वायुसेना, जैसे आपने खुद भी कहा सर, कि हर तरह की चुनौती का सामना करने के लिए तैयार है. मगर आपकी निगाह में सर सबसे बड़ी चुनौती किधर से है और किस तरह की है सर
चैलेंजेस? फिलहाल ये है, आपको पता है कि जैसे ऑनगोइंग कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से हमें जो लेसन्स हम सीख रहे हैं, सबक से सीख रहे हैं कि अगर कोई भी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट लॉन्ग ड्यूरेशन प्रोलॉन्ग कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चलेगा तो उसके लिए हमें ज़्यादातर फोर्स प्रिजर्व करना चाहिए. रिसोर्सेज की और ज़रूरत होगी हमें लगातार. इसके लिए हम ये देखते हैं कि कोई दूसरा देश हमें शायद सहायता नहीं करे. इसमें हमें आत्मनिर्भर रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो जो फ्यूचर प्रोक्योरमेंट्स है, फ्यूचर चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी हो, सिस्टम्स हो, ये सब भारत में निर्मित सिस्टम्स है, उन्हीं को शामिल करने का हमारा आगे का लक्ष्य है.
तो स्वदेशी पर बहुत ज़्यादा जोर है, आत्मनिर्भरता पर बहुत ज़्यादा जोर है सर, है? तो वायुसेना इस दिशा में कहाँ तक आगे बढ़ी है सर?
हर एक क्षेत्र में देखिए, पहले तो हवाई जहाज को लेके LCA आपने अभी जिक्र किया, उसके बारे में 40 LCA हमारे ऑलरेडी इंडक्ट हो चुके हैं और 200 ऑर्डर पे हैं. तो आने वाले 21 दशक के अंदर LCA Mark 1 की पूरी तरह से इंडक्शन हो जाएगी. उसके बाद LCA Mark 2, AMCA AMCA आने वाले दशक में 2032 से 35 के दरमियान इन सारे जहाज़ों को इंडियन एयरफोर्स में भारी संख्या में इंडक्ट किया जाएगा. दूसरी तरफ है ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट C295, आपने सुना होगा. ये पहला मिलिट्री ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट है जो भारत में निर्मित होगा. इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट 56 एयरक्राफ्ट का था, जिसमें 16 जहाज़ बाहर से बन के आए, बाकी 40 जहाज़ हिंदुस्तान में निर्मित होंगे. अभी हेलीकॉप्टर्स को लीजिए, अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर प्रचंड इंडक्ट हो चुका है। एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर ध्रुव के नए वर्जन्स इंडक्ट हो रहे हैं। इंडियन मीडियम रेंज हेलीकॉप्टर आने वाले दशक में इंडक्ट होंगे। ग्राउंड सिस्टम्स को लीजिए, तकरीबन 70% रेडार्स, सरफेस टू गाइडेड वेपन्स सब भारत में निर्मित है।
So, of course, modernization and technological advancement seems to be the focus. With that, we'll take a short break. News continues on the other side. Don't you?
Indian diaspora, which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE, are actually showcasing this as their big presence.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
You look at these visuals of euphoria and great celebrations, you realize that this is almost like a mini India that we are seeing outside India.
भारत UAE दोस्ती जिंदाबाद.
Beautiful Baps temple crowning glory in what has been Prime Minister's image as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
This is all about Indian culture as well, and also an amalgamation of the culture in the UAE and India.
This temple is a symbol of the centuries of the social, economic and cultural connect between Bharat and the Gulf.
The relationship is inclusive, and the Babs temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
This has become one of our most dynamic, one of our most consequential relationships in the world today.
Unifies our community as a whole, which is a wonderful thing.
It means a lot. We are very proud of this temple.
It's a temple which symbolizes deepening ties between India and UAE.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Gandhi loyalist Kamal Nath could join the BJP and exit the Congress. Kamal Nath in Delhi amid talk of a BJP switch. Sources tell NDTV Kamal Nath will be meeting the BJP leadership in the national capital. At his bastion in Chhindwara, Kamal Nath's telling comment, he says a new chapter of Vikas to begin. This as the Congress rubbishes the exit rumours. The big BJP huddle in Delhi with an eye on the Lok Sabha polls. PM Modi and BJP President JP Nadda at the National Council meet. Nadda addresses party workers, says the BJP breaking its own vote share records. Post-poll anarchy in Pakistan, a top Pakistan official accepts poll rigging charge and quits. Surrenders himself before the police as the Rawalpindi commissioner has now stepped down. He says there was mounting pressure on me and I also decided to commit suicide. India mounts a fight back courtesy of 4-wicket haul from Mohammad Siraj as England fall for 319. This is India now in control of the Rajkot test as Jaiswal and Gill power India.
Lovely shot. Fluent shot.
Our lead story this evening, well, Kamal Nath could join the BJP. This could be a big jolt, a setback to the Congress amid a series of loyalists dumping and deserting the grand old party? Well, Kamal Nath, remember, is in the national capital amid talk of a possible switch or crossover to the BJP. And the most telling hint from Kamal Nath, in fact, was from his son, as Nakul Nath dropped Congress from his Twitter bio. And Kamal Nath also made a telling comment at his bastion in Madhya Pradesh. He said, a new chapter in development of Vikas will now begin. In fact, he made a cryptic comment here in Delhi as well. He said that if I indeed decide to quit the Congress and join the BJP, then I will tell you first. This is what he told reporters in the national capital. In fact, sources are telling NDTV that Kamal Nath could also have a possible meeting with the BJP leadership while he is in Delhi. Listen to all the reactions coming in.
साथियों, 80 में जब पहली बार कमलनाथ जी चुनाव लड़े तो इंदिरा जी ने आम सभा में ये भावना व्यक्त की कि ये मेरा तीसरा बेटा है। कमलनाथ जी के लिए तीसरे बेटे की एक संज्ञा दी। तो मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, जो खबरें हैं निराधार है। कोई किसी प्रकार की वो भावना कभी सपने में आप सोच सकते हो कि इंदिरा जी का तीसरा बेटा कांग्रेस छोड़ सकता है?
क्या बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं सर? अगर ऐसी कोई बात होगी, सबसे पहले मैं आप लोगों को ही कहूंगा। आप इनकार नहीं कर रहे सर, आप इनकार नहीं कर रहे। मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, इनकार की बात नहीं है। जी जी, ये आप लोग कह रहे हैं जी, आप लोग एक्साइट हो रहे हैं। मैंने कहा मैं तो एक्साइट नहीं हूँ इस तरफ या उस तरफ, पर बात ये है कि अगर ऐसी कोई बात होगी, मैं आप सबको सबसे पहले खबर करूंगा। 19 तारीख को आप बीजेपी में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं सर? होगा।
And well, let's cut across live to all the visuals coming in from ISRO. Well, it's been quite a year for ISRO, and it's gearing up for the big INSAT 3DS launch. It's an advanced meteorological satellite, and it will enhance India's weather forecasting capabilities. In fact, less than 2 minutes remaining for that big launch. We are counting down to the launch of INSAT 3DS. It's been quite a year, as I said, with of course Chandrayaan, and then the launch of India's Sun mission, Aditya, and a couple of satellites as well. And this, as I said, is an advanced meteorological satellite which will help, in a sense, benefit and enhance India's weather forecasting capabilities. A new age weather satellite being launched by ISRO, and this has been entirely funded by the Ministry of Earth Sciences by the central government. And we are counting down to that big launch there. Visuals coming in from Sriharikota. And of course, as I said, that there have been launch after launch for ISRO, which started with the successful launch of Chandrayaan. Let's try and dip into that feed and listen to the audio coming in.
Minus 45 seconds.
All sequences armed.
Hydrogen tank ready. Cryo stage ready. Minus 40 seconds.
GS2 VHPP opened.
Minus 35 seconds. Minus 30 seconds.
L40 VSPP opened.
Real-time program set. Minus 25 seconds.
GS2 VSPP opened.
GS1 ignition. Minus 20 seconds. Minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Lift off normal.
A perfect lift off. GSLV F-14 INSAT 3DS progressing towards its destination.
Performance normal.
P4 tracking.
जी हाँ, अभी हमने देखा चारों L40 तथा कोर बूस्टर का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है और GSLV F-14 उत्थापित हो अपने उद्दिष्ट दिशा की ओर बढ़ता हुआ.
Clear sky. We can see the rocket, very beautiful. And from the mission control center here, we can hear the vibrato also.
शाम का समय, बहुत दूर तक हम यान को देख पा रहे हैं. सामान्य प्रज्वलन, इसका कंपन भी हमें यहाँ महसूस होता है. यान अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ता हुआ.
Plus 1 minute.
प्रथम चरण के कोर बूस्टर का प्रज्वलन काल 110 सेकंड के करीब होता है और इस दौरान यह 8,400 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर रहा है।
फर्स्ट स्टेज परफॉर्मेंस नॉर्मल।
प्रथम चरण में कोर बूस्टर तथा 4 L40 स्ट्रैप-ऑन बूस्टर सामान्य निष्पादन करते हुए।
Presently, the core booster and the 4 L40 strap-ons thrusting simultaneously. S139 scheduled to burn for 110 seconds.
स्टेज बैन आउट।
एनिमेटेड व्यू में आप देख पा रहे हैं 4 L40 तथा कोर बूस्टर S139 प्रज्वलित है।
फर्स्ट स्टेज परफॉर्मेंस नॉर्मल।
कोर बूस्टर अब बर्नआउट हो चुका है, उसका प्रज्वलन काल समाप्त हो चुका है, लेकिन L40s अभी भी जारी हैं। इन्हें 148 सेकंड पर बंद कर यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
The 4 L40s thrusting presently. The launch vehicle is being tracked by the tracking station at Shar.
40 stages thrust cut off. First stage separated, second stage ignited.
रेंज ऑपरेशन निदेशक ने अभी इसकी पुष्टि की। प्रथम चरण को यान से सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया गया है
Guidance initiated.
और उसके तुरंत बाद ही GS2 द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन भी शुरू हो चुका है।
Second stage performance normal.
There are a quick succession of several flight event confirmations by the Range Operations Director.
Plus 3
The
minutes.
first stage comprising of the S139 and L40s have been separated. The second stage is ignited and the performance is reported to be normal. We are 190 seconds past the launch time. Present altitude is close to 100 kilometers and closed loop guidance has been initiated.
वर्तमान में द्वितीय चरण GSLV F14 का प्रज्वलनरत है।
Second stage performance normal.
इस दौरान यह 846 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर यान को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर ले जा रहा है। इसमें विकास इंजन का उपयोग किया जा रहा है और इसमें इंजन जिबल
Payload fairing separated.
यान से ऊष्मा कवच को पृथक कर दिया गया है। अब यान की ऊंचाई 113 किलोमीटर है। यह घने वातावरण को पार कर चुका है।
4 minutes.
Dense atmosphere has been crossed by the launch vehicle and hence the payload fairing has been separated. Presently, Shah ground station continues to track and Port Blair station has started to acquire the data.
यह मिशन पूर्वी दिशा का मिशन है, इसलिए शार स्थित पोर्ट ब्लेयर स्थित ग्राउंड स्टेशन वर्तमान में इसे ट्रैक करते हुए
The planned burn time of GS2 is 141.4 seconds.
क्रायो अपर स्टेज जो कि तृतीय चरण है GSLV F14 का, उसे ऑथराइज कर दिया गया है प्रज्वलन के लिए। द्वितीय चरण के प्रज्वलन काल के पश्चात पृथक्करण होगा।
Stage thrust cut off. Stage ignition commanded.
द्वितीय चरण के प्रज्वलन काल के पश्चात उसे यान से पृथक कर दिया गया है।
Stage ignition confirmed.
Now a jubilant atmosphere here in the Mission Control Center as the confirmation of the engines.
So what a textbook liftoff there by the ISRO, a new age weather satellite that will help India in a sense collect crucial data and ramp up and enhance its weather forecasting as well. With that, we'll take a short break. News continues on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
जो कमांडोज इनसे अब हम मिलेंगे वो गरुड़ कमांडोज हैं, तो इनके जो कमांडोज हैं वो भी ये बहुत ही स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं और यहाँ पे हमें ब्रीफिंग देंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरह से इनकी ट्रेनिंग भी होती है। तो हम मिलने चल रहे हैं उन गरुड़ कमांडोज से। हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि इनकी क्या खास ट्रेनिंग होती है, इनके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें।
कमांडो की ट्रेनिंग बहुत टफ होती है।
हाँ।
इनका ट्रेनिंग जीआरटीसी से स्टार्ट होती है और फिर आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी, चारों तरफ ट्रेनिंग होती है।
क्या खास रोल होता है गरुड़ कमांडोज का?
गरुड़ कमांडो का कोई भी मिशन मिले,
हाँ,
उसमें फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर यही होता है गरुड़ कमांडो।
हमने अब जाना कुछ कि ये गरुड़ कमांडोज जो हैं वो क्या होते हैं, पर अभी हमें ये कुछ स्पेशल एयरबॉर्न अपनी ये ट्रिक्स और वो भी दिखाएंगे, कुछ कमाल दिखाएंगे, कारनामे, जिसे देखने के लिए मैं बहुत उत्सुक हूँ कि क्या होगा। तो हम थोड़ी देर में वो भी विटनेस करेंगे।
तो आज हम ट्रेनिंग मिशन पे जा रहे हैं अपना। हमारा मिशन होगा यहाँ से, हमारा आईजेड है अराउंड 5 मिनट्स का फ्लाइंग टाइम। तो यहाँ से हम लोग इम्प्लेन होंगे, वहाँ पे स्लीदर डाउन करना है हमको इंसर्जन जोन में। बेसिकली पर्पस ऑफ स्लीदरिंग इज़ कि हम कई जगह करते हैं। वॉर टाइम में दुश्मन के इलाके में गरुड़ कमांडोज या ट्रूप्स को इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं। पीस टाइम में HADR, प्राकृतिक आपदा कोई आती है तो अगर ट्रूप्स की वहाँ पर रिक्वायरमेंट हो तो उनको इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं। आज ट्रेनिंग मिशन है तो पहला अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस पहले हमारे ऊपर है। कोई हम मिशन पे नहीं जा रहे हैं आज, तो अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस रखिए, ध्यान में रखिए।
And breaking news coming in, well, NDTV has the inside track of what is happening as far as Kamal Nath's possible exit from the Congress and crossover to the BJP is concerned. Sunil Prabhu, our senior colleague, is live with us now and he has exclusive details on what is happening on that front. So Sunil sir, well, Kamal Nath is considering a possible switch to the BJP, and he says that it's the people of Chhindwara who would want him to join the BJP, and he's clearly upset with how things have been going on with the Congress. And earlier as well we saw his disagreements with Sunil Kanugolu, the strategist of the Congress party, and now also those differences are surfacing yet again.
That's right. I think he's not been happy with how things have played out in the last few weeks and months immediately after the Congress's poor performance in Madhya Pradesh, and he has conveyed it to the Congress leadership, as well as the fact that there have been spokespersons who have been hitting out at him, saying that he's been removed, that he's been sacked, and various other issues. So it's in that context that he has made this. That he's saying that it's under his consideration. He hasn't met Mr. Amit Shah or Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but I think uppermost in the minds of Mr. Kamal Nath, according to sources close to him, is that 90% of the people of Chhindwara want him to look at the development of the constituency and believe that if he is with the BJP, then there will be development of Chhindwara. So I think that is something that is, something that is uppermost in his consideration and his mind. There hasn't been any connect with the top Congress leaders. He's not going to do it on the basis of a VD Sharma who has asked him to join the BJP. He definitely wants it at a much higher level. As you are well aware, Kamal Nath is a politician of a huge standing, over 55 years in politics, been 55 years been with the Congress party since Sanjay Gandhi's time. And definitely what has happened is really not of his liking. He hasn't been happy with how things have played out in the Congress party, as you're well aware. He's not blaming completely Rahul Gandhi, who's busy with the yatra, but the others who are part of that entire exercise, Jairam Ramesh, Venugopal, Randeep, is something that they're not very happy with. And ultimately, it is a matter of consideration and we'll have to wait. But this is what we have from sources close to Mr. Kamal Nath saying at the present moment.
Right, Sunisa, thanks very much for joining us with that. So those exclusive details on what's actually happening as far as Kamal Nath's possible exit is concerned. He's certainly considering a crossover to the BJP. And finally, our special report. Well, the development journey of Uttar Pradesh, particularly Gorakhpur, after the Ram Temple consecration in Ayodhya and the consequent tourism boom.
संघर्ष सकारात्मक भाव के साथ किया गया कोई भी संघर्ष कभी व्यर्थ नहीं जाता है। जो संघर्ष वनटांगिया के लिए हुआ था वह सार्थक हुआ है और हमें प्रसन्नता और तब होती है जब अब वनटांगिया गांव में भी यहाँ के गरीबों के पक्के मकान देखता हूं।
वहां से विकास, वहां से वनटांगिया, इन दोनों के बीच का फासला लम्हों का नहीं बल्कि सदियों का है। 21वीं सदी में चल रही इस दुनिया में ये जंगल में रहने वाला समुदाय अंधेरों में डूबा हुआ था। फिर एक दिन एक तपस्वी की नजर पड़ती है और वो इस समुदाय के लोगों के कच्ची झोपड़ियों को चमकते हुए सूरज की ओर मोड़ देते हैं और कहते हैं, किसी का साथ देकर हौसलों की छांव बन जाएं, किसी को आंख देकर रोशनी का गांव बन जाएं। दिया कुदरत ने जो हमको, चलो हम बांट लें ऐसे, किसी के हाथ बन जाएं, किसी के पांव बन जाएं। और उन्होंने ये करके दिखाया। आज इस जंगल में रहने वाले वनटांगिया समुदाय के पास उनकी अपनी पहचान है। नमस्कार, मैं अनामिका जैनंबर स्वागत करती हूँ आप सभी का इस विशेष प्रस्तुति में जिसका नाम है मेरा उत्तर प्रदेश, नया उत्तर प्रदेश में। आज आपको गोरखपुर से महज 11 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ वनटांगिया समुदाय की विकास यात्रा कराने के लिए उपस्थित हुई हूँ। पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश के गोंडा, महाराजगंज और गोरखपुर में रहते हैं वनटांगिया समुदाय के ये लोग। गोरखपुर की बात करें तो कुसुमही जंगल से 5 गांव, तिनकोनिया नंबर 3, रजही खाले टोला, रजही नर्सरी, आमबाग नर्सरी और चिलबिलवा टोला से ये 5 ऐसे गांव हैं जहां पर इनकी रिहायश है। 1918 के आसपास का समय था जब लॉर्ड माउंटबेटन ने अलग अलग हिस्सों से इन लोगों को यहाँ पर साखू का पेड़ और जंगल लगाने के लिए बुलाया था। ये लोग बर्मी विधि टोंगिया से पेड़ लगाते थे, इसलिए इनका नाम वनटांगिया पड़ा। 100 सालों से 2017 तक जंगलों में रह रहा ये समुदाय पिछड़ेपन, गुमनामी और उपेक्षा का शिकार रहा है। इनके पास ना तो मालिकाना हक था, ना इनके पास कोई अधिकार, ना ही इनके नाम मकान, ना वोटर कार्ड। गांवों की तस्वीर और वनटांगिया समुदाय के लोगों की तकदीर तब बदली जब योगी आदित्यनाथ जी गोरखपुर से सांसद हुए। उन्होंने इनके अधिकारों के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी। 2017 में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने उत्तर प्रदेश की कमान संभाली, तब उन्होंने इनके मूलभूत अधिकारों के लिए लड़ाई लड़ना प्रारंभ कर दिया।
1947 से लेकर 2017 तक बिजली नहीं पहुंची थी, एक भी पक्का मकान नहीं था, लेकिन आज मैं ऊपर से देख रहा था हर एक का पक्का मकान बन चुका है। मैं पक्का मकान बनाने के लिए आप सबको बधाई देता हूँ।
इतना ही नहीं, उन्होंने इन वन ग्रामों को राजस्व ग्रामों का दर्जा दिलाने के लिए जो संकल्प लिया उसको पूर्ण भी करने के लिए अग्रसर हुए। लगभग 50,000 से ज्यादा लोगों को यहाँ की नागरिकता दिलाई।
हम लोग पढ़ नहीं पाते थे, बिजली नहीं थी। आज हमारे योगी जी जब से मुख्यमंत्री हुए तब से हमारे बनटांगिया में पूरा मिल गया सुविधा।
आज मेरे गांव जंगल 3 कोने जहाँ मेरी हमसे बात हो रही है, यहाँ पर 440 मुख्यमंत्री आवास है, यहाँ पर 440 शौचालय है, आंगनबाड़ी है, कंपोजिट स्कूल है, और यहाँ पर जो कि बिजली है कि जो बिजली के लिए बच्चे तरसते थे।
पिछले 6.5 वर्षों में वनटांगिया के गांव के लोगों के लिए पक्के मकान, बिजली, नल, सड़क, स्ट्रीट लाइट, चिकित्सा, आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र, निजी शौचालय जैसी योजनाओं का लाभ मिला है। अंत्योदय कार्ड के साथ साथ मनरेगा जॉब कार्ड की योजनाओं का भी लाभ मिला है। इन सभी सुविधाओं के साथ योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ये जानते हैं कि किसी भी समाज को सशक्त बनाने के लिए वहां की महिलाओं को सशक्त बनाना आवश्यक है। उनको आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन से 200 से ज्यादा महिलाओं को जोड़ा गया है। उन्हें बीसी सखी बनाया गया है। पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में हाशिए पर रखे हुए इस समुदाय के लोगों के बीच हमारे मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी हर साल दिवाली मनाते हैं।
कहाँ से आवे ना जोगी बाबा का नामा, कहाँ से आवे ना लखनऊ से आवे हीरा मोती, मंदिर से आवे रताना, अयोध्या से आवे ना जोगी बाबा का नामा, अयोध्या से आवे।
गांव वाले ये कहते हैं कि उनके राम तो बाबा योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ही हैं, वही हैं जिनके आगमन पर सही मायने में दिवाली मनाई जाती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि यदि नियत साफ हो और संकल्प शक्ति हो तो बिगड़ी हुई तस्वीर और तकदीर दोनों संवर सकते हैं।
गोरखपुर, बनटांगिया और उत्तर प्रदेश भी सज और संवर रहा है। और भाइयों बहनों, यही राम राज्य है और यही दीपोत्सव है।
Indian diaspora, which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE, are actually showcasing this as their big presence.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
You look at these visuals of euphoria and great celebrations, you realize that this is almost like a mini India that we are seeing outside India.
भारत यूएई दोस्ती जिंदाबाद।
Beautiful Baps temple crowning glory in what has been Prime Minister's image as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
This is all about Indian culture as well, and also an amalgamation of the culture in the UAE and India.
This temple is a symbol of the centuries of the social, economic and cultural connect between Bharat and the Gulf.
The relationship is inclusive, and the Babs temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
This has become one of our most dynamic, one of our most consequential relationships in the world today.
Unifies our community as a whole, which is a wonderful thing.
Means a lot. We are very proud of this temple.
It's a temple which symbolizes deepening ties between India and UAE.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा।
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था तो मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ। तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, कि मुझे ये it's my fortune or my honor and privilege to be on this show, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। So the life comes full circle, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ आऊँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या-क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
With rumours of his imminent move to the BJP, former Chief Minister Kamal Nath refuses to deny these rumours. Sources close to him say he's unhappy with the Congress and that the people of Chhindwara want him to join the BJP for development of the region. The BJP's big meet in Delhi today with eye on polls. Prime Minister Modi, President Nadda at the National Council meeting. Addressing the gathering, Nadda says the BJP is breaking vote share records. Now, a top Pakistan official has accepted poll rigging charge. Rawalpindi commissioner has now quit, says there was pressure and admits to rigging. ISRO successfully launches INSAT 3DS, India's advanced weather satellite. ISRO 16th rocket launch. GSLV rocket launch.
INSAT 3DS progressing towards.
And India on top of at the end of day 3 of the Rajkot test as they take a lead of 322. Yashasvi Jaiswal hits his second century of the series.
Oh, that's cut magnificently in front of square, and this is a brilliant.
All right, our top story now, and another big blow to the Congress party expected, with the speculation over his possible switch to the BJP reaching fever pitch after he arrived in Delhi earlier today. Senior Congress leader and former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Kamal Nath, according to sources, will be meeting with the ruling party's leadership. Speaking in his bastion in Chhindwara, Kamal Nath refused to outright deny the rumours. In fact, he played KG, and sources have told NDTV, sources close to Kamal Nath have said that he has been unhappy with the Congress, and that the people of his bastion, Chhindwara, want him to join the BJP. In fact, what really sent these rumours into high gear earlier today was when his son, Nakul Nath, who is the Member of Parliament from Chhindwara, removed Congress from his bio on social media. However, so far the Congress seems to be denying these rumours, but clearly Kamal Nath is in Delhi and he's expected to meet with the BJP. He is not denying it.
साथियों, 80 में जब पहली बार कमलनाथ जी चुनाव लड़े तो इंदिरा जी ने आम सभा में ये भावना व्यक्त की कि ये मेरा तीसरा बेटा है। कमलनाथ जी के लिए तीसरे बेटे की एक संज्ञा दी। तो मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, जो खबरें हैं निराधार हैं। कोई किसी प्रकार की वो भावना, कभी सपने में आप सोच सकते हो कि इंदिरा जी का तीसरा बेटा कांग्रेस छोड़ सकता है? पिछले 7 साल से वो मध्य प्रदेश की कांग्रेस पार्टी के मुखिया के तौर पे हम सब कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर निडरता से अपना कार्य करते रहे।
क्या आप बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं सर? अगर ऐसी कोई बात होगी, सबसे पहले मैं आप लोगों को ही कहूंगा।
आप इनकार नहीं कर रहे सर, आप इनकार नहीं कर रहे।
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, इनकार की बात नहीं है।
जी जी,
ये आप लोग कह रहे हैं
जी,
आप लोग एक्साइट हो रहे हैं। मैंने कहा मैं तो एक्साइट नहीं हूँ इस तरफ या उस तरफ, पर बात ये है कि अगर ऐसी कोई बात होगी, मैं आप सबको सबसे पहले खबर करूंगा।
19 तारीख को आप बीजेपी में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं सर?
होगा।
44 साल कमलनाथ जी ने अपनी जवानी छिंदवाड़ा की जनता को समर्पित किया, और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि आपने हमेशा अपना प्यार और आशीर्वाद कमलनाथ जी को दिया, और आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव में आप वही प्यार और वही आशीर्वाद मुझे भी देंगे कि मैं दोबारा छिंदवाड़ा को विकास की उस दिशा में ले जाऊं जो कमलनाथ जी ने भी आज तक नहीं किया। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu. And Sunil, now speaking to you about yet another senior Congress leader who you've covered for years and years, all set to leave the Congress party. Kamal Nath not denying it. In fact, his non-denial is almost an admission, and these rumors have been swirling for quite some time now.
That's right. In fact, one of the questions that one asked him by sources close to him was pointing out that 55 years, I mean, it's a long period, and as they say, it's not the same Congress. The Congress today, as the sources close to Kamal Nath say, is not what he had joined, in those years and what it has become. Today, it is, Rahul Gandhi, according to them, is busy with the yatra. It is people like Jairam Ramesh, K.C. Venugopal, Randeep Surjewala, who are actually, doing what they're doing today. So it's in that backdrop that, it's a matter of under his consideration at this present juncture about whether he should join. And he has still not yet met, Mr. Amit Shah, as well as Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Is not going to do it on the basis of meeting a statement from Mr. V.D. Sharma from the BJP. He believes that he's, a veteran and a senior leader. And ultimately, what is uppermost in his mind is something that he's also already spoken in Chhindwara, which he's conveyed that he's done a survey, and that 90% sources close to him say of the people in Chhindwara want to look at the development of the region, and that can happen only if there is somebody who's in power. So that's, I think, uppermost in the minds of Mr. Kamal Nath and his family at this present juncture. Denying, saying that he's never had Congress on the bio earlier. I have no way to verify and cross-check that.
Right.
But this is how things are playing out at this present juncture. Big blow if it actually happens, because if he is the third son, as has been said by the PCC chief, I mean, Kamal Nath was, for many who don't know, the one who used to even give food when Sonia Gandhi used to come and give food to him in the jail when Sanjay Gandhi was in, and he were in jail together. So a lot of history and a lot of linkage with the Congress party. And if he definitely leaves the party, it's a big, big, big blow once again for the Congress party.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Sunil Prabhu tracking all those developments as rumors swirl. Kamal Nath's exit from the Congress is imminent. Meanwhile, the BJP is holding its two-day National Council meeting currently in Delhi at the Bharat Mandapam, and among the attendees is, of course, Prime Minister Modi and sitting former MPs, MLAs and elected mayors. In fact, the Prime Minister earlier today also attended the Viksit Bharat exhibition that showcases 10 years of Modi government. It was Mr. Nadda who began the gathering by addressing all the BJP members who were there. He said the BJP's vote share has increased under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and tomorrow, in fact, the Prime Minister will be addressing the gathering.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जहां देश का 18.8% का समर्थन मिला था, वहीं 2014 में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी 31.3% पर पहुंच करके खड़ी है। और 2019 में हमने अपना ही रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा, जहां 282 से 303 सीटें आई, वहीं हम 31% से बढ़कर 37% हमारा वोट शेयर बढ़ा। यह भी हमको ध्यान रखना है।
All right, news now from Rai Bareli. Remember Sonia Gandhi, the former president of the Congress party and who used to represent Rai Bareli, is now going to the parliament through the Rajya Sabha route. Speculation is that daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra could be contesting her mother's seat. So what's the buzz in the Congress bastion? Tanishq reports.
Whenever news reports of Sonia Gandhi's health came out, there were always speculations that whether or not she will fight the next Lok Sabha elections. All the speculations ended when she decided that she is going to contest the Rajya Sabha polls. But the question now here is, what about the Rai Bareli seat, which is considered to be the Congress or the Gandhi family's turf? In a letter to people of Rai Bareli, Sonia Gandhi said that hope you will support my family as you supported me. Now, whether or not Priyanka Gandhi will fight from Rai Bareli, and if she fights from Rai Bareli, whether or not will she be able to secure the seat for the Congress? These are the questions that only people of Rai Bareli can answer.
60-year-old Ram Naresh has been running his barber shop at the gate of the Congress district office since 1984. Ram Naresh still believes that it's a Gandhi who will win from here.
देखिए, गांधी परिवार से हमेशा लगाव राइवलिक रहा और रहेगा। सोचना है कि मतलब प्रियंका गांधी आ जाएंगी तो यहाँ को और ग्राफ बढ़ जाएगा। राहुल गांधी भी आएंगे तो उनके लिए भी लगाव नहीं है।
Around 7 kilometers away from the city of Rai Bareli is the Rasulpur Gunda village that comes under the Gram Panchayat Chandoli. In 2019, out of the 714 voters in the Gram Panchayat, around 537 voted for Sonia Gandhi and less than 145 for BJP's Dinesh Sharma.
कांग्रेसी गांव ही था, दादा परदादा के आगे से कांग्रेस, हम लोग भी कांग्रेस में, गांव भी कांग्रेस का था और पिछले इलेक्शन में लोकसभा के फर्स्ट ब्लॉक में फर्स्ट बूथ आया था। ये
लहर कहाँ है रायबरेली में, उस लहर की कोई मतलब नहीं है। रायबरेली में अगर प्रियंका जी लड़ती है तो 5 लाख से ऊपर की जीत होगी उनकी।
While the Congress may have been winning for generations, but in 2019, the vote margin of Sonia Gandhi was around 1.5 lakh votes. Although the victory margin was huge, but still was the lowest since Sonia Gandhi started fighting from Rai Bareli seat. Now, the question here is, Does the new generation feel the same about the Congress what the older generation of Raebareli felt?
सोनिया गांधी कहती हैं कि रायबरेली मेरा परिवार है, रायबरेली मेरा गढ़ है। वो यहाँ आती ही नहीं है, यहाँ देखती नहीं है। ऐसे कैसे किसी का परिवार चलता है? 5 साल सोनिया गांधी यहाँ पे दिखी ही नहीं।
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा सिर्फ नाम के लिए। अभी अगर सिर्फ बात करी जाए कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा राहुल गांधी 3 स्टेट से होते हुए आ रहे हैं, तीनों स्टेट अपने हार गए हुए। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा कोई काम की नहीं आई उनकी, और यहाँ भी आ रहे हैं, यहाँ भी हार ही जाएंगे।
Sonia Gandhi's decision to not fight Lok Sabha coincided with Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra entering Uttar Pradesh. Priyanka Gandhi is yet to join him, but speculations are rife that she will finally make her electoral debut.
प्रियंका जी यहाँ के लिए नई नहीं है। प्रियंका जी यहाँ 1999 से आ रही हैं। जब कैप्टन सतीश शर्मा जी का चुनाव था, तब पहली बार वो रायबरेली में स्टार प्रचारक की हैसियत से यहाँ आई थी, और तब से लेकर आज तक उनका लगातार रायबरेली से रिश्ता बना हुआ है। अगर सोनिया जी 100 लोगों को बाई नेम जानती हैं, तो प्रियंका जी 500 लोगों को यहाँ बाई नेम जानती हैं।
कि आपने देखा पिछली बार जब सोनिया गांधी यहाँ से लड़ी तो 80 सीटों पर प्रियंका गांधी ने स्टार प्रचारक के रूप में ताबड़तोड़ रैलियां की, लेकिन मात्र 1 सीट सोनिया गांधी के रूप में उस स्टार प्रचारक के तौर पर उनकी मां की ये सीट निकली थी।
While it is only speculated that Priyanka Gandhi will fight from Raebareli, but the speculations are now more believable as the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra enters Uttar Pradesh. It will go through Amethi, that is the lost bastion, and Raebareli, that is the Congress fortress. But whether or not it will have any impact on the ground, only time will tell. With camera person Virendra Kumar Saini, Faiz Abbas, Narendra Singh and Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
News now from Maharashtra, and Baramati, a stronghold of Sharad Pawar's family, is likely to witness a high-stakes electoral battle in the upcoming Lok Sabha polls, all within the Pawar family. This after Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's wife Sunetra is being speculated as the candidate who will go up against cousin Supriya Sule. Ajit Pawar yesterday hinted at fielding a first-timer from Baramati, which has traditionally been a bastion of Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule has represented the constituency for 3 consecutive terms since 2009. Ajit Pawar saying he would field a candidate who has not contested an election, but that person would have the support of experienced people. Sharad Pawar hit back saying Ajit Pawar is trying to manipulate the people of Baramati.
बारामतीमध्ये कधीच असा इतिहास घडला नाही. बारामतीच्या आजपर्यंतच्या ज्यावेळेस आपल्या राज्याची निर्मिती झाली, निवडणुका सुरू झाल्या, तेव्हापासून आजपर्यंत की समोरच्याचं जेवढे उमेदवार होते त्यांचं सगळ्यांचं डिपॉझिट जप्त झालं. ते फक्त बारामतीकरच करू शकतात आणि त्याचा मला रास्ता आला. त्याच्यामुळं बारामतीकरांचा धोनीपणा होईल असं कृत्य माझ्याकडनं घडणार नाही. त्याच्यातून तुम्ही उद्याच्याला आम्ही उभा करून त्या खासदाराला विजयी केलं पाहिजे, तर मी पुढं विधानसभेला उभा राहील. मी खरंच बोलतो, मी नाहीतर खुशाल मी जर मला साथच देणार नसतील तर मला माझा प्रपंच पडलं, मला माझे धंदे पडले. इलेक्ट्रिक मशीन मध्ये दिसू देऊ आता. त्याच्यामध्ये कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये हे तुम्हाला आता निर्णय घ्यायचा आहे. पंढरकरांनो, पविमाच्या लोकांनो, नानाजीनगर असेल, माझा पुणेवाडी असेल, माझा कोलकातवाडी असेल, सगळ्या भागातल्या धुळवाडी असेल, विभावनगर असेल, सगळ्या पंचक्रोशीतल्या की आपण काय करायचं. कारण मी इतकं जर काम करून तुम्ही कुणी जर तुम्हाला आता वेगवेगळे मान्यवर येतील, भावनिक बनवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतील. तुम्हाला भावनिक बनायचंय का तालुक्याचा चाललेल्या विकासाची गती अशीच चालू ठेवायची आणि पुढच्या पिढीचं भलं करायचं, हे आपण ठरवायचं.
It's a democracy, so everybody has a right to contest. So I think it's a fair thing to say, but it's very unfortunate and painful that the temple of democracy is Parliament. And yesterday, the way parliamentary procedures were mocked is very, very unfortunate and very, very painful for committed and dedicated people like us. So I was very, very surprised and disappointed that somebody as a senior citizen, a senior leader like Shri Ajit Pawar to say something like that.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, a top Pakistani official has accepted poll rigging charges. We'll bring you all the details.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices.
Welcome back. A senior Pakistani bureaucrat has alleged that the Chief Election Commissioner and Chief Justice were involved in poll rigging in the recent election as he resigned from his post, taking responsibility for all wrongdoing. Former Rawalpindi Commissioner Liaquat Ali Chhatta's remarks came amidst jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan's party beginning a nationwide protest against alleged rigging and stealing of its mandate in the February 8th elections. Speaking to reporters, Liaquat said the candidates who were losing the elections were made to win.
सोशल मीडिया का और ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी इतना प्रेशर था कि मैंने आज सुबह की नमाज के बाद एक दफा मैंने खुदकुशी करने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन फिर मैंने सोचा कि मैंने क्यों ना ये सारी चीजें अवाम के पास रखूं, मैं खुद क्यों हराम की मौत मरूं और मैं ये सारी चीजें अवाम के सामने क्यों ना रखूं। मैं इस क्रम में से गुजर रहा हूं। मेरी तमाम ब्यूरोक्रेसी से गुजारिश है कि आपने इन सियासी लोगों के लिए जो मुख्तलिफ शेरवानियां सुहा के मिनिस्टर बनने को फिर रहे हैं, इनके लिए कोई गलत काम न करें।
And finally, some cricket news now. India finished day 3 of the Rajkot Test firmly in the driver's seat after taking a lead of 322. Yashasvi Jaiswal was at his scintillating best as he hit his second century of the series. Shubman Gill supported him well with his 65. This after India bowled England out for 319, courtesy of 4-wicket haul by pacer Mohammad Siraj.
More than the sweeps, and particularly the reverse sweeps.
While baseball worked for England on day 2, it was disastrous for the visitors on day 3.
It's very, very special.
Bumrah got rid of Joe Root against the run of play.
He probably feels he should have hit that for 4, and why was he playing that shot at that particular time?
And then Kuldeep Yadav got into the act and got the danger man, Johnny Bairstow. Duckett continued the good work along with his captain Ben Stokes.
Gully and into the boundary.
But the wily wrist spinner got the better of his man. A simple catch sent Duckett back after a brilliant knock of 153.
Going India's way. The very dangerous Ben Duckett now dismissed.
Mohammad Siraj cleaned up the English lower order as England could only add 117 to their overnight score.
Make it number 4. Mohammad Siraj with another brilliant Yorker.
India started positively courtesy an aggressive Rohit Sharma,
Little back of length.
but lost the hitman soon after.
This could be very close. Will the finger go up?
The double centurion from Vizag Test continued his good form and reached yet another half century in style. It was jazz ball versus England's baseball as the opener raced towards yet another century. A fearless knock as Yashasvi raced to his second century of the series. The reaction from the captain and the dressing room was priceless.
His third overall, second of the series. This is a magnificent innings.
India ended the day on top and in command after taking a lead of 322 runs with 8 wickets in hand and 2 days still to go. The only blemish being Yashasvi Jaiswal leaving the field retired hurt.
Well, something's happened.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue on NDTV.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद व्हिच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, quite a few of them.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और दिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there's something very, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you either you can do it or you have it. Or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes, and with anger and violence, sex. There's a lot of things which can really help you in that. You know, जबरदस्त background music चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. Comedy में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
Social media पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind, you know. For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z, yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
Which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE, are actually showcasing this as their big presence. मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
When you look at these visuals of euphoria and great celebrations, you realize that this is almost like a mini India that we are seeing outside India.
भारत UAE दोस्ती जिंदाबाद.
Beautiful Baps temple crowning glory in what has been Prime Minister's image as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
This is all about Indian culture as well, and also an amalgamation of the culture in the UAE and India.
This temple is a symbol of the centuries of the social, economic and cultural connect between Bharat and the Gulf.
The relationship is inclusive, and the Babs temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
This has become one of our most dynamic, one of our most consequential relationships in the world today.
Unifies our community as a whole, which is a wonderful thing.
It means a lot. We are very proud of this temple.
It's a temple which symbolizes deepening ties between India and UAE.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की. अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा. खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन.
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा. सॉरी, बोथ.
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स.
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद विच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित.
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, क्वाइट अ फ्यू ऑफ देम.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते.
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से.
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की.
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी.
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format, I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did the one.
Hello guys and welcome to the show where we talk about gadgets and just gadgets because ये जो दुनिया है gadgets की इतनी ज़्यादा तेजी से आगे grow करती है and on a daily basis we try lots of them. कुछ अच्छे होते हैं, some of them are really bad, but then it's my job to do all this just for you ताकि आप जब इस show को देखें so you get the perfect idea about your upcoming purchase कि आपको नया phone लेना है या नया laptop या maybe a new smartwatch. You get full details about all these gadgets around you. Hello everyone, my name is Gaurav aka Technical Guruji. You are watching Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. Now guys, for the biggest story, I would say the most important gadget of the week, I have this. Now this is all new Apple Vision Pro. It's a computer जिसको आप अपने चेहरे पे पहन लेते हैं और उसके बाद में in your own space creating amazing virtual environments आप बहुत interesting तरीके से computing कर पाएंगे. This is only in the US for now. Apple ने इसकी availability को बहुत limited रखा है, but I have this in the studios just for you, just to tell you कि आखिर ये कैसा है, you know, how is the experience और क्या complete features हैं about this Apple Vision Pro. And आपको पता चलेगा the way I am holding this because this is the battery pack. ये अलग से आपको कैरी करना पड़ता है तो you can keep it in your back pocket, let's say, और फिर जब आप इसको पहनते हैं you enter a complete different world जिसको आप कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं by just using your voice, your hands and your eyes. Let me wear this up और फिर आपको बताता हूँ कि आखिर क्या फीचर्स हैं of this Vision Pro. Now you might have noticed कि मैंने हवा में कुछ प्रेस किया and I was just entering my password and the password was very simple. It was 1 2 3 4. But the fact is कि I can see the cameras. I can see this camera in front of me. I can see this camera in front of me. And at the same time, I can do some amazing things while I'm being, in this environment जहाँ पे मैं बहुत interesting तरीके से अपनी पूरी computing needs को पूरा कर सकता हूँ. So guys, first let's have a closer look at this Vision Pro and let's, figure out that what all goes inside this device to make it so powerful.
टेक स्पेक्स की बात करें, you get to choose between 3 storage variants, 256GB, 512GB and 1TB. But within the headset is an M2 chip that also powers some of Apple's best laptops, यानी 8-core CPU, 10-core GPU, 16 cores for neural engine and 16GB of unified memory. This chipset runs the OS whilst also executing advanced computer vision algorithms. And to process the real-time data that the sensors on the device generate, there is a brand new A1 chip on the device. How does the Vision Pro track and 3D map the world and you? इसमें 2 high-resolution main cameras हैं, 6 tracking cameras on the outside, 4 cameras near the eyepiece जो wearers की eyes को track करते हैं. Eyes को track करने के लिए there is an array of LEDs and infrared cameras as well. On top of all of these, there is a true depth camera, a LiDAR scanner, a flicker sensor, an ambient light sensor and 4 inertial measurement units. जब आप इसे पहनते हैं, you get 2 micro LED displays for each eye. And ये साइज में काफी छोटे हैं, पर इनका individual resolution 4K से भी ज्यादा है. ये specifically designed 3-element lens है, which helps the display surround you after you've used the light blocking mechanism properly. And to hear what you're seeing, Apple ने dual driver audio pods position किए हैं next to each ear ताकि एक spatial audio experience मिले. However, क्योंकि ये device Apple के software and hardware ecosystem का ही हिस्सा है, one can also use second generation AirPods Pro with them. Surprisingly, Apple ने डिवाइस के बाहर भी एक स्क्रीन फिट करी है जिसका eyesight feature plays back the wearer's eyes to the outside world. This is for safety and connectivity. ये automatically भी wearer की eyes display कर देता है when someone approaches them.
Guys, आप नोटिस कर चुके हैं कि this packs a lot, and by a lot I really mean a lot, because in this tiny space Apple has managed to put in tons of hardware able to process lots of data so quick कि यहाँ पे जो बाहर बहुत सारे cameras हैं, they are giving me a live feed while being stitched together and the latency is like very minimal. अगर कोई मुझे बॉल फेंके तो मैं कैच कर सकता हूँ बड़े आराम से. And this device, it runs on Apple's Vision OS. Basically, you can create different environments. If you want to use this as a big screen for your Mac, maybe you want to use this to watch movies. It has amazing speakers, तो आप अपनी बड़े स्क्रीन पे मूवीज को एंजॉय कर सकते हैं. और let's say you want to use some apps जहाँ पे you want to immerse yourself in full augmented reality, you can do that. This device, I would say, would change the way we compute. मतलब आप imagine कर सकते हो. I'll just take it off. Just think about it. I was wearing this. मैं अपने चेहरे पे एक कंप्यूटर पहन के आपसे बात कर रहा था. Back in the days, we used to have those old computers. फिर धीरे धीरे करके पोर्टेबिलिटी का ज़माना आया. We all had laptops. Moving forward, laptops से फिर iPads वगैरह बने, tablets बने, smartphone today, whatever we have is no less than a very powerful computer. But this is the future when you just wear your computer. आपको कोई monitor नहीं चाहिए because inside we have really high-res screens, and this device is just the one that you need for all this modern age कि आपने अपना computer पहन लिया है और आप चलते फिरते computing कर रहे हैं. और just to tell you, this is not the first time any brand has done it. We have seen numerous gadgets, similar styles, similar concept by various brands But finally, Apple has made entry in this field of spatial computing. That's what Apple likes to call it with this Vision Pro. And थोड़ा भारी feel होता है because it's made up of aluminum and glass. Feels good quality, but at the same time थोड़ा heavy feel होता है. But battery pack आपकी pocket में है पीछे, तो इसको you will forget after some time. The experience, or I would say the cameras or the way it works, that's phenomenal. You can just see for yourself कि इससे आप क्या-क्या काम कर सकते हैं with even more insightful things about this Vision Pro coming to you now.
Vision OS में आप shared spaces पे काम कर सकते हैं. So this can look like multiple apps open on your desktop, but यहाँ पे these windows they're floating in the air. Of course, you can change and control these windows and everything that happens within these windows as well. Your selection happens by looking at things क्योंकि आपकी eyes track हो रही हैं. And your selection activity happens by clicking your fingers just like a tap. So browsing the internet, watching a video on YouTube, that is 2D. But interacting with 3D models in supported applications actually 3D experience ही है. एंड अगर आप पहले भी Apple प्रोडक्ट्स यूज कर चुके हैं तो familiar apps like Apple TV, Apple Music, Mail, Messages, Safari, Photos, Keynote, आपको these and more मिल जाएंगे. And of course, Siri is there and is a very helpful addition that helps get things done just by voice. And just by turning the crown, आप complete immersion and see-through choose कर सकते हैं. Because platform अभी नया है, apps and games are showing up slowly. But we can't wait for some of our favorite games to come to the Vision Pro.
Now friends, all this amazing hardware of the Vision Pro combined with all its amazing software features is priced at $3,499. As of now, the availability, as I told you, is just in the United States, and even to use it, you'd want to have an Apple ID with the region set to United States because Apple ने थोड़ा सा इसकी availability को भी limit किया है, but it will come to India. थोड़ा time लगेगा, maybe the end of this year, maybe early next year, and the pricing in India, in my opinion, should range, in between 3.5 to 4 lakh rupees for this device. So very premium, very unique, at the same time very powerful as well. So let's see what do we have in the field of spatial computing moving ahead, because I'm sure कि एक बार Apple ने जब शुरू कर दिया है, will definitely have many more brands jumping into this field और हमको इस तरह के devices और ज़्यादा common तरीके से देखने को ज़रूर मिलने वाले हैं. Friends, if I tell you this name, Dr. Amar Gopal Bose, क्या आपके दिमाग में कुछ click होता है? Would you be able to figure out what's the background? What did he do? He created a company goes by his last name, जो कि आज की डेट में एक pioneer है in audio devices. Yes, I'm talking about the Bose Corporation. और ये start हुआ था approximately 60 years ago in 1964, and it was created by none other than Dr. Amar Gopal Bose. And today we all know how iconic these Bose products are. Especially जो उनकी Quiet Comfort series है, is known for their active noise cancellation. और by the way, ये जो ANC जो आज हम use करते हैं, इसका भी हम credit दे सकते हैं Bose Corporation को ही, because it was in 1986 that they were trying out something new उस time पे in terms of cancelling the outside noise and making the earphones experience even more premium. और हुआ कुछ ऐसा कि उस time पे डिक र्यूटन और याना जो है वो एक फ्लाइट में थे, and they were the first people to do a circle around the globe non-stop. I mean a distance of 40,250 kilometers completed in around 9 days, 3 minutes and 44 seconds. और जो उनका प्लेन था, it was designed in a way that the noise levels would reach 100 decibels. I mean, would be like आप एक रॉक कॉन्सर्ट के फ्रंट सीट पे हो और इतना शोर आपके चारों तरफ आ रहा है. It's not just for few minutes, it was for 9 days. I'll just do a quick recap. और Bose जो है उन्होंने डेवलप किया कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग हेडफोन्स को. They wore those headphones and that was the reason they were able to complete the flight with comfort. And वहाँ से शुरुआत हुई that today you see in modern electronics, Bose is really considered as the brand जहाँ पे you get really amazing sound quality, great noise cancellation. वैसे आज की डेट में तो we'll have multiple products in the market जहाँ पे 1-2 हज़ार रुपए में you have these earphones with active noise cancellation. But just remember कि किस कंपनी ने उस चीज को शुरू किया और किस तरीके से शुरू किया, एंड हाउ दिस कंज्यूमर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स कंप्लीट थिंग्स वर्क, दैट जो चीज एक टाइम पे बहुत रेयर थी, आज शायद हम सभी के जेब में एक ईयरफोन होगा जहां पे हमको नॉइज कैंसलेशन इनबिल्ट मिलता है. डिड यू नो दिस? इफ यस, अमेजिंग. इफ नो, प्लीज लेट मी नो, ड्रॉपिंग इन ऑल योर ईमेल्स at tg@ndtv.com. और मैं आपके ईमेल्स पढ़ता हूं और इस ब्रेक के बाद आपसे मिलता हूं, बिकॉज मैं आपको बताने वाला हूं बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग टेक टिप, and I'll answer your questions as well in the segment Ask TG. See you after this short break.
मेरे
Indian diaspora, which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE, are actually showcasing this as their big presence.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
When you look at these visuals of euphoria and great celebrations, you realize that this is almost like a mini India that we are seeing outside India.
भारत UAE दोस्ती जिंदाबाद.
Beautiful Baps temple crowning glory in what has been Prime Minister's image as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
This is all about Indian culture as well, and also an amalgamation of the culture in the UAE and India.
This temple is a symbol of the centuries of the social, economic and cultural connect between Bharat and the Gulf.
The relationship is inclusive, and the Baps temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
This has become one of our most dynamic, one of our most consequential relationships in the world today.
Unifies our community as a whole, which is a wonderful thing.
It means a lot. We are very proud of this temple.
It's a temple which symbolizes deepening ties between India and UAE.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया के लिए सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द और वैश्विक एकता का प्रतीक बनेगा.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inaction.
Hello guys, welcome back after the break to your favorite show Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji, जहाँ पे I give you clean knowledge about all the gadgets around you and we try and explore them in ways that only we can, और आपको मिलती है सारी information बिल्कुल साफ साफ. वैसे साफ से याद आया, let's talk about an interesting tech tip. जब भी हमारे फोन के स्क्रीन को साफ करते हैं, at times looks like that we are doing it wrong. मतलब आप अपनी शर्ट से ऐसे रगड़ के साफ करें, ऐसे साफ करें, वो तो एक ऑप्शन है, but then it's not really clean this way. अगर आपको स्क्रीन को क्लीन करना है, there's a certain way of doing it. First, I would recommend that you use a proper screen cleaning liquid. Second चीज जो शायद हम अक्सर नहीं करते हैं, you need to turn your device off because you do not want that liquid to go in from some opening और शायद वो अंदर short circuit create कर दे और आपका जो हजारों लाखों का वो important phone है वो शायद खराब हो जाए. Another thing that you would never want to spray directly onto your screen, you know, वो जो liquid है वो आप सीधा यहाँ spray नहीं करेंगे. You need to use a microfiber cloth and the reason is कि उसमें आपको कोई lint नहीं मिलता है और आप उस liquid को उस cloth पे spray करते हैं in very limited quantities and then you do a complete wipe. और ऐसे गोल गोल मत घुमाइए, you know, the up down motion really helps. And once you are done with the wet cleaning, just use the dry side of your microfiber cloth और उसको आराम से साफ कर सकते हैं. You will get good results because sometimes things as simple as cleaning your phone screen with all the things that it, you know, मतलब झेल लेता है हमारा फोन. वैसे तो टाइम पे साफ तो करना चाहिए बट सही तरीके से साफ करना बहुत जरूरी है. That's my tip for you to clean all your screens. Could be your phone, your laptop, your iPad or even your television. This is the right way. Okay, so guys, it's finally time जहाँ पे हम बात कर लें थोड़ा सा Q&A के point of view से and I'm gonna answer your questions जो आपने पूछे थे and I mean this is one of my personal favorite sections जहाँ पे मुझे मौका मिलता है आपसे बात करने का और आपके सवालों का जवाब देने का related all about, you know, gadgets. So let's see what we have this week.
सर हमारे नए फ़ोन में ही हेल्थ का ऐप है जो बता देता है कि हम कितना चले हैं, तो फिर अलग से स्मार्ट वॉच लेने की ज़रूरत है क्या?
Interesting question because nowadays most modern smartphones they have this kind of app built in जहाँ पे you can track your steps, your sleep, or like, you know, all these things. Then what's the need of a smartwatch? But the thing is कि जो phone है वो हमेशा आपके पास नहीं होता है. Maybe the phone is on your desk and you are walking around, तो वो steps कैसे count होंगे? You know, it gives you some data but not a complete accurate data. What a smartwatch would do is that it would track all your activities round the clock. आपकी हार्ट रेट क्या है, आपका ब्लड ऑक्सीजन क्या है, आपके सोने का टाइम और उठने का टाइम क्या है, आपके एक्यूरेट स्टेप्स क्या हैं. So that's the reason that you'd want to have a smartwatch for even more detailed and accurate data. Mobile phone might give you a brief, you know, details basis of how's your routine, but अगर आपको पूरी डिटेल्स चाहिए, a smartwatch is really essential. My friend, let me tell you, it's very difficult for me to recommend you a best phone because best might be different for different people considering कि requirements क्या हैं. Maybe आपको अगर कैमरा अच्छा चाहिए तो I would say the Realme 12 Pro Plus is an amazing phone with amazing camera. But अगर आपको performance चाहिए, I might say the iQOO Neo 9 Pro would be an amazing phone. So depends on what exactly you are looking at. आपको एक phone में क्या चाहिए? If you want a nice you know, software experience, I would say go with a Samsung phone. So it depends कि आपकी requirement क्या है. Same goes for audio because maybe you'd want heavy bass, maybe you'd want, you know, a different kind of experience. But audio, I can say that the Oppo Enco series is doing really good in that price bracket. But mobile phones थोड़े subjective हैं, तो आप अपने requirements थोड़ा filter कीजिए and then you will be able to choose your perfect smartphone.
हेलो सर, गुड मॉर्निंग. क्यूआर कोड कैसे काम करते हैं? अगर दो लोगों के एक हो गए तो पैसे का नुकसान नहीं हो जाएगा?
नुकसान नहीं होगा बिकॉज दो लोगों के एक हो नहीं सकते हैं. QR कोड्स बेसिकली शॉर्ट फॉर क्विक रिस्पॉन्स कोड्स और ये एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से काम करते हैं जहाँ पे you know the information that you are trying to bake into that QR could be a number, could be a web link, could be maybe a Wi-Fi password, let's say, you know, all these things जहाँ पे आप QR कोड जनरेट कर सकते हैं. maybe a QR कोड for your Instagram profile. तो आप जब इनको बनाते हैं there is a specific pattern जिसके थ्रू इनका पूरा डिजाइन किया जाता है. At the same time यहाँ पे काफी सारे redundancy और safety checks भी होते हैं इनबिल्ट. कई बार आपने नोटिस किया होगा when you are paying to, you know, someone और वो जो QR कोड है वो थोड़ा सा मिट गया है कहीं जगहों से या उसके ऊपर लेट्स से कुछ थोड़ा सा मार्किंग्स आ गई हैं, बट स्टिल इट वर्क्स बिकॉज यहाँ पे हमारे पास में ऐसे मैकेनिज्म भी होते हैं कि अगर कुछ थोड़ा सा QR कोड डैमेज भी हो जाए, स्टिल द इंफॉर्मेशन इज retrieved nicely. और QR कोड कभी सेम नहीं होंगे, तो डोंट वरी, आपका पैसा जहाँ पे आप भेज रहे हैं वहीं जाने वाला है।
Hello Gaurav, I hope you are doing well. I wanted to know your views on Bluetooth helmets for music. Are they safe?
I would have a mixed response to it, to be honest. I mean, as a way to take away all your boredom while you are riding a bike, आपको लगता है कि आप गाने सुन सकते हो, don't need to use earphones, आपके हेलमेट में अंदर ब्लूटूथ स्पीकर्स हैं और आप आराम से अपने गाने सुन सकते हो. It's good for that. But at the same time, you need to be careful about कि आपको क्या आपके आसपास की जो सराउंडिंग्स हैं उनकी आवाज़ ठीक से आ रही है या नहीं. इट्स द सेम थिंग एज कि आप एक कार में हैं और आपने फुल वॉल्यूम में अपना अगर स्टीरियो प्ले किया है, द प्रॉब्लम इज कि आपको केवल वो म्यूजिक की आवाज़ आ रही है. मे बी समवन हॉकिंग एट यू, मे बी सम इमरजेंसी साउंड्स, या मे बी कोई अगर आपको आवाज़ लगा रहा है तो आपको उसकी आवाज़ आएगी ही नहीं. तो सेम वे इफ यू आर यूजिंग अ हेलमेट वाइल राइडिंग अ बाइक जहाँ पे आप गाने सुन रहे हो, तो मेक श्योर कि जो लेवल्स हैं वो आप ऐसे रखो कि आपको गाने की आवाज तो आए, एट द सेम टाइम जो आसपास का ट्रैफिक है आपको उसकी आवाज भी आए, बिकॉज इट्स एसेंशियल फॉर सेफ्टी. So guys, that's all for this week's Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. I mean, what an amazing episode. मुझे personally बहुत मजा आया, as with every episode, because हम हमेशा इतने सारे gadgets को blend कर देते हैं और स्पेशली जो टेक टिप है ना वो मुझे बताने में बहुत मजा आता है. बिकॉज यू नो व्हाट, मैं खुद भी जब उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करता हूँ अपनी लाइफ में, मुझे लगता है कि हाँ वो यार दिस इज इंटरेस्टिंग नॉलेज जो मुझे शेयर करना चाहिए. सो सेम वे आई वुड वांट ऑल ऑफ यू टू शेयर and spread the awareness about this show, that for all the people who love gadgets, this is the place to be, जहाँ पे हम बात करते हैं gadgets की in a complete 360 degree approach. वैसे मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ next week with some even more fun and some interesting gadgets, by the way, coming soon to you, especially in the next episode. I'm gonna see you next time. Have a good day.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
जो कमांडोज इनसे अब हम मिलेंगे वो गरुड़ कमांडोज हैं. तो इनके जो कमांडोज हैं वो भी ये बहुत ही स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं और यहाँ पे हमें ब्रीफिंग देंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरह से इनकी ट्रेनिंग भी होती है. तो हम मिलने चल रहे हैं उन गरुड़ कमांडोज से. हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर. हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि इनकी क्या खास ट्रेनिंग होती है, इनके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें.
कमांडो की ट्रेनिंग बहुत टफ होती है. हाँ. इनका ट्रेनिंग जीआरटीसी से स्टार्ट होती है और फिर आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी, चारों तरफ ट्रेनिंग होती है.
क्या खास रोल होता है गरुड़ कमांडोज का?
गरुड़ कमांडो का कोई भी मिशन मिले, हाँ, उसमें फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर यही होता है गरुड़ कमांडो.
हमने अब जाना कुछ कि ये गरुड़ कमांडोज जो हैं वो क्या होते हैं, पर अभी हमें ये कुछ स्पेशल एयरबॉर्न अपनी ये ट्रिक्स और वो भी दिखाएंगे, कुछ कमाल दिखाएंगे, कारनामे, जिसे देखने के लिए मैं बहुत उत्सुक हूँ कि क्या होगा. तो हम थोड़ी देर में वो भी विटनेस करेंगे.
तो आज हम ट्रेनिंग मिशन पे जा रहे हैं. अपना हमारा मिशन होगा, यहाँ से हमारा आईजेड है अराउंड 5 मिनट्स का फ्लाइंग टाइम. तो यहाँ से हम लोग इम्प्लेन होंगे, वहाँ पे स्लीदर डाउन करना है हमको इंसर्शन जोन में. बेसिकली पर्पस ऑफ स्लीदरिंग इज कि हम कई जगह करते हैं. वॉर टाइम में दुश्मन के इलाके में गरुड़ कमांडोज या ट्रूप्स को इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं. पीस टाइम में HADR, प्राकृतिक आपदा कोई आती है तो अगर ट्रूप्स की वहाँ पर रिक्वायरमेंट हो तो उनको इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं. आज ट्रेनिंग मिशन है तो पहला अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस पहले हमारे ऊपर है. कोई हम मिशन पे नहीं जा रहे हैं आज, तो अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस रखे, ध्यान में रखिए.
पहुंच गई है वो जो कमांडोज गए थे, गरुड़ कमांडोज, वो पहुंच गए हैं यहाँ पे और हम देखेंगे अब वो वहाँ से उतरते कैसे हैं. स्लिदरिंग एक्टिविटी है जो अभी हम देखेंगे. So they're specially trained commandos.
Absolutely, and they're the first responders.
First responders in every situation, everywhere. They are the specially trained forces. Special care होते हैं इनके और fast training.
A lot is dependent on them. A lot. Most. It's. They're the protectors.
Yeah, and quick response.
Quick response, yeah.
अनिल जी, हमने अभी वहां देखा था पीछे उन कमांडोज को, गरुड़ कमांडोज को, और किस तरह से वो स्लिदर करके नीचे उतरे. ये अब हम उस एरिया में आ गए हैं जहां पर उनकी ट्रेनिंग होती है. तो ट्रेनिंग में कई तरह की चीजें हैं, इक्विपमेंट भी है, वेपन्स भी हैं. आइए चल के देखते हैं. फिर हम देखेंगे ये भी कि पीछे इनकी जो ट्रेनिंग होती है, कुछ शायद आज हमें दिखाएंगे भी कुछ स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग्स जो है. ये क्या है?
ये गरुड़ स्पेशल फोर्स द्वारा यूज किया जाने वाला एरिया वेपन है, जिसमें रॉकेट लॉन्चर मार्क 3 है. एंटी टैंक, मतलब एंटी टैंक को बर्बाद करने के लिए, और एक पर्सनल ग्रुप है 15-20 टेररिस्ट ग्रुप, उसको बर्बाद करने के लिए, और कोई पर्टिकुलर एरिया के अंदर स्मोक लेयर करने के लिए, कोई कॉन्टैक्ट ब्रेक करने के लिए, उसके लिए, और लाइटनिंग के लिए. नाइट के दौरान ऑप्स में कोई एरिया को सर्च करना, पर्टिकुलर एरिया को, तो 500 मीटर एरिया के अंदर ये लाइटनिंग करते हैं.
फिल्मों में तो काफी देखा है हम लोगों ने, इस्तेमाल भी होता है. आप फील महसूस करना चाहेंगे, उठाना चाहेंगे?
यस,
परमिशन है.
ऑफ कोर्स.
Which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE are actually showcasing this as their big presence.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
You look at these visuals of euphoria and great celebrations, you realize that this is almost like a mini India that we are seeing outside India.
भारत UAE दोस्ती जिंदाबाद.
Beautiful BAPS temple crowning glory in what has been Prime Minister's image as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
This is all about Indian culture as well, and also an amalgamation of the culture in the UAE and India.
This temple is a symbol of the centuries of the social, economic and cultural connect between Bharat and the Gulf.
The relationship is inclusive, and the BAPS temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
This has become one of our most dynamic, one of our most consequential relationships in the world today.
Unifies our community as a whole, which is a wonderful thing.
It means a lot. We are very proud of this temple.
It's a temple which symbolizes deepening ties between India and UAE.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
With rumors of his imminent move to the BJP, former Chief Minister Kamal Nath refuses to deny them. Sources say he's unhappy with the Congress and that the people of Chhindwara want him to join the BJP. Prime Minister Modi, JP Nadda and all the top brass at the BJP's two-day National Council meet in Delhi. JP Nadda says the BJP is breaking vote share records. A top Pakistani official has accepted poll rigging charges. The Rawalpindi commissioner quits as there was pressure, he admits, to poll rigging. And ISRO successfully launches the INSAT-3DS, India's advanced weather satellite, ISRO's 16th GSLV rocket launch. and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story: speculation around Kamal Nath switching to the BJP, and with this speculation reaching fever pitch, Kamal Nath, after arriving in Delhi, did not deny the rumors to the media. Instead, the former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh says that if it happens, he would let them know. Rumors have been on for a while, but intensified earlier today when Nakul Nath, the lone Congress MP from Madhya Pradesh, dropped the party's name from his bio on social media. Nakul Nath, Kamal Nath's elder son, is the member of parliament from Chhindwara. Sources close to NDTV have told us that he is unhappy with the Congress and that the people of his bastion Chhindwara are in favor of the shift. Listen into what he said to the media.
अंतिम सांस तक हम साथ मिलकर रहेंगे और विकास की एक नई यात्रा शुरू करेंगे। आपके प्यार और आपके विश्वास ने जो मुझे बल और शक्ति दी, इसीलिए ये सब संभव हुआ। छिंदवाड़ा की पहचान बनी और आपका प्यार और विश्वास मुझे हमेशा मिलता रहे, मुझे बल और शक्ति मिलती रहे। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्या एक झटका लगने वाला है क्या फिर से कांग्रेस को मध्य प्रदेश में? ऐसी चर्चा है कि कमलनाथ जी और नकुल नाथ जी बीजेपी में जा सकते हैं।
चर्चा है, गए नहीं।
लेकिन आपने अभी भी कहा कि वो नहीं जा सकते, वो ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया की तरह नहीं है।
बिल्कुल सही है। हमने 7 साल से उनके साथ पूरी ताकत से, पूरे संघर्ष के साथ कांग्रेस के एक एक कार्यकर्ता ने हर विपरीत परिस्थिति में उनके साथ रह के उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए प्रयासरत रहे। हर परिस्थिति में कांग्रेसी आइडियोलॉजी के साथ विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाई। कमलनाथ जी इंदिरा जी के तीसरे पुत्र थे। ये इंदिरा जी ने खुद ने वक्तव्य दिया। संजय गांधी जी की बात हो या राजीव गांधी जी की बात हो या आज गांधी परिवार की बात हो, हमेशा परिवार जैसा उनका अपना स्नेह है। ये सोचना भी मैं मानता हूँ कि अपने आप में ठीक नहीं रहेगा कि उनके लिए बात करना उनका अपमान करने जैसा।
राज्यसभा को लेकर हर बार लड़ाई क्यों हो जाती है? अशोक सिंह तो कमलनाथ जी के
अशोक सिंह जी को उनके ही कहने पे टिकट मिला है, उनके ही उन्होंने उनका नाम प्रस्तावित किया था और हम सब ने सहमति दी थी।
Let's go across to Sunil Prabhu for more. Sunil, so what are you hearing from your sources? A big shock to the Congress party, and for the moment at least the Madhya Pradesh leaders are in denial.
In denial, but the fact is that as sources close to Kamal Nath say, even though he hasn't formally given in his resignation, he isn't happy with what is happening in the Congress party, and it is under his consideration joining the BJP because the people of Chhindwara want development, 90% of them, and that's, I think, the uppermost cause of concern for him at this present juncture. He's yet to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, and definitely once that's done, will we be able to find out what exactly is the position. So he's quite clear that, sources close to him, that what has happened and the Congress that he belonged to is not the same. Today it's run by people, as he says, sources close to him, that it is run by people like Jairam Ramesh, Mr. Venugopal, as well as Randeep Surjewala, and he's not clearly the same party for which he has been part of. And this dates back to the 70s. So Kamal Nath was a Sanjay Gandhi blue-eyed boy of him, and it was during those days that they were even jailed during emergency and post-emergency when, as I was telling you earlier, Sonia Gandhi used to go and carry food for them in jail. So it's been a long history. It's been a long journey for Mr. Kamal Nath, and if he definitely leaves the Congress party, it's a big body blow for the Congress party in Madhya Pradesh and overall. So it's definitely something that it will have to be looked at. He's been a member of parliament since 1984, so he's a veteran of sorts, and he's in fact considered, before he went to Madhya Pradesh, he was the father of the house in the true sense of the Lok Sabha, because he was one of the longest serving Lok Sabha MPs. So definitely a big blow if it does happen. But as of now, he says, I haven't given my resignation, but it's under his consideration and waiting to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah.
All right, it will be, if it does happen, another Chief Minister of the Congress party leaving the party. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with those details. Well, speaking of the BJP is currently holding its two-day National Council meeting at the Bharat Mandapam in Delhi, and it began with an address by BJP President JP Nadda, who delivered the inaugural speech where he said the BJP's vote share is breaking records. The National Council meeting will focus on discussions related to upcoming elections, and the meeting will conclude with the Prime Minister's address tomorrow.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जहां देश का 18.8% का समर्थन मिला था, वहीं 2014 में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी 31.3% पर पहुंच करके खड़ी है। और 2019 में हमने अपना ही रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा, जहां 282 से 303 सीटें आईं, वहीं हम 31% से बढ़कर 37% हमारा वोट शेयर बढ़ा। यह भी हमको ध्यान रखना है।
News now from Dibrugarh, and a security lapse at NSA cell where Amritpal Singh and his associates are lodged at the Dibrugarh Central Jail. Spy camera smartphones have been recovered, is what the Assam DGP has said. A major security lapse, spy camera, smartphone and other essential stuffs were recovered from the NSA cell in Dibrugarh, where Waris Punjab De Chief Amritpal Singh and his 9 associates were kept. In fact, a Bluetooth headphone and speakers and smartwatch were also seized. A source of these unauthorized articles and the mode of them having been brought there are still being probed. For that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, an exclusive interview with Conrad Sangma.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने जवानों के पास आते हैं, सेना के लोगों से मिलते हैं, तो एक अलग किस्म का जोश होता है। और आपके लिए यहाँ पर तेजपुर पे आना, कुछ यादें वापस आ रही हैं? आप यहाँ पहले आए हुए हैं?
देखिए, मैंने ऊपर वाला से चाहा था कि जब मैं यहाँ शूटिंग कर रहा था तो मैं वापस आऊँ यहाँ। तो मैंने यही कहा था, चाहा कि जब आप लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि ये शो जय जवान जो मेरा फेवरेट शो है, आप लोगों कि मुझे ये मेरा इट्स माय फॉर्च्यून और माय ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू बी ऑन दिस शो, तो मैंने कहा कि तेजपुर में करेंगे। सो द लाइफ कम्स फुल सर्कल, क्योंकि मैंने यूनिवर्स में भेजा था कि मैं यहाँ आऊँ और मैं यहाँ हूँ आपके साथ और इस शो के लिए, आपके शो के लिए।
So beautiful. Thank you so much and it's such an honor to have you. और आज पूरा दिन हमारे सामने है, हम देखेंगे कि यहाँ क्या क्या हो रहा है। पूरी तैयारी जो होती है लड़ाकू विमान उड़ाने के पहले, उसको भी हम आज दिन भर देखते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं यहाँ से। ये हमारे फाइटर क्राफ्ट्स को निकालने के पहले टो किया जाता है। सो दिस इज द टोइंग व्हीकल। हम यहाँ इसमें चलेंगे, देखेंगे किस तरह से सुखोई को टो किया जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। बहुत ही कमाल का और बहुत स्पेशल एहसास है कि हम इसमें बैठे हुए हैं और इसको इतने टनों भारी इस सुखोई
Welcome back. Now an exclusive interview with Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, who says his party NPP will go it alone in the Lok Sabha elections. He also spoke on the recent Supreme Court verdict on electoral bonds.
Joining us at this moment is Meghalaya's Chief Minister, Mr. Conrad Sangma. Mr. Sangma, thanks a lot for your time. You are very busy. This is an election year, but in this election year, you are focusing more on governance, and Meghalaya has perhaps surprised many across the country when Meghalaya in 2019 had 0.7% coverage of tap drinking water, and now you have 73%. You are more than national average. How were you able to bring this change?
Well, of course, it has been a lot of hard work, and the team has worked very hard. And if you recall, we had had this discussion in 2018, and when you and others had asked me that what is going to be your focus area, so I mentioned in my reply that time that my focus area will be on delivering, and the fact that we should be able to implement properly, and the overall governance should improve. And therefore that has always been the mantra with which we have followed. Today it's not just in JJM from 0.75% in 2019 today to over 73-74% above national average. But in almost every scheme of Government of India, we have seen almost a 10-time fold increase in the overall expenditures that are taking place in different schemes. So therefore it's a lot of teamwork, as I said, a lot of focus on governance, a lot of monitoring, and definitely use of technology, and all of the aspects have really helped us. So yes, we are happy, but of course a lot more needs to be done.
You're talking about technology. You have been one Chief Minister in the Northeast who has pushed in terms of implementation and integration of technology with the government schemes. You have launched one of its kind, CM Connect, which is a call center where people will log in their complaints, which will reach to you. Many would say you're copying other states, but it is beneficial for the people. How has Meghalaya benefited from the augmentation of technology in different schemes?
Yeah, technology in fact is a very crucial part of any organization, and definitely in today's world of governance also. The example you were mentioning about the CM Connect, which is actually the call center is only a front end, but there's a completely very large back end working to resolve these problems. There are tickets being raised, there are officers who have been appointed as nodal officers for that department, and there are tracking systems to track these complaints and how many days has it been since they've resolved it or not resolved it. And so all this is available on the dashboard with the click of a button to the Chief Minister and to other ministers and other officials. And hence it really allows us to bring everything on one platform, allows us to monitor it, and allows us to make people accountable for delivering resolving the particular issue. So hence like that, in many other projects also. Just today itself, again, we have come up with a new program which we call Invest Meghalaya Agency, where basically we are bringing in the entire investment program under one platform, under one application, and making it very easy for investors to come in, apply in a single window, which is much more tech savvy, and all the permissions to be granted in a specific timeline. And if the departments fail to do that, then it's deemed to be approved. So these kind of things are now helping us to really take things forward, and technology is a very important part of it.
It's an election year. NPP is a party from the Northeast, which is a national party. The 25 seats in Northeast seems to be very important this time. How do you see the Lok Sabha elections? What are your plans, your party's plan? And like previous elections, you are not going into an alliance with any party. In fact, there are your allies in your who are contesting against you in the elections. So how is it looking for you and for the party?
Normally, as I said, we always stick to our our policies, our vision and our constitution, and go to the people with that. So yes, that's exactly how we plan to move forward. And we are now discussing with our different political leaders, different state units on how we should move forward in the respective states. And definitely, as I said, and as you'd mentioned, that NPP has been a party that is focused on Northeast and indigenous issues. And we will stick with those concerns and we'll move forward. And we will decide, as I said, when time is appropriate. We already have discussions, had discussions at different levels, but we'll take a final call soon.
But do you think that, with only 25 seats, Northeast would make more of a, there would be an importance of this region in terms of formation of the government or the next government which takes in charge?
No, it's difficult to say. I mean, obviously politics is very complicated, and especially in India, with so many regional aspects in the country today, so many other factors that are impacting elections. We can't say what will happen. But as I said, for the political party to look at, say, one election and try to decide on how we're going to move forward as a party based on election is not, I guess the best way to look at it. We are an organization, a party that has taken up issues for the Northeast. We will continue to do that. And elections will come, elections will go. We'll keep moving forward with our agenda and keep working for the people of the state as well as the region and the country as a whole. And I think that's the kind of mindset with which we should move forward. And of course, elections are an important part of a journey for any political party. But everything is not revolved around, say, one election. It's a process and it must continue.
Also, perhaps what would be in the minds of political party is the verdict at the Supreme Court on the electoral bonds. How do you see this judgment? Because you are a regional party and there has been criticism that it is national parties which have been benefiting out of the electoral bond and the regional parties have been kind of on the backstage on this.
No, the electoral reforms are an important part for any country, and funding in in elections is been some issue that has always been of concern when it comes to India. So therefore, reforms need to take place. There needs to be a systematic way, structural way. Electoral bonds was one of those ways. I have not gone through the entire details of the judgment, why it was struck down or what were the concerns in it. But there has to be a proper systematic way. Otherwise, we'll never see, electioneering becoming, organized and proper transparency being maintained. So keeping all those factors in mind, we should have a more structured funding system. And electoral bonds were one of those ways in which it was trying to create that system in place. But as I said, I have not gone through the order, so I won't be able to comment on what were the reasons and why the Supreme Court has struck it down.
Also, there is a renewed focus in terms of centre always saying that they're very serious about all the states of Northeast resolving the age-old border conflicts. You have very strong decisions being taken in terms of the international borders, like the FMR with Myanmar being cancelled. You being a leader who is seen as the voice from Northeast, how do you see all this development ahead of the elections?
No, it's important that different issues and concerns of the Northeast must be addressed, and and whatever helps the overall situation here in the Northeast, and whatever allows things to move forward economically for the people, keeping in mind, of course, our indigenous identity and other important aspects of culture. These kind of things are, of course, welcome, and there has been a lot of stress, as you mentioned, on the Northeast, and we've always believed that development has been a very big factor which has been missing in the Northeast for a long time, for whatever reasons. I'm not blaming anybody, but in the last many years we've seen that movement really pick up. And as Chief Minister here for 6 years now, I have direct, of course, relationship and working closely with Government of India. And we have seen that in this current regime, a lot of support is given to the Northeast. And if you are able to perform, then you get more support. And hence, it's not that you just keep getting and you don't end up delivering or executing. So you have to execute, you have to deliver, you have to be efficient, you have to be professional. And if you are able to do that, then Government of India is there to support in a bigger manner. So we have seen a lot of change, and I hope that the same momentum continues. And if that happens, I'm sure that we will see even the Northeast, being able to really compete, I should say, in a positive way with the rest of the states in the country.
One last question. You have been one of the oldest and perhaps one of the most trusted ally of the BJP in the NDA formation for years together. But when it comes to elections, you have always fought against your NDA allies. You'll be going solo this time as well. In Meghalaya, you are planning to contest some other states as well. On the other hand, you have the India bloc. How do you see the opposition? How do you see the NDA alliance in Northeast?
You see, we have a very different situation when it comes to assembly elections, especially in our states. And that's because the elections are very individual centric to a large extent. These are smaller constituencies. And hence, sometimes say if an alliance is there, it's not necessary that the votes of a certain political party can be transferred to the other alliance partners, votes. Hence, the dynamics under which seat sharing takes place, maybe say in a different part of the country, need not be relevant or work here. And hence, those dynamics also need to be considered. And hence, we've always gone in a friendly way, keeping those factors in mind, keeping the local conditions in mind. We have gone with those factors and those understandings in a friendly way with all the coalition partners. It's not just NDA, BJP, but all our coalition partners. We contested against each other in a friendly manner. And we had this soft understanding before the election that, look, whatever the situation is, let us do this because our conditions are different. And post-election, we will sit down and we'll work out how to move forward. So we did that time also, and it was with a very broad understanding with everybody. So we will see how things happen in this election also. And depending on the situation and depending on the overall political scenario, we'll take a decision.
Thanks a lot for talking to us. So there you are, Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, clearly saying that his party, National People's Party, the only national party from Northeast, is once again going to contest the ensuing Lok Sabha elections of its own, like they have done in past. And they say that they're going to bring to the people the development that they have done in Meghalaya in the last 6 years. However, he admits that there has been a strong support from the center as well. In Shillong with Nakul Rabha, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद विच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, quite a few of them.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज हैं या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did on long format, I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there is something very, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you either you can do it or you have it or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes, and with anger and violence, sex. There are there's a lot of things which can really help you in that. You know, जबरदस्त में background music चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. Comedy में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
Social media.
Hello and welcome to a very special interview with Sini Shetty, our Miss India, who will be representing our country at the Miss World contest, which is going to be taking place in India after 1996. Sini, thank you for speaking to us here at NDTV. You're not only representing India on the global front, but also playing host to the contestants from 120 countries, which is a huge honor, but also a huge responsibility.
I do agree it's a great responsibility and a great honor. I'm super excited for all of them to come here. You know, we call India, back then we used to call India as a land of snake charmers. There's a small tweak. I think we're still charmers and we have charmed everyone, and I hope that everyone coming here are charmed by the traditions, by our hospitality, and I'm sure that we put up India and we live up to the Indian hospitality standard.
Sini, do you feel over the years the Miss World pageant has gained popularity or perhaps lost some of its popularity, something that might change with Miss India making a comeback after 1996, almost 3 decades?
Let me tell you something. I still remember my friend saying that, Miss India is such a prestige for all of us. Miss World is such a prestige for all of us. I still remember my friend saying that as a, anecdote saying that, "To Miss India hai kya?" So I think there's no relevance that is lost yet, but there's a lot of inspirational factor that comes within because a group of women representing and standing up for each other and advocating issues that they think are relevant. I feel that we live with a purpose, we come with a purpose, and that's why we say that we are beauty with purpose.
This year marks the 50th edition since Beauty with a Purpose, a hallmark initiative that was launched. Elaborate on your Beauty with a Purpose project called Ashiyaein.
Well, Ashiyaein is my baby project. I've been working on this under the shadow, under the wings of the Miss World organization. Well, again, when I talk about your schooling, your education, there's always a race to complete your syllabus. There's a lot behind subjective comprehension and not about practical understanding and how you apply it in life. And when you talk about entering the professional world, when you talk about the employment part of it, you realize that some soft skills are really necessary for you to enter the real world and live the real world. And that's what's lacking in India. I do believe that a lot of people are now enrolled in schools, in colleges, but the conversion rate to employment is really less. And that became my vision and purpose for my project. I've been working on this in the past 2 years. I've collaborated with an organization called Teach India. It's a Times initiative which addresses knowledge and also prepares young adults for job and employment. Along with that, I've partnered with a lot of NGOs under the shadow of Teach India, namely Pehel, SPID, Sarthi, Parivartansheel Sanstha. Well, I have been fortunate enough that in the course of 9 months, we have been able to target 23 batches with 30 students each. And let's keep our fingers crossed that every month, every step that we take, these numbers keep increasing, these batches keep increasing.
Due to the pandemic, you've been a Miss World contestant in the waiting since 2022. Does it make life harder or easier to stay in prep mode? Would you say it's been a boon or a bane?
It is a boon, definitely. I feel that the progress that I've had in the last 2 years is unbelievable. And I think my best part of my life has to be my reign. I have met so many people. I've worked for causes. I think I have a new meaning to life altogether. So the wait has been worth it. I definitely feel that I've evolved as a human and I've gotten a lot more opportunities to work under the light of my Miss India crown and hopefully embark on my journey to the Miss World.
City achievement takes teamwork. How much weightage would you give to the professionals involved in your journey compared to the support of your family and friends?
I think that's equal because at the end of the day, you work on your caliber and there are people professionals helping you to work on your caliber, better yourself with every authentic self, every intuitive, personality that you have. But at the same time, you really need the support of your family and friends to know that they're there for you and for your well-being, to just that little support, a little pat on your back to know that you're doing well. So I think a balance between understanding what your preparations are, how are you going to represent not only yourself, but 1.4 billion people with your vision, with the vision of India, with understanding that this is a journey to represent India, its traditions, its modern values, but at the same time, knowing that you are human and you need that support from your family and friends.
How would you showcase India to your fellow contestants? Would you be showcasing the emerging part of India or the heritage of our nation?
You know, the best part about India is a living monument. We are an amalgamation of what a modern world and a traditional world looks like. I'm sure all the girls coming here, most of them are coming here for the first time, will be wowed by the Indian traditions, the heritage, the culture that we carry. But at the same time, they will be amazed by how we are scaling for greater heights. We're reaching, sky is the limit. I think that quote India has taken really seriously. We're the fifth largest economy. We are embarking on every opportunity to greater heights. So I think it's an amalgamation of both that I would be showcasing to the world stage.
Sini, you're going to be their go-to person. How would you help those perhaps homesick or those who need a little calming of the nerves?
Well, I would just let them know that you're home away from home. I am there for them. I am just a text or a call away for them. I do realize that coming to an alien land, most of them, like I mentioned, that they're coming for the first time. It is very valid for them to get homesick. But I think it's my duty as a host delegate to tell them that we are there for them. Indian hospitality has its standards, has its heights, and it's time to showcase that to them. And there's always a comfort when you let them know that they are not alone. I think we are all together living under one roof, under one roof, and that just explains sisterhood, and that will what highlight and maybe put them in a comfort, and India itself is enough for that.
Multitasking can also be counterproductive. Playing host can be distracting in a way from the main goal. On the other hand, it could also be distracting from those nerve-biting moments. What's your mantra to stay calm or to stay focused?
Well, honestly, I think hospitality comes within me. I belong to the family of people who belong to the hospitality industry, and also being an Indian, I think we're all warm. We know that guest is our God, the guest is divine. I think we live by that mantra. So I don't think there will be any distraction as such. But yes, to calm down my nerves, those nervous tics, I do believe that meditation, yoga, breathing, and just being in the moment takes a long, just takes you a long way and puts you to peace, and makes you just stay calm and focused.
You're armed with a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance. You were pursuing the esteemed CFA. What caused that change of heart and that change of course?
I've always been someone who's been an accidental tourist. I started my journey with my academic proficiency in accountancy. I'm still pursuing it. There's not been an exact shift and change of career, but I've been someone who loves to wear multiple hats. I've also I've also embarked on the journey with my interest in the marketing field. Dancing has been something that is my happy place, happy space, my passion. Pageantry is something that was just love at first sight, because for me, it just gave me a vision bigger than myself, bigger than life. It was something that opened doors to a lot of opportunities, a lot of events, a lot of exposure, which is why I embarked on this journey. I'm not saying that the windows to those opportunities, those, career choices are closed. I will still pursue it. It has been one of my dreams. I am someone who doesn't quit. So I will pursue it in the long run when the time is right. But yes, pageantry has been something that has just made my life much more beautiful.
Siri, many don't see the larger picture. They only see a pretty picture and feel it's easy breezy. Please highlight the kind of hardships this field requires.
Any challenge, just a reminder for everyone, any challenge, any difficulty, any hardship is just another opportunity. I feel that everything that has come across my life has been an opportunity. But to state one, I feel that the transition between my life before to entering pageantry and the circumstance of making my family understand, knowing that, that I'm embarking on a journey where I feel this, which will take me to greater heights, which will put me in a place where I'll be happy and content. And I feel that would be bigger to my vision. I think that was a challenge, a hardship that I had to overcome. But a normal conversation, giving them logic, making them understand that, there shouldn't be regrets in life. Gile shikwe nahi hone chahiye zindagi.
Sini, what advice would you give to young girls out there who are perhaps on the threshold of deciding as far as what career course to take? And also, could you elaborate on the hard work this field requires?
Well, I think it's not just with this field, but it's just in general in life. I feel there's a lot of hardship that comes your way, but just keeping a smile, I think a smile on your face, a goal in your heart, ambition that keeps you focused, I think that takes you a long way. I know it's easier said than done. I know there's a lot of hardship that will pull you back, but that strong attitude and just these 3 words, just these 4 words, I can do it, will take you a long.
You modeled for various brands such as Pantaloon, Sugar and Global Desi. Which was your first assignment? Tell us your story and your journey so far.
Well, I still remember I was in my college preparing for an examination, and I got asked. I just got inquired by a lady who told me that you could be a pretty face for a model. You have an interesting face. We would really like to audition you. And me being me, I was in total disbelief, and I said that I think this is something that I'm not interested in. I have my exams coming up in the next 2 hours. Maybe I could talk to you about it someday else. And on my way back, I just realized that I had just surpassed an opportunity without even thinking that how my life would be, without any logic, without understanding that am I capable of doing that or not. That curiousness just made me call her. And that's how I got my first assignment as a model for Pantaloons as a brand. And that's how my modeling life started. I think that just one curious question of why can I not do it?
Cine, feeding the homeless or feeding the dogs is something that you've been vocal about. But how does Cine Shetty satiate her taste buds?
Well, definitely I do believe that it's important to maintain a diet. There's this one thing that I can eat any time of the day. Lunch, dinner, breakfast. My mom's neer dosa and chicken curry. I have water in my mouth already.
And what is that one thing that you've had to give up for the pageant that you just couldn't do without?
Oof. I'm a foodie. I think I eat everything, but the one thing that I had to give up definitely has to be dairy.
Take us through your fitness journey. How often do you train and what all does your routine include?
Well, I've always believed that when it comes to fitness, mental and physical health is something that is both equally important. And dance has been the foundation of my fitness mentally and physically. I do try to include dancing as a part of my fitness routine. But along with that, I'm also a Pilates girl. I believe that Pilates is something that is very important for your strength and for your weight training and your core strengthening. I also believe in weightlifting or just strengthening. And that's it. I think fitness is something that I believe truly comes for me every day. And it's not just for pageantry. It's also that I do in my real basic life.
That's exactly what I was going to say. How many hours do you train for in a day? And what if when you're traveling and are not able to work out? What are your options?
See, that's what the beauty about dance is. I'm traveling and I have a small space to myself. I play my music out loud and I dance my heart out. Calories burned, heart is happy. But I do have some exercises that I do without any machines or tools. Those are some core strengthening exercises that I practice at home in case I'm traveling or my work schedule doesn't allow. I try to squeeze it in.
What's your style statement? How would you dress? Say you're going to meet 4 to 5 friends. How would you dress then? And what about a very formal event? What would be your go-to outfit?
I have always believed that trendy and comfortable is something that goes a long way. If I'm meeting my friends, a jogger and a crop top would go perfectly. And if I'm going for a formal sitting, maybe something like this, a vest coat and a formal pants.
Cine, let's talk about confidence. Is it something that's inherent or something that is a daily battle to be won?
No, I think confidence is something that comes as how secure you are as a person. I do believe that I am the most confident in my own natural body. And that is something that comes when you talk to yourself in the mirror and you say that, yes, you are perfect the way you are, which is a very important message for the generation today, because social media has put up a image. The real life has taken over, where kids today do doubt about themselves. So just look at the mirror and just say that you're perfect the way you are and I'm confident in my own skin.
Without giving away your look, who's designing your outfits and how will you spell India visually?
Well, that's a surprise that I can't reveal. But of course, I would like to say that the designer is really talented, someone that I really adore. I have grown up looking at their designs, dreaming of wearing them one day, and today the dream has come true. Their creative instincts, their designs, the delicate, intricate designs are something to die for. And I'm excited for all of you all to react.
You're a qualified Bharatanatyam dancer, an absolute marvel to watch. Also something that provides a huge mileage if you're looking for an opening in Bollywood. Do you feel that might be your calling?
Like I said, I've been an accidental tourist. All my life, I've just worked towards getting better in a direction where I can create myself as a brand. So if that's a calling for me, of course, I would like to avail it.
Priyanka Chopra and Aishwarya Rai are well placed on the world map. What, according to you, have they done differently to become a household name abroad?
Well, I think it's just their confidence, the way they walk, the way they walk their talk, how they talk their walk, their intentions, the way they inspire people, the way they are not afraid to place their opinions. I think that's what has taken them a long way. They have shaped they have shaped the future for young women. They are a source of inspiration for all of us. They've left behind a beautiful legacy to follow. I think that has taken them to the stars and to the moon, and they have placed India on a global level.
Many feel such pageants put a lot of pressure on young, impressionable minds. Does it at some level force people to conform to a certain size or a certain look?
I do not believe that. I do believe that beauty comes as a part of these contests, but the purpose is much more bigger. Initiatives like Beauty with a Purpose, understanding who you are, what your authenticity is, how could we as an organization and we as a part of the organization can help the world, that comes in a bigger picture. Beauty is a part of this entire world of pageantry, but I'm a part of something that is very beautiful, that is something so unique, and which is the Miss World contest. And Beauty with a Purpose is something that highlights. We have come a long way. I do agree that there's a long way to go. There could be a lot of additions, but I do feel that we are marching towards a progressive future.
What, according to you, sets this pageant apart from, say, the previous pageants?
Like I said, the major motive that we have, the beautiful initiative that we work for, Beauty with a Purpose. The last 2 years when I have been working for my journey towards Miss World, I do believe that the preparation when it comes to your walk, your talk, your your beauty, your makeup, your hairstyling, it comes in handy. But the most important part for me that I have worked in the last 2 years is Beauty with a Purpose, and something that my heart directly went to. It came in naturally because I want to do something for the world, and what better than this platform?
What role does social media play in your journey?
Social media in today's generation itself plays a big, I think it's the biggest tool today in a way of communication, in the way of content, in the way of awareness. Because this is we're talking about a world platform. There are girls from across the globe, across different borders connecting, and social media has helped us witness each other's journey, understand and connect on an emotional level before meeting. Social media has played such an important role to understand, the audience understands that what work we have done, and it has also helped us connect with people who could also be, who our work could play an advantage for.
Is social media now being looked upon as a platform for beginners and perhaps an overkill for the much established lot?
I do not believe that. I feel social media is a place where you place your opinions. I think which is accessible to the entire world. I do believe that is a great place for beginners to start their journey. But when it comes to being an overkill to experts, I do not believe that.
When it comes to ads today, we're seeing models with fuller forms. Can we, going forward, expect such changes when it comes to pageants such as Miss World and Miss India as well?
I do agree. Yes, like I said, we have a long way to go. And we're already working towards it. Again, when we talk about representation, we talk about the representation that comes to make this world a beautiful place. And if the inclusion in the days ahead, in the years coming, yes, that would be a part of the inclusion. But I do personally feel that today we are standing helping the entire world. I'm not sure if the world is aware, but Miss World as an organization has raised $1.4 million as a resource for the underprivileged across the world, and that itself is a milestone. So when we talk about relevancy, yes, I understand there's a long way to go. I do agree with that, but these are the factors and knacks that we are working for today.
Before I let you go, without making it sound like your winning speech, who are the people you'd like to thank for getting you this far?
You know, first of all, thanks to the world, the entire world for supporting and understanding that I got to represent India at the world stage. Thank you to my mentors for prepping me through this journey and helping me to get the best out of myself. Thank you to my organization for being there and helping me with everything and electing me as the Miss India, thinking that I'm capable enough to represent India on the Miss World stage. To my friends and family for always being there as a ray of hope, looking at me and saying that you're going to do your best. Thank you to the world for accepting and understanding that all my goals were towards their betterment.
Thank you so much, Sini, for talking to us here at NDTV. And here's wishing you all the very best for the Miss World contest that's going to be taking place on the 9th of March here in India.
Thank you so much, Divya. Lovely speaking to you.
Which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE are actually showcasing this as their big presence.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
When you look at these visuals of euphoria and great celebrations, you realize that this is almost like a mini India that we are seeing outside India.
Bharat UAE Dosti Jindabad.
Beautiful Baps temple crowning glory in what has been Prime Minister's image as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
This is all about Indian culture as well, and also an amalgamation of the culture in the UAE and India.
This temple is a symbol of the centuries of the social, economic and cultural connect between Bharat and the Gulf.
The relationship is inclusive, and the Babs temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
This has become one of our most dynamic, one of our most consequential relationships in the world today.
Unifies our community.
And finally, some cricket news now. India finished day 3 of the Rajkot Test firmly in the driver's seat after taking a lead of 322. Yashasvi Jaiswal was at his scintillating best as he hit his second century of the series. Shubman Gill supported him well with his 65. This after India bowled England out for 319, courtesy a 4-wicket haul by pacer Mohammad Siraj.
More than the sweeps, and particularly the reverse sweeps.
While baseball worked for England on day 2, it was disastrous for the visitors on day 3.
It's very, very special.
Bumrah got rid of Joe Root against the run of play.
He probably feels he should have hit that for 4, and why was he playing that shot at that particular time?
And then Kuldeep Yadav got into the act and got the danger man, Johnny Bairstow.
It comes up.
Duckett continued the good work along with his captain Ben Stokes.
Gully and into the boundary.
But the wily wrist spinner got the better of his man. A simple catch sent Duckett back after a brilliant knock of 153.
Going India's way. The very dangerous Ben Duckett now dismissed.
Mohammad Siraj cleaned up the English lower order as England could only add 117 to their overnight score.
Make it number 4. Mohammad Siraj with another brilliant Yorker.
India started positively courtesy an aggressive Rohit Sharma.
Little back of length.
But lost the hitman soon after.
This could be very close. Will the finger go up?
The double centurion from Vizag Test continued his good form and reached yet another half-century in style. It was Jazzball versus England's Bazball as the opener raced towards yet another century. A fearless knock as Yashasvi raced to his second century of the series. The reaction from the captain and the dressing room was priceless.
His third overall, second of the series. This is a magnificent innings.
India ended the day on top and in command after taking a lead of 322 runs with 8 wickets in hand and 2 days still to go. The only blemish being Yashasvi Jaiswal leaving the field retired hurt.
Well, something's happened.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue on NDTV.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी, आपको बस जल्दी जल्दी हाँ ना में बताना पड़ेगा। खाने में क्या पसंद है, मीठा या नमकीन?
नमकीन।
योगा या जिम?
जिम और योगा, सॉरी, बोथ।
वेट्स या फ्री हैंड?
वेट्स।
मोस्ट कंफर्टेबल विद व्हिच एक्ट्रेस?
माधुरी दीक्षित।
एनी फेवरेट डायरेक्टर्स?
डैनी बॉयल, शेखर कपूर, quite a few of them.
हर्षवर्धन आपकी सुनते हैं या अपनी मम्मी की?
किसी की नहीं सुनते।
सोनम आपसे ज्यादा क्लोज है या मम्मी से?
मम्मी से।
घर में किसकी ज्यादा चलती है?
मम्मी की।
मम्मी की, आपकी मम्मी की?
मम्मी मतलब सुनीता, सोनम की मम्मी और हर्ष की मम्मी और रिया की मम्मी।
What's fitness for you?
Way of life.
What's your favorite sport?
Badminton at the moment.
Who's a better actor, Sonam or Harshvardhan?
Both.
Better actor.
Both are great actors, good actors. They have to work hard and become better.
What do you prefer now? आपको क्या ज़्यादा पसंद है? Long format या फिर फिल्में?
Both, I think. You know, it's very because I think I've done both, and I have enjoyed doing both of them. You know, I did a long format. I did 24, and I did Night Manager, and of course, फिल्में तो मैं बचपन से कर रहा हूँ.
Any all-time favorite film?
Mr. India, yeah, it's my all-time favorite film. Yeah, it's a lovely film, wonderful film. I revisited it again when I did one of the ads, and there's something very, you know, something which really it's stood the test of time. Yeah.
You know, like your preferred genre for film, comedy or action?
Comedy, because comedy is something which you know, you either you can do it or you have it. Or you don't have it. Their lighting, director, music, background music that cannot help you. You have to do it yourself. You know, with action and with dramatic scenes, and you know, with anger and violence, sex. You know, there's a lot of things which can really help you in that. You know, जबरदस्त में background music चलेगा, ऐसा लगता है बहुत जबरदस्त काम हो रहा है. Comedy में सब चलेगा नहीं. और ये खुद कर रहा हूँ.
Social media पसंद है आपको? Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
What is Gen Z for you?
Gen Z for me is, I think, Gen Z is the mind, you know. For me, anybody who has a young mind, for me is Gen Z, yeah.
You would call yourself a Gen Z?
Absolutely.
Great.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening, welcome to the Big Fight. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the program tonight, in a landmark verdict, the Supreme Court declared the electoral bond scheme launched in 2018 with much fanfare as being unconstitutional on several counts. They violate people's right to information and Article 14 of the Constitution, which guarantees equality. They also infringe on the principle of free and fair elections as stipulated in the Constitution, is what the Supreme Court has argued. The electoral bond scheme was launched in 2018 after a series of amendments to financial rules in 2016 and 2017. The petitioners had argued that their effect was to enable political parties to not disclose the contributions received through electoral bonds, allow companies to make unlimited funding, and not disclose the details of contributions made in any form. This has now been overturned. Will the transparency that now exists transform the face of Indian elections by giving voters access to information that they need to make an informed judgment? On the show tonight, and this is the question on the big fight tonight, will the ruling by the Supreme Court clean up Indian politics, clean up political funding in the country? I'm going to introduce our panelists first before I go across to Mr. Vikas Singh, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court. We've got Mr. O.P. Rawat, former CEC, Anjali Bhardwaj, co-convener of the NCPRI, Subhash Chandra Garg, former Finance Secretary with the Government of India, Deshratan Nigam, Senior Advocate at the Supreme Court of India with us as well. Rajat Sethi is a political analyst. Very privileged to have Commodore Lokesh Batra with us. He's a transparency rights activist, somebody who's really led the battle for more transparency as far as the entire electoral bonds situation is concerned. Advocate Mahima Singh represents the Congress Party. Asif Bhamra represents the BJP. So those are our panelists on the program this evening. But first, let me go across to Mr. Vikas Singh. And sir, just a couple of points from you before we get on with the big fight. A couple of key quotes. Firstly, the Supreme Court stating that democracy does not begin and end with elections. I think this summarizes the overall verdict of the Supreme Court, which essentially implies that, look, you have to be transparent throughout. You can't just say that we've had elections and that's where democracy lies. It's much more than that. Is that, in your sense, what this is all about?
So actually, it's not in any manner undermining the importance of elections by this verdict. It's actually giving more importance to the concept of a free and fair election, because the idea of not having transparency in these deposits by these corporates is a right of the voter which is being infringed, of being informed of who is funding which political party, and that's something which the Supreme Court feels is against the very concept of a free and fair election. So if you ask me, the underlying theme is definitely a free and fair election, but in the process of identifying how a free and fair election should be held, they feel that funding by corporates to political parties, there is no justification why it should not be disclosed as to who is depositing or paying for which political party. And that's why they have said that this disclosure should happen immediately. But I have a couple of problems with the judgment, and that is that they should not have allowed these political parties to retain the money that has been collected after the amendments had happened in 2017. And this money should have been refunded to these people, whoever deposited, because the deposit had been made under the clear, understanding that their names will be anonymous. And now to disclose their names is not fair as far as these depositors are concerned. They should have been given the right to decide whether they would still like to continue with the deposit with the disclosure, or they would like to take a refund and not get,
and Mr. Singh,
so this is something which I feel
sure
probably nobody argued this.
And sir, correct me if I'm wrong, nothing really changes as far as the forthcoming elections are concerned. The money has been deposited, electoral bonds have been bought, and some parties have gained more than the others. And so this is a long-term step, right?
So according to me, the right way forward would be, because, ultimately in 2003, Mr. Jaitley had made this money, the Finance Act of 2003 had said that whoever spends this kind of money to a political party, it will be considered as an expenditure. Now, if you are expecting this to be an expenditure, then there has to be some kind of a public or a larger public interest for somebody to pay to a particular political party. And in my view, it can only be justified if this payment had been made to some kind of a national fund which will go towards funding the election rather than paying to any particular political party, because there is no way you can justify payment by one corporate house to one political party and claiming that to be a full expenditure, because obviously there has to be some kind of a quid pro quo when somebody pays to a political party. So this will have to be reworked, retweaked, and this will have to be made into some kind of a national fund that the money should go, and that disbursal of this money should then be done to these political parties depending on the strength that they have amongst the voters in the country, like the kind of percentage of votes they have, because this money only goes to the registered political parties under 29A of the Representation of People Act.
Mr. Singh, what about the entire argument that this is a step to curb black money?
So this is definitely, a step, a good way to ensure that funding of election happens in a more transparent way. But Vishnu, the moment you say that somebody is paying to X political party or to Y political party, then obviously that payment is being done for some, benefit, underlying benefit that you will get from that political party. The moment you say that this money is going to a fund and not to any particular political party, then you can say that this money is being spent to just eradicate corruption in the electoral process, and that can be justified. So there is no larger public interest. Unfortunately, nobody challenged the 2003 amendment to the Finance Act, which permitted this kind of expenditure to be deductible completely. But
it's also true, sir, would you agree?
That is completely...
It's also true, sir, would you not agree that this affects all political parties equally? So in the political battle that we have seen over the last 24 odd hours, where the Congress says or says that it's the BJP which stands to gain, it's also the Congress which stands to lose, in the sense that their sources of political or their sources of corporate funding will get revealed as well. And therefore the follow-on is, if the Congress argues for transparency, what has stopped them from releasing the names of all the corporates who funded them earlier on?
So, Vishnu, the scheme as it was there prior to this judgment, permitted the political parties to not disclose the name in their books of accounts. Yes. And also, companies were not obliged to disclose in their books of account they have paid this money. So, in that sense, it was a level playing field for every political party. But we all know when a big business house is asked to invest in electoral bond kind of a thing, they definitely have their own, consideration of which political party will have more advantage to them. And obviously, they will fund more to a political party which is, having a better sort of reach in the national say. And that is why you will see that the BJP is the largest beneficiary in this bond. But my point is that when you take money from somebody, because if you also appreciate, Vishnu, prior to 2017, the funding to this political party was not as much as it has started after the anonymity clause came in. So if you have taken money from somebody under a very clear understanding that your name will be a secret, you can't then disclose their name suddenly. And that's the problem. That's my take on the judgment, that they should have been given the option to take back their money if they didn't want their names to be disclosed.
All right, sir. Thanks very much for being with us. I'm going to now move on to the next part of our program. It's called The First Punch, and it's time to 1 minute. I'm going to ask all our panelists to speak for 1 minute. And at the end of 1 minute, I'll be rude and tell them that they can't speak anymore, and then bring down their sound and audio and do all sorts of dreadful things, which I don't like doing. But anyway, let me go first across to Mohammad Khan, spokesperson of the Congress. Mohammad, in fact, we've got Mahima today on the Congress. Mahima, to you first, the question which is being asked is this a crucial step to clean up politics in the country? You've got 1 minute to make your argument. Your time starts now.
जय हिंद। एक गुड़िया की कई कठपुतलियों में जान है, आज शायर ये तमाशा देखकर हैरान है। खास सड़कें बंद हैं कब से मरम्मत के लिए, ये हमारे वक्त की सबसे सही पहचान है। The lines that I just quoted indicate to us how the BJP government is direly insecure today. The desperation is overwhelming. And the world has already been calling us an electoral autocracy for a while now, rather than a democracy. The frozen bank accounts of the Congress today, right after the electoral bonds judgment came yesterday, I think is quite indicative of the BJP's character. So while we stood for the right to information, the BJP has actually, brought in opaque electoral bonds in the country. And I think the Supreme Court has really restored the things to where they should have been. And it is time that the Prime Minister, right, like any ethical person, would resign, would come forward and take the onus, take the responsibility, and offer a resignation for his wrongdoing.
All right, the Congress says that the Prime Minister should resign on this issue. I'm going to go next to Asif Bhamla of the BJP. Is this a move that cleans up politics in the country? You've got 1 minute. Your time starts now.
I would like to submit to the Congress spokesperson that this is a part of the electioneering reforms suggestion. Let me put this first here, and it is not an idea or ideation that was implemented by the Bharatiya Janata Party or Honorable Narendra Modi ji. Okay, this model was bought to improve the murky situation, and the idea was not just to get transparency to your system. They say ये काला धन है, इसको convert कर दिया जाए. Do they know that through the electoral bonds that are being it can only be done through checks, RTGS, by a person with a legitimate bank account, and with the KYC compliances, not by any shell company.
All right, no shell company can do this. It was a clean process. Your time is ended. I need to go across to my next panelist.
Court decision.
Commodore Lokesh Batra, you've led. Sir, we aren't hearing you. Your time is up.
I am happy that they have.
No, sir. Your time is up. Bring down his sound. We need to move on now to Commodore Lokesh Batra with us. He's a transparency rights activist who's perhaps pushed this closer or more intensely than anybody else. Commodore Lokesh Batra, the question is this: does this clean up Indian politics? You've got 1 minute for your introductory remarks. Your time starts now.
I would straightway say no. The old system needs improvement, but this particular system created an uneven field. The transparency, as you mentioned me as a transparency campaigner, I believe in the nation we need transparency. Otherwise, now the payment issue I heard from the previous speaker, payments are done in two ways. One is a digital, one is a physical. Check and drafts are considered as a physical mode of instrument of payment and the digital. While digital, entire thing, it was a digital, it was easy to manage. Now physically is that it's a bearer bond. It's like a currency note. It can, even if somebody buys with a KYC from a bank, it can change 20 hands en route to political party, because it has no name of which political party who bought. So we believe everything should be transparent. I have no problem. The previous system itself, when I said no, needs an improvement, but is a far better. Anybody who paid over 20,000 cash, at least they declared the name.
Okay, they declared the name in that case. All right, sir, got your introductory comments. I'm going to move on now to Rajat Sethi, political analyst. Is this going to clean up Indian politics? Rajat, you've got 1 minute. Please go ahead and start.
After this decision of the Supreme Court, I think no stakeholder should have premature celebrations. Supreme Court has killed a system which had a lot of effort put in, not just by the government of the day, but also bureaucracy and various think tanks. I understand that yes, there were some issues in the electoral bonds, especially on the information asymmetry. The information asymmetry existed with the SBI largely, and not with any other constitutionally independent body. Having said that, other than this major sort of feature of electoral bonds, which require to be amended or tinkered with, The other attempts were pretty much good. Right to information, if it is sacrosanct for the citizens, we need to also keep in mind that this is not just the only source of money that political parties are able to garner. They have other sources of money. They get hordes and hordes of cash, and then they only say that we have accepted 20,000 rupees. They break it down into 20,000 multiples, and that's it. No other system can be foolproof. The late Jaitley ji said to Kharge ji back then when he was introducing this that
no
if there
other
is an issue,
system
come
can
up
be
with a better
foolproof.
alternative.
I take that point. Anjali Bhardwaj, would you like to come in? You've got 1 minute. Is this going to clean up Indian politics? Please go ahead.
Yes. Vishnu, I think that it's a landmark judgment that the Supreme Court has delivered yesterday. The court has upheld people's right to information. In a democracy, if voters are going to cast an informed vote, one of the most important things that they need to know is who is funding political parties. Because we know that when political parties get funds from large corporates, they are not getting funds without consideration. There is a quid pro quo. That's what the court has said, that this kind of quid pro quo could lead to a lot of problems, corruption, kickbacks, and people have a right to know who is funding which political party in a democracy. And unless they have this information, their vote cannot be informed. So this is a very, very important judgment that has been delivered, upholding Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution.
Okay, upholding Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. Your time ends over there. Desh Ratan Nigam, you've got 1 minute. Please go ahead, sir. Your time starts.
Vishnu, in order to understand the Supreme Court judgment, you need to see what was there previously, before this scheme. Before this scheme was cash transactions and a lot of huge amount of black money coming into the system. And now after scrapping this particular scheme, we go back to the old system. There is a vacuum. The Supreme Court judgment has dealt with the past, but it has left the present and the future unregulated so far as electoral funding to the political parties is concerned. So a lot of chaos, black money, cash flow would come into the picture rather than where people were giving money, their names were with the SBI and they were subject to audit and accounting laws under the income tax. And if they found that the donors had spurious source of income or unaccountable source of income, they can be taken to task under the existing law. But not what now? That is the biggest problem. Now we go back to those dark ages where the cash becomes the primary motive. So this judgment is purely speculative and presumptive, and not a single incident of quid pro quo has been given by the Supreme Court. It is presuming that this will happen. So rather than getting
all right,
into
so not a single example of a quid pro quo has been provided by the Supreme Court. That's my takeaway of what you just said over there. Let me quickly go across to Mr. Subhash Chandra Garg, former Finance Secretary, Government of India. Mr. Garg, you've got 1 minute. Please start.
So, Vishnu, cleaning politics is a much larger subject than cleaning elections.
Sure.
The electoral bonds were meant to bring some transparency, bring some whiteness to the black money which was permeating the election system. The judgment is unfaultable as far as the ideal principles of election and the voting are concerned. However, it ignores the practicality and the pragmatism completely. What will now happen is that the corporates will do their sort of quid pro quo. They don't make these contributions for charity or any other pious purposes. They make contributions for business advantages and protection. Otherwise, for this, they will revert back to the old cash kind of systems through shell companies or otherwise. We will have a loss in the system of transparency in elections.
Loss in the system of transparency. O.P. Rawat, sir, please go ahead.
Actually, an ideal system of political funding or campaign financing is still a mirage to all the democracies across the globe. We are a nascent democracy. We are struggling with it and trying to bring in a semblance of transparency, equity, and protecting the rights of the voter. Now, after the Supreme Court judgment, the space will be empty for ensuring to bring in a system which satisfies the needs laid down by Honorable Supreme Court, as well as to protect the rights of the voter to know as to who is funding whom, so that he can make out or she can make out whether quid pro quo is involved or not.
Okay. Fair enough, sir. You've been sharp with your response and you've ended 10 seconds early. Fair enough. So we're going to start the big fight now. Let me go across to Commodore Batra first. With this question, sir, how would you respond to those who say that if electoral bonds have been made illegal, it doesn't mean that the old system, which was corrupt in many ways, will not return in terms of political parties gaining funding?
Okay, Vishnu, as I started in my last 30 minutes or 1 minute issue, I said this old system requires reform, but this present system had made it worse. That you can be assessing it, that today if the candidates, details are given to us, corruption, assets, everything, when they file an affidavit, why not they tell us the source of funding? If I go to vote my member in the constituency, I am concerned about the candidate, not the party, who is a clean, and it's important to know how he generated fund, how he is spending fund. So as a voter, it is immediately affects me. As far as the scheme is concerned, I must say right from the beginning, was I had gone through all the file document, it was even RBI had brought out that it is going to create shell company, it's in writing and all, but finally when they were even forced it, so they said, okay, let's have a digital transaction so we can keep the chain. Government said clearly on the file saying that no, that will straightway reveal the identity of donor. The whole purpose of the scheme, including the amendment to the 4 acts under the amendment of Finance Act Bill 2017, were adjusted in such a way to protect the donors. I am just saying is, if you remember last time, there was news that India has spent more than 60,000 crore or 50,000 crore. Yes. This was far beyond the entitlement. Obviously, there was black money coming, still coming. Why not? I am of the opinion that the expenditure on the election should be minimized, so a common citizen can also participate. Like
okay, so that's the next point, minimizing the cost in elections, or the expenditure rather in elections. But let me take a key part of what you said to Deshratna Nigam. Commodore Batra makes a very basic point. Why shouldn't citizens in our country know who is paying which political party?
Yes, in fact, Vishnu, an ideal situation would be that only. However, suppose you reveal the names of donors of a particular party and there is a change of regime tomorrow. The vindictiveness starts, the revenge starts, and the donors will be targeted so that they do not vote for that particular party. This is one of the important reasons not to disclose, because donors, as Ravi Shankar Prasad said, also have rights. So they also need protection.
But how do you assume, sir, that the donors wouldn't decide to fund the new party which comes to power?
No, I'm saying on the basis of the existing data, not the future data. The future data could be anywhere, going either here or there. But on the basis of existing data, the donations which have already been made, the targeting would start. That's my basic point. And the vindictive attitude of the regime, the new regime, may target those donors. That's a very important thing. That is where the whole problem lies. And therefore, ideally nobody should object to the laudatory transparency principle. People must know. But there needs to be checks and balances. Those checks and balances in tune with the audit and accounting laws of the income tax, where they can audit. And if they find there are shell companies involved, or they find the source of income is not accountable, cannot be accounted for, or it is spurious, then all those laws come into the picture. Now we have a system where nothing will work. Those laws are not applicable. You do not know the source of the income, the donations that have been going to them. You can't establish a trade.
Okay, just hold on for 1 second. I get that. Mahima Singh, would you like to respond? The point that he mentions over there is that there would be a vindictive attitude if to the person who is funding, if there is a change, for example, in government?
The problem is that all BJP Modi sympathizers look at the political discourse today with the same characteristic, hate-ridden attitude of the BJP. Not all political parties, I would say rather the most political parties in this country, and it has been seen over the past so many decades, we do not operate like the BJP does. And the vendetta that the BJP has done has been heightened over the past 1 decade, so much so that you see there's become a common belief that there will be vendetta politics like that. So the BJP, of course, brought this opaque and today we know unconstitutional scheme through a money bill so that there won't be any discussion, any debate on that. Just now when I was hearing Rajat Sethi, he said that, so many stakeholders, there is so much work that has gone in. What happened to Ek Akela, all the Modi sympathizers? Because while thumping his chest in the parliament, Mr. Modi said, Ek Akela sab pe bhari. He always works with the attitude of Ahankar Vimudhatma Karta Hamati Manyate. He thinks he is the one who's done all. Whatever accolades go to Modi's credits. Whatever failures, all the stakeholders.
Okay, so that's a slightly separate point. But Rajat, would you like to respond?
So the point is, Vishnu, that you see the vendetta that they're talking about, or the operative revenge that Mr. Nakul was talking about just now. I would say that transparency, when it will be there for all the players, there will be a level playing field.
Okay,
and,
a level playing field if there is transparency for all. But Rajat, respond to the point when the Congress says that the vendetta part of it doesn't affect them, right? That if there is vendetta, it comes from the BJP. So in the event that there is a change of government, it's the BJP which would have vendetta against those who have funded the previous government, or vice versa.
Vishnu, it's a rhetorical statement, doesn't deserve a response. But if you are asking,
no, please go ahead.
The citizens of this country have had an experience of 65 odd years of seeing what vendetta politics of Congress also looks like. Let's not even deep dive into that because, the whole show will be full of that. Let's come back to the moot point here. The moot point is the Congress too gained 1,100 crores through the electoral bonds, proportionate to the states, the number of states they held. Similarly, BJP got almost 50-55% of the funds through the electoral bonds, largely proportional to the population that they are currently in power. So looking at the proportionality, I think other than TMC, every other party has largely proportionately held on to the electoral bonds in ratio to what they deserved. The other alternative that a lot of senior former election commissioners have said is to create a national fund where all the corporates pool in money and that is distributed according to performance. Even by that formula, the same sort of distribution of funds would have happened and, a winner takes all sort of a thing would have kicked in. Would the opposition party be at benefit? I don't think so. The problem here is that there is an important debate around privacy, the right of privacy of the donor versus right of information for the citizen. By removing the system, do you gain anything out of these two? Right of privacy to the donor in the current law has been retrospectively changed. Anything retrospective is against natural justice. So I personally, all respect to the Supreme Court, but I personally feel that this retrospective business has to stop in our country. There has to be a predictability around what our policymakers make and do. You could have done a prospective thing, everything would have been still been okay. I don't agree with that. Second is this right to information thing does, in the renewed scenario where you do not have the electoral bonds, do a common citizen have the information as to which party is funding the TMC, which has got around 400-500 crore rupees? The answer is no. The answer was no. During the electoral bond, it was no. Even now, it is no. The better option could have been either that the Supreme Court steps in and says that, these are the benchmarks around which you have to ensure that the information is revealed. Now, how do you do that? Either keep it totally secret and keep it either with the Supreme Court or with the Election Commission, one independent body, and allow them to only have it. That could perhaps, preserve the privacy of the donors along with serving the purpose. Now, the problem here is none of the stakeholders who are currently opposing electoral bonds have till now come up with a white paper that this is, a proposal from our side which can achieve multiple objectives. And I think this is the best possible way of going forward.
Okay, I take that point. Anjali Bhardwaj, Rajat makes the point that what is the ideal solution then? right, which protects the confidentiality of those who don't want their identity to be revealed while ensuring transparency. Is there any such system?
Well, first of all, let me just say that there is a big problem when we talk about the right to privacy vis-a-vis companies. If we understand the Supreme Court's judgment also declaring privacy to be a fundamental right, it's a right of an individual. It's not the right of any companies. If we look at who has bought electoral bonds, most of the bonds have been bought, nearly 95% have been bought in the denomination of 1 crore rupees, which means they've been bought mainly by companies and corporates. They don't have the right to privacy. Now, as far as the question that you posed, Vishnu, is concerned, just give me a moment to explain what the problem was. The problem was that before electoral bond scheme came, there were two ways in which people could contribute or companies could contribute to political parties, either by cash or through banking channels. The threshold in the IT Act was that anything that a political party got below 20,000 rupees, they did not have to tell the source of income. That was the problem. So if any corporate or any big capitalist gave a very large sum of money also in cash, they could be creative accounting, and a political party could just say that we got lots of people giving us 19,900 rupees and therefore not tell the source of income. Yeah. What was required? A simple requirement was to say no anonymity. No political party can get any funds where they say that we will not tell you the source of income. And the other thing was no cash. Today, we have a system where the government itself is pushing digital money. Even the last person on the street is expected to accept money not by cash, but through digital means. Yes. I think if we want to move towards solutions, electoral bonds is not the solution, because what electoral bonds did was that they made even money that was coming through banking channels, about which we earlier had information, anonymized that as well, which is why the court is saying that it's almost legitimizing all this corruption and money. The RBI said it will lead to generation of more black money. We need two solutions. One, no cash to political parties. If individuals can manage without cash, even they should. Two, I think it's very clear that political parties should submit to the Right to Information Act. The Central Information Commission in 2013 ruled that all national parties are public authorities under the RTI Act, and they should appoint PIOs.
All right, so the right to information must be respected. I take that, Anjali. I want to get in Asif Bhamla over here. Mr. Bhamla, how would you respond to this important bit on what the Supreme Court said? They said that electoral bonds violate the right of voters to information about a possible quid pro quo. This is at the heart of the entire argument, that people need to know who is giving money and to which party, because that is when voters will be informed of a possible quid pro quo. Right? What's wrong with what the Supreme Court has said?
You see, earlier the irony was that the money used to go in suitcases and truckloads and gunny bags and all of that. And now with what has been exhibited is that anyone taking electoral bond is engaged in a quid pro quo. Fine, tomorrow someone will come and raise an objection that even, see, confidentiality and anonymity, these are two different things. Tomorrow someone will come with a proposition that please exhibit who you're voting to also. Which political party are you voting for? Are you voting for the BJP? Are you waiting for the Congress? Which party are you voting for? So what is the problem for the BJP is also something which is a problem for the Congress. It's not too far away. But they're making a devil's advocate and trying to place the Bharatiya Janata Party in a wrong shade, which they don't understand. There are many states where the ruling parties are like in Mamata, in Bengal. There are many people who fund her because they believe that party is coming in power. So you can't just singleize or you can't decimate all of that. You see, my query was just this, that various things are confidential, and so that the people don't know, okay, this corporate has supported the Congress, or that corporate has supported the Bharatiya Janata Party. So that level of confidentiality with this new judgment will not remain, and I don't know how this plays out, because at the end it is a court judgment, and we all, as a political party,
we'll see how it plays out.
We're trying to review that.
But Mahima
we're
saying,
yet to work on that.
I get that, Mr. Bhamra, but let me go across to Mahima for a bit. Mahima, how would you respond to a very basic query? Today, the Congress is lauding the Supreme Court judgment. You're saying that it adds to transparency, which was missing in the past. It should have come earlier on. Be that as it may, it is now an important step towards information, transparency, etc., etc. But if you are taking that position, what stopped the Congress party from revealing all the corporates which funded you over the last X number of years? Why is the Congress party, the last point, Mahima, why is the Congress party waiting for the election commission to come out with the list? You'd have the list of people who funded you. Put that out on our website.
Level playing field, Vishnu. It is the Congress party that brought the Right to Information Act.
Yes.
The very act which is being invoked today. It is the Congress that has fought the fair fight for the democracy, that has fought for the constitution ever since the British Raj, and is still continuing to do so in this dire Modi Raj. And you know, while the BJP decides the policies of this country over luncheons, lunch banking is leading the way for the BJP, where you see the chairpersons
but Mahima, you aren't answering my question. Let me rephrase my question. Are you comfortable in the Congress party with revealing the names of your donors? Yes or no?
100%. I think Pawan Kheraji made it abundantly clear yesterday through his press conference when he said that we have fought this fight and we are willing to make everything, and it's not us. I mean, when all the names will come out, Congress's donors' names will also come out, and that is perfectly fine, and that is how it should be. And that is why we have been fighting this fight. It is the BJP who submitted before the Supreme Court that the voters do not have the right to. Okay. It is not the Congress party, Vishnu. It is the BJP that has submitted before the Supreme Court that the voters ought not to know.
All right, 1 second. So Deshrata Nigam, why is the BJP alone in this battle? Do you not feel that the BJP is alone in this battle in trying to secure anonymity? If Congress and other parties say, no, let's just reveal all the names, what's the problem?
Well, Vishnu, I think all the parties want more transparency to come in, ideally speaking. But the fact remains, when a judgment is written, and suppose I was writing this particular judgment, I would have compared the present scheme which has been scrapped with the earlier system, one by one on various points. Use of black money, transparency, right to information, and various other points, and to see which scheme is better and how to improve this present scheme. Now, if you compare it with previous scheme, this scheme was a step forward. And if it was a step forward, nobody is saying this is a perfect scheme. There should have some kind of suggestions coming in to improve this particular scheme, one. And secondly, it should not have created a vacuum for the present and the future where the entire system has been left unregulated. Should the government intervene? I don't think there is time with this government now. The election is right around the corner to bring a particular law. That's a problem with the present, funding of the elections which is going to come in 2024. So that is a grey area which has been left around. And secondly, if you look at the data, till 2014, the Congress was the largest recipient of the electoral funding. The party in power gets the more funding, which has been a trend, whether it is state governments or whether it is in the central elections, the general elections that we are talking about. That kind of a data is there in proportionality that Rajat Sethi was talking about. It is in that proportion that people give. And while giving the funds, donations, what are the factors that are kept in mind? There was a research. They said first thing they considered the stability of the government, the issues on national security, the issues of price, inflation, employment. These are the factors that people consider in mind. Corporate sector may have different considerations about the business policies, corporate policies the government brings, the infrastructure or the industrial policy that they bring. So these are the factors that actually go into making donations. And the quid pro quo may or may not be there because we don't have any data whether the BJP or the Congress has done quid pro quo or not, except the statements of their spokesperson. So even the Supreme Court did not have this data. So presumptive and speculative judgments may create more harm than making a kind of environment which is very transparent. So
got it, sir. Interrupting you because I've got only less than 10. Mahima, I'll try and come back to you. Mr. Garg and Mr. Rawat have been waiting very patiently. Mr. Garg, a larger question. Irrespective of what happens now, should there be a limit on what any corporate can contribute to a political party?
See, this question is related to what was the problem we were trying to solve. While earlier system had a limit that 7.5% of the profits are the maximum which can be contributed by the parties, no one ever thought that anybody was exceeding this. This was not a problem. What was the problem was that the contributions from corporates were coming to the political parties only in the form of either cash, unaccounted cash, or very little money was coming through the trust mode or the transparent white check mode earlier, right? The corporates will make the contributions only for serving their business interest. If we expect them to do for these contributions for pious or charitable purposes, that expectations will not come. And therefore, the test of the electoral bond scheme should be seen from the perspective that did it result into getting this limited transparent funding, because the electoral bond funding is through the bank accounts, completely transparent, KYC enabled, and it's also received by the political parties in their bank accounts. So it has substantial more transparency and accountability than otherwise. Now, if you take away and restore the system to the old one, the limit will come back. It's already come back now with the Supreme Court providing or sort of revoking the amendments. The 7.5% limit is back. You can even make the electoral bonds also subject to the same conditions, that you can make it up to 7.5%. You have to disclose the name of the political parties to whom you have given. But the result would be that like the earlier scheme, the money will not come. So you have literally sort of killed a limited but better transparent system in the chase for an idealistic, completely white system.
Mr. Rawat, nothing changes as far as these elections are concerned, right? So this is only for the future.
Yeah, right.
So in that sense, would you agree that this is something, if it had to come, has come too late?
I won't like to hazard that kind of conclusion. Our judicial process is like that. Once the hearing is complete, only then a verdict is pronounced. I would just like to add here that vulnerabilities brought in by legal amendments, which Mr. Garg also pointed out, and he also said very realistically that businesses, they give things or donations for some business purpose or raising their profitability. Therefore, Supreme Court is right in saying that every voter has a right to know that what business purpose is served by a political party whom they have donated, and that is what it is. The transparency issue comes in. So I think what Honorable Supreme Court has done to sort of declare these unconstitutional is that we should work on these vulnerabilities and remove those vulnerabilities in political funding through any instrument. And I think that will really be beneficial to our democracy, strengthen our democracy.
Rajat, as we begin wrapping up this program, solutions. So electoral bonds as a system are now unconstitutional. We have to accept that. That's the law. What's the way ahead? What's the solution?
In my opinion, I think one thing that needs to be taken into account is that even if the formal route is established, wherein any donation, not even to 20,000 limit, if you just remove that limit and any kind of a donation is accounted for, that too will only be the tip of the iceberg in terms of donation. For the remaining black money, a more stricter anti-black money regulations and regimes will have to gain more and more primacy, especially during the time of elections. The best thing that has worked so far is the crackdown that the income tax officials and the election commission together have during the time of the election. I think they are really tightening the noose there. We've seen how Telangana election this time saw record collections by the election commission folks, and I think that's the best possible way, is to keep cutting out and ensuring that during the time of election, all the expenditure that is happening happens largely through the route of digital payments, etc. And this is where EC has all the mandate to do it. And keep tightening the noose over there, and you will see eventually cash will dry out in the system. There will still be some cash which cannot be removed if the intent is such. I don't see any regulations other than removing the 20,000 threshold, which is going to swing the needle at all.
All right, Commodore Batra, last couple of comments to you. The old system didn't work. The new system, or the lack of it, has ensured greater transparency. But in terms of cleaning up the election process and funding for political parties, what more needs to be done?
You see, we just said that, in fact, most of the speakers said that corporate gave funding so that they can be benefited. We don't even have to use the word quid pro quo. Obviously, they are funding to the parties in the power. So what we need is cut down the cash element, reduce that some limit of contribution by the corporates or individuals. And on top of that, everything should be digital, monitored, and transparent. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Deshratan Nigam, solutions. Go ahead, sir. You're on mute.
First of all, I think this scheme should not have been scrapped. There should not have been a vacuum in the system. However, we require more transparency. If the declaration starts coming in, the cash component is reduced, the limits is reduced, and if there are spurious or suspicious transactions or donations, they should be, and above a particular limit, they should be subject to stricter scrutiny. That's very important because, say, for example, the bigger donations which are there, they require more scrutiny, not the smaller ones, because that they are within the reach of common people as well. So stricter regulations under the income tax laws, audit accounting systems, and in a democracy, political parties do need funding. They cannot be dried out by making it so strict that the entire purpose of the scheme is defeated, the funding of the political party dries, and they resort to some other ways.
Sure.
So therefore, under the existing laws in the system, it can be made more strict, that's all right. But political parties do need funding.
Mahima, you had one last point. You've got exactly 1 minute, the way we started this program. Solutions for the future, please go ahead.
Sure. If the government's intentions would have been pious, this provision wouldn't have been brought through a money bill. And I think then the provision would have been more, I would say, sustainable. And that is what the solution is, to take all the stakeholders into consideration, to have dialogue, to have discussion. I remember O.P. Rawatji's statement also earlier that their objections to the propositions were overruled. So the bureaucracy, the opposition must be taken into account. Their opinions must be taken into account. And just as the government had overridden the CEC judgment of the Supreme Court, we hope that this judgment will not be overridden by this government.
Let us hope that this judgment remains, is what the Congress party says. Need to wrap this up. Will this clean up Indian politics? It perhaps will. Not these elections immediately, but it'll have a long-lasting impact, no doubt. Leave you with just one quote of what the Supreme Court said. Electoral bonds ensure money laundered for quid pro quo escapes the public eye. That's what the Supreme Court needed to ensure does not take place. There needs to be scrutiny, there needs to be transparency, and there needs to be information. But whether this step alone is enough to clean up, funding in elections and in our process of democracy. Perhaps it's a small step, but not the last one. Thank you all very much for being with us.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to
It's a landmark judgment that the Supreme Court has delivered yesterday. The court has upheld people's right to information. In a democracy, if voters are going to cast an informed vote, one of the most important things that they need to know is who is funding political parties. Because we know that when political parties get funds from large corporates, they are not getting funds without consideration. There is a quid pro quo. That's what the court has said, that this kind of quid pro quo could lead to a lot of problems, corruption, kickbacks, and people have a right to know who is funding which political party in a democracy. And unless they have this information, their vote cannot be informed. So this is a very, very important judgment that has been delivered.
कुछ मैं
यहाँ पे जो कमांडोज इनसे अब हम मिलेंगे वो गरुड़ कमांडोज हैं। तो इनके जो कमांडोज हैं वो भी ये बहुत ही स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फोर्सेस का हिस्सा हैं और यहाँ पे हमें ब्रीफिंग देंगे, बताएंगे कि किस तरह से इनकी ट्रेनिंग भी होती है। तो हम मिलने चल रहे हैं उन गरुड़ कमांडोज से। हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर। हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि इनकी क्या खास ट्रेनिंग होती है, इनके बारे में कुछ बताएं हमें।
कमांडो की ट्रेनिंग बहुत टफ होती है।
हाँ।
इनका ट्रेनिंग जीआरटीसी से स्टार्ट होती है और फिर आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, नेवी, चारों तरफ ट्रेनिंग होती है।
क्या खास रोल होता है गरुड़ कमांडोज का?
गरुड़ कमांडो का कोई भी मिशन मिले,
हाँ,
उसमें फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर यही होता है गरुड़ कमांडो।
हमने अब जाना कुछ कि ये गरुड़ कमांडोज जो है वो क्या होते हैं, पर अभी हमें ये कुछ स्पेशल एयरबॉर्न अपनी ये ट्रिक्स और वो भी दिखाएंगे, कुछ कमाल दिखाएंगे, कारनामे, जिसे देखने के लिए मैं बहुत उत्सुक हूँ कि क्या होगा। तो हम थोड़ी देर में वो भी विटनेस करेंगे।
तो आज हम ट्रेनिंग मिशन पे जा रहे हैं अपना। हमारा मिशन होगा, यहाँ से हमारा आईजेड है अराउंड 5 मिनट्स का फ्लाइंग टाइम। तो यहाँ से हम लोग इम्प्लेन होंगे, वहाँ पे स्लीदर डाउन करना है हमको इंसर्शन जोन में। बेसिकली पर्पस ऑफ स्लीदरिंग इज़ कि हम कई जगह करते हैं। वॉर टाइम में दुश्मन के इलाके में गरुड़ कमांडोज या ट्रूप्स को इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं। पीस टाइम में HADR प्राकृतिक आपदा कोई आती है तो अगर ट्रूप्स की वहाँ पर रिक्वायरमेंट हो तो उनको इंसर्ट करने के लिए करते हैं। आज ट्रेनिंग मिशन है तो पहला अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस पहले हमारे ऊपर है। कोई हम मिशन पे नहीं जा रहे हैं आज, तो अपना सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस रखिए, ध्यान में रखिए।
जो कमांडोज गए थे, गरुड़ कमांडोज, वो पहुंच रहे हैं यहाँ पे और हम देखेंगे अब वो वहाँ से उतरते कैसे हैं। स्लिदरिंग एक्टिविटी है जो अभी हम देखेंगे। तो दे स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड कमांडोज,
and they're the first responders.
First responders in every situation, everywhere. They are the specially trained forces. Special केयर होते हैं इनके और खास ट्रेनिंग।
A lot is dependent on them. A lot, most. It's they're the protectors.
Yeah, and quick response.
Quick response, yeah.
अनिल जी, हमने अभी वहां देखा था पीछे उन कमांडोज को, गरुड़ कमांडोज को, और किस तरह से वो स्लिदर करके नीचे उतरे। ये अब हम उस एरिया में आ गए हैं जहां पर उनकी ट्रेनिंग होती है। तो ट्रेनिंग में कई तरह की चीजें हैं, इक्विपमेंट भी है, वेपन्स भी हैं। आइए चल के देखते हैं, फिर हम देखेंगे ये भी कि पीछे इनकी जो ट्रेनिंग होती है, कुछ शायद आज हमें दिखाएंगे भी कुछ स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग्स जो है। ये क्या है?
ये गरुड़ स्पेशल फोर्स द्वारा यूज किया जाने वाला एरिया वेपन है, जिसमें रॉकेट लॉन्चर मार्क 3 है। एंटी टैंक, मतलब एंटी टैंक को बर्बाद करने के लिए, और एक पर्सनल ग्रुप है 15-20 टेररिस्ट ग्रुप, उसको बर्बाद करने के लिए, और कोई पर्टिकुलर एरिया के अंदर स्मोक लेयर करने के लिए, कोई कॉन्टैक्ट ब्रेक करने के लिए, उसके लिए, और लाइटनिंग के लिए। नाइट के दौरान ऑप्स में कोई एरिया को सर्च करना, पर्टिकुलर एरिया को, तो 500 मीटर एरिया के अंदर ये लाइटनिंग करते हैं।
फिल्मों में तो काफी देखा है हम लोगों ने, इस्तेमाल भी होता है। आप फील महसूस करना चाहेंगे, उठाना चाहेंगे?
यस,
परमिशन है।
ऑफ कोर्स।
Which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE, are actually showcasing this as their big presence.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
You look at these visuals of euphoria and great celebrations, you realize that this is almost like a mini India that we are seeing outside India.
भारत UAE दोस्ती जिंदाबाद.
Beautiful Baps temple crowning glory in what has been Prime Minister's image as Hindu Hriday Samrat.
This is all about Indian culture as well, and also an amalgamation of the culture in the UAE and India.
This temple is a symbol of the centuries of the social
economic and cultural connect between Bharat and the Gulf.
The relationship is inclusive, and the Babs temple stands as proof and evidence of that.
This has become one of our most dynamic, one of our most consequential relationships in the world today.
Unifies our community as a whole, which is a wonderful thing.
It means a lot. We are very proud of this temple.
It's a temple which symbolizes deepening ties between India and UAE.
ये मंदिर पूरी दुनिया
Is Gandhi loyalist Kamal Nath all set to join the BJP? Well, an NDTV exclusive, Kamal Nath upset with the Congress leadership. Sources tell NDTV that Kamal Nath is considering the BJP offer but yet to meet the BJP leadership. Kamal Nath is in the national capital amid talk of a possible BJP switch. The BJP breaking its own vote share record, says JP Nadda as he addresses the BJP cadre in a key Delhi meet. Well, Prime Minister Modi and BJP President JP Nadda at the BJP's National Council meet. Vote share is the key focus. Top Pakistan official admits to poll rigging as post-poll anarchy in Pakistan continues. He says there was pressure on me and I manipulated votes. The Rawalpindi commissioner quits after admission. He says there was so much pressure on me that I also thought of committing suicide. And ISRO pulls off another textbook liftoff. ISRO launches New Age weather satellite.
A perfect lift-off. GSLV F-14 INSAT.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Well, it's been quite a political Saturday with Kamal Nath in the national capital amid talks of a possible switch to the BJP. This as a BJP cadre was of course in a huddle. The BJP National Council meet is happening in the national capital. Our big focus on Left, Right and Centre but is a possible Operation Lotus on Kamal Nath. And this as a BJP is in a huddle thinking about its vote share. So a lot is happening on the political front as the Congress loses its loyalists, the BJP wooing allies. But our big focus on Left, Right and Centre is the BJP's two-day National Council meet in the national capital. The big focus is vote share. Well, JP Nadda said that the BJP is, breaking its own vote share record and that the pitch is clear. It's about 400 par this time. In fact, the BJP workers have been sent a clear message that they have to focus on micromanagement, on booth-level progress and make sure that they cross the 50% mark as far as the vote share is concerned. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has set the 50% target for the NDA. The big question, can the crumbling India bloc really dent the BJP's vote share prospects? But remember, the Congress's vote share has been stable as far as the state polls are concerned. What is really the BJP's vote share game plan? That is our big focus. But first, listen in to what JP Nadda had to say.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जहां देश का 18.8% का समर्थन मिला था, वहीं 2014 में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी 31.3% पर पहुंच करके खड़ी है और 2019 में हमने अपना ही रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा। जहां 282 से 303 सीटें आई, वहीं हम 31% से बढ़कर 37% हमारा वोट शेयर बढ़ा। यह भी हमको ध्यान रखना। हम आज विश्व की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बनकर के खड़े हुए हैं, वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के रूप में खड़े हुए। 2014 से पहले हमारे सिर्फ 5 सरकारें थी, जहां 5 प्रदेशों में सरकारें थी और लंबे समय तक हम 5-6 पर रुके हुए थे। लेकिन 2014 के बाद आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी कि आज एनडीए की 17 प्रदेशों में सरकारें हैं।
And well, joining me on Left, Right and Centre this evening, I'm being joined by Shazia Ilmi of the BJP. Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist, is also with us. Tehseen Pulawal, our political analyst, supports the Congress, is on the broadcast today as well. And Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist, is on Left, Right and Centre this evening as well. Thanks very much to all of you for joining us on the show tonight. Going across to you first, Shazia Ilmi. So, of course, this key huddle, the saffron cadre is all set for the Lok Sabha polls. But focusing on vote share, what is really the BJP's game plan? Because, of course, the 50% mark or the 50% target that the Prime Minister has set for the BJP cadre, is it more of a political rhetoric, or is there really a game plan in place?
So let me tell you, I've just stepped out of it. We've been there the whole day long. And if I were to tell you how well geared up for the polls, I think it would really leave a lot of people flustered. Because not only were there workers and karyakartas from all over India, but all the national office bearers, state presidents, CMs, deputy CMs, and former ministers and former CMs. So it was a large convention that we all participated in. And if you see the mood, if you see the sentiment, if you see the planning, if you see what all we're doing to ensure that we reach out to the last person out there, it's just something that I feel so proud of as a member of BJP, because they were, whether it's across different states, right from the top level to that of the booth pracharak,
yes,
and Panna Pramukh.
Absolutely. And that is always very interesting to see, Shazia Almi, that, the BJP brass always encourages micromanagement and booth level progress. But just looking at the numbers, do you think the India bloc or the Congress could dent your prospects? Because the Congress's vote share in the state polls has not gone down significantly. It has remained intact.
No, I think Congress has lost the plot altogether. And if you were to look at, let's see the places where they have done well. Now let's look at Tamil Nadu. Let's look at Kerala. Because that is the obvious question you're going to ask next. If there's a choice now, and this is the Lok Sabha polls where we choose the Prime Minister. What are the choices people have? Who do you want as the Prime Minister? Now earlier it used to be said that, it's the Tina factor. There is no alternative. So it has to be BJP.
Yes.
But this is not even that. It is like people want PM to be there.
That's an interesting point you've made. And let me get Tehseen Poonawala to respond to that. Tehseen, how would you respond to what Shazia Almi is saying? And let me sort of ask you a follow-up question as well. Something that the BJP leadership always asks as to what is going to be added into the Congress's vote share. Because you see, the India bloc is in pieces. The split, it's been split wide open. So what is really going to be added as far as the vote share is concerned?
Good evening. Thank you for having me on this show. The BJP loves to talk about Tina. There is no alternative. I talk about Sita. Someone is there always. They can be followers of Tina. We are followers of Sita. The fact of the matter is that if you read our mythologies, this is the same arrogance that the Kauravas had. We have a bigger army. We cannot be defeated. The Pandavas are not even prepared. History is testament to what happened. Many a times, bigger armies are defeated. So arrogance is never good. The least we can do is learn from history. But the fact of the matter is, I do concede to one point. Yes, the BJP is a well-oiled machinery. It is well prepared for the elections, and it is hoping to do extremely well, and it wants to break records, and that's fine. It has a political right to do that. But to laugh at the opposition, to say it's run down, of course, the opposition is fighting in a constricted space, where most of the TV debates I go for, 95% of the debates blame the opposition for what's going wrong in the country. So there are constraints that the opposition has.
But
and
is there a game plan? Is there a strategy in place? Because you see, elections are all about the run niti. What is your run niti now going forward? Because seat sharing talks have really not reached fruition, and day by day we see, day after day there is some setback or the other as far as the Congress or the India bloc is concerned. So what is the strategy going forward?
Well, the strategy that I have told the India bloc and the Congress leaders to follow is simply this. Don't fight the elections on the issue of defeating the BJP. Fight the elections on the issue of coming to governance and giving people a vision map. The next 10 years, how India can be transformed after the 10 disastrous years of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and put that out. Don't just blame and accuse the Bharatiya Janata Party. Give solutions to the problem. The BJP is responsible for a lot of misgovernance that has happened in the last 10 years. There is a lot of suffering under common people. Bring that out and give solutions. If they can do that, if those solutions can go forward,
but
if we
is
can
that
stand
message
up
resonating?
for
That
liberty
is, I think, the big question. Is the quote-unquote India message really resonating with people, given that there is a serious void as far as leadership is concerned? I'll come back to you, Tehseen, but Amitabh Tiwari's vein on this.
Just one line.
I'll come back to you, Tehseen. But Amitabh Tiwari, just looking at the BJP's weak wicket states, whether it is Kerala, Tamil Nadu, even some states in the northeast where, of course, it is an alliance with the regional parties, but its own vote share. How do you think the BJP is going to go about in these weak wicket states? Of course, states like Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, where it already has a 40% plus vote share. But what about these weak states?
See, if you consider the southern states, this time what has happened is that the AIADMK has left the NDA bloc, which means that the BJP will contest on almost all the seats in Tamil Nadu, which automatically means that whatever vote it gets on those seats, it adds to its vote share. It may not necessarily translate into votes. So when we are discussing about how does BJP increase its vote share, one is that if you win the existing seats with a higher margin, your vote share increases. So the party hopes that with the Ram Mandir inauguration, its core vote is enthused, which results in a higher turnout, which will result in a higher vote share in its stronghold seats.
Yes, and it's not just a higher turnout, Amitabh Tiwari, because if you look at the arithmetic, what the allies really bring to the table, that is also critical and that cannot be ignored. And Rashid Kidwai, let me ask you that, do you think that as the Congress loses key allies, whether it is allies in the South, you have top leaders of the South meeting the BJP leadership here in Delhi. You have now, of course, Jayant Chaudhary in talks with the BJP as well. So with the opposition losing allies, do you think its vote share will go down further significantly?
Perhaps not. You see, in electoral politics, vote percentage is not so important. It sounds a bit odd, but it is, a political party or formation crossing 272. That means that formation will have, 5 years to govern next 5 years. And
that is the nature of our first past the post system. But just the fact that the BJP is sort of pitching for a 50% plus vote share, that strengthens its narrative, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I think the BJP is a bit wishful in saying that they will get 370 Lok Sabha seats or they'll cross 50%. We are a big country, electoral size is very big. To have a 1% increase, 2% increase, 3% increase, it means millions and millions of, new voters getting added. As you're showing that graphic, you see that in southern India, in many states, the BJP's vote share is very big, very small. But then the BJP is very strong in the places where it is strong. So I don't see any problem for the BJP NDA or crossing 300 plus. The opposition story has gone horribly wrong. And both in terms of alliances, in terms of vote share, in terms of Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, the purpose of Bharat Jodo Yatra, phase 1, phase 2, was to increase some vote share. Remember, the Congress has been in past two elections of 14 and 19, hovering around 19%. Idea was to get 2, 3, 4% more. Again, 2, 3, 4% is huge in terms of millions of people that needs to be added. On the other hand, the Congress graph is falling.
South is a concern for sure. Shazia Elmi, would you agree? Last 30 seconds to you before I move on to the next topic.
No, I would, and in fact, I would like to, I hadn't completed my point the last time around. So people think it's the Tina factor, but I think the prospect of having a Rita or a Mita is very scary, which is Rahul being the alternative or Mamta being the alternative. And when it comes to people being there, out there, choosing who they want, they definitely want a better deal for themselves. And this is all thanks to the central welfare schemes, which have really resonated with the people. At the end of the day, the vote is never for the other, but for oneself, because you want a better deal for yourself. So I think where that is concerned, yes, Bharatiya Janata Party definitely has a huge advantage. And I think the opposition doesn't even have a clue as to
All
What
right.
is-
So,
what
well, the
is working-
BJP certainly has set an ambitious target for itself with aiming for that 50% mark as far as vote share is concerned, and of course the 400 bar pitch. Is it political rhetoric or is it actually going to translate? That remains to be seen. Stay on with us as we move on to our next topic of the day. Well, politics is all about messaging and the optics certainly seem to be not in the favor of the Congress and the India bloc. This as perhaps what could be the biggest setback to the Congress in decades. Kamal Nath is upset with the Congress leadership. In fact, he is mulling over switching to the BJP. That is what sources have told NDTV. This could come as a big jolt, as I said, to the Congress. In fact, Kamal Nath is in the national capital amid rumors of his crossover to the BJP. His son, Nakul Nath, dropped Congress from his Twitter bio, and that really fueled all these speculations and reports. This also as in Chhindwara, Kamal Nath's bastion, he said that a new chapter of Vikas will begin for the people of Chhindwara. In fact, what sources have told NDTV is that Kamal Nath could switch to the BJP for the people of Chhindwara and its development. That could perhaps be an honorable reason for his Congress exit. This as multiple Congress leaders have switched over to the BJP, but Kamal Nath's exit would of course be the last straw on the camel's back, because Kamal Nath is one of the senior most congressmen in the country and a Gandhi loyalist. But listen in to all the political reactions coming in.
अंतिम सांस तक हम साथ मिलके रहेंगे और विकास की एक नई यात्रा शुरू करेंगे। आपके प्यार और आपके विश्वास ने जो मुझे बल और शक्ति दी, इसीलिए ये सब संभव हुआ। छिंदवाड़ा की पहचान बनी और आपका प्यार और विश्वास मुझे हमेशा मिलता रहे, मुझे बल और शक्ति मिलती रहे। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
साथियों, 80 में जब पहली बार कमलनाथ जी चुनाव लड़े तो इंदिरा जी ने आम सभा में ये भावना व्यक्त की कि ये मेरा तीसरा बेटा है। कमलनाथ जी के लिए तीसरे बेटे की एक संज्ञा दी। तो मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ, जो खबरें हैं निराधार है। कोई किसी प्रकार की वो भावना, कभी सपने में आप सोच सकते हो कि इंदिरा जी का तीसरा बेटा कांग्रेस छोड़ सकता है? पिछले 7 साल से वो मध्य प्रदेश की कांग्रेस पार्टी के मुखिया के तौर पे हम सब कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर निडरता से अपना कार्य करते रहे।
44 साल कमलनाथ जी ने अपनी जवानी छिंदवाड़ा की जनता को समर्पित किया और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि आपने हमेशा अपना प्यार और आशीर्वाद कमलनाथ जी को दिया और आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव में आप वही प्यार और वही आशीर्वाद मुझे भी देंगे कि मैं दोबारा छिंदवाड़ा को विकास की उस दिशा में ले जाऊं जो कमलनाथ जी ने भी आज तक नहीं किया। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And our panel continues to be with us, but our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu is now joining us live on Left, Right and Centre. So Sunil sir, you have been reporting that Kamal Nath is upset with the top leadership of the Congress. What is the Congress's strategy now? Has the Congress leadership reached out to Kamal Nath?
Well, there have been attempts to reach out, but the fact is that as sources close to Kamal Nath have indicated, he's not happy with the way things have been panning out in the Congress party. There have been a lot of incidents that have taken place recently after he was removed as the PCC chief, some saying that he was sacked, which he wasn't upset. Then there was a spokesperson who had made allegations like him. But whatever the case may be, the fact is that Kamal Nath is the senior Congress leader. He's been with the Gandhis and been with them in school, from Doon School. So and it goes back to the early 70s, and that is the kind of association that Kamal Nath has with the Congress party, and in particular with Sonia Gandhi, who incidentally has carried food for him when he was in jail with Sanjay Gandhi. So there is a long history and a long relationship. But it's in that backdrop that if he does shift to the BJP, it's going to be a huge blow, not only to the Congress party in Madhya Pradesh, but across the country. For the Congress party, it's definitely going to be a big body blow.
Absolutely a body blow indeed. Thanks very much, Sunil sir, for joining us with all those details. Sunil Prabhu reporting there that Kamal Nath is upset with the Congress leadership and he's considering the BJP's offer to switch over to the Saffron Party. My panel continues to be with us. Let me go across to you first, Tehseen Poonawalla. The fact that, a senior Congress leader and perhaps one of the senior most Congress leaders in the country is considering to switch over to the BJP. It raises very serious questions on the Congress's leadership.
So two things. The Honorable Prime Minister had promised a Congress Mukt Bharat. What he's delivered to us is not just a Congress Yukt BJP, but the 2024 elections will be an elections between Congress Rahul Gandhi and Congress Narendra Modi. So Congress Rahul Gandhi will take on Congress Narendra Modi. That's going to be 2024 elections. So congratulations.
But the ball
to the
is
BJP
in your
for that.
court, isn't
Now,
it? The ball is in your
sir,
court, Tehseen Poonawalla, because
sir,
ultimately you have the senior leaders going to the BJP. That means they see something in the Saffron Party.
Allow me. I understand. You've asked me a question. I'll answer to it.
Go ahead.
Every punchline, if you interrupt me, then there's no point. So allow me to finish. Then you can ask me the next question. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, let me give you the second part of it. While I completely concede to the point that, yes, there is a problem in the Congress, I don't know if Mr. Kamal Nath ji will go or will not go. But the fact of the matter is there have been many senior leaders of the Congress that have gone to the BJP or to other political parties or parties that are supporting the BJP. So, yes, the Congress needs to introspect. Of course, it needs to introspect. How can I get away on your show by saying the Congress does not need to introspect? It is somewhere a problem, a leadership problem, other reasons why people are leaving the Congress and going to a rival party. But at the same time, all of us must together introspect one thing, that those who we accused of being corrupt or being morally not out there for fit for politics or being dynasts, today are being accepted by the Bharatiya Janata Party. For example, let me end here. Devendra Fadnavis in 2014, while fighting the Congress in Maharashtra, would say the ABC of corruption, A for Ashok Chavan of Adarsh, B for Baramati Ajit Pawar, C for Chhagan Bhujbal of Maharashtra Sadan. Today, ABC are in the BJP.
That's a valid
and so
point.
many examples. Yeah, Himanta
so
Biswa Sharma
that's
ji,
a
the
valid
BJP
point. And Shahzi Elmi, how would you respond to that? That there is no principled position here. If you have people who you've been completely averse to in the past, and then you welcome them to the BJP fold, it raises questions on your, on your principles.
Yes, so I like the way, Tehseen managed to derail the topic and make it about corruption and not talk about the fact as to why everybody wants to leave. And whether it's RPN saying, so what Tehseen was saying, that all the people who've left Congress party and have come into the fold of BJP are essentially corrupt. But that says a lot about the Congress party. It's not a very good point, Tehseen.
But then why are you accepting them?
Why
are you accepting them?
No, as long as they're in your party, they're the great guys. And if they move over to BJP, they become most corrupt. And until they're there, it's all fine. So the last laugh is on you. But let me finish making my point.
One second, why are you laughing? I never said that.
There has got to be a
You didn't
reason.
comprehend. I never said that.
Right from, no, but that's what you're insinuating. That's what
No,
you're
I
insinuating.
don't insinuate that.
Shahzi,
I said you
go on
have
and finish your point, and then I'll go on to the other
You are
panelists.
making a point that you studied and come. I
Tehseen, I'll
respect
come
that,
back to you.
but that's
Shahzi,
not
go ahead.
what I
Over
said.
me constantly. So the fact of the matter is, right from whether it's Rita Bahuguna, RPN Singh, Jitin Prasad, Captain Amrinder Singh, Himanta Biswa Sharma, Sushmita Dev, who's left for another party, Biren Singh. I mean, I can give you a list. Ghulam Nabi Azad. The list goes on and on and on. And instead of speculating and wondering and introspecting as to why this is happening, what is it about the Congress that is repelling its old leaders?
Okay. And let me get Rashid Kidwai on this. Rashid Kidwai has covered the Congress's politics for a long time now. Rashid, do you think there's a serious leadership void? Because the kind of names we're discussing, from Jitin Prasad to RPN Singh to Amrinder Singh to Ghulam Nabi Azad, Jyotiraditya Scindia, these are also Gandhi loyalists who have dumped the Congress.
Yeah. See, Vedant, we must remember political loyalty is highly transactional. It is not absolute, as in the case of faith, etc. There have been 15 former chief ministers, 15, staggering figure, 15 former chief ministers who have left the Congress since 2014. 12 of them have gone to the BJP. Now, this is something you cannot say that, because Congress people are not finding the present day leadership as inspirational, whether it is Rahul Gandhi or Mallikarjun Kharge. This is something the Congress leadership has not been able to stomach it. Second thing is about ideology. The Congress has not been able to give anything that is, that would excite people, in the sense voters. And that is another reason why so many people are leaving. The Congress, instead of introspecting, is looking at it. Inke dil mein Kamal ka pool khil gaya. See, there are corruption charges, there is ED pressure.
So would you say the Congress has not been able to sort of wrap its head around the kind of real politic? It's real politic really that defines today's politics, and perhaps Congress has not been able to play catch up with that.
Absolutely. You look at Jyotiraditya Scindia's case. The Congress, negated his claim, Rahul Gandhi to be precise, and made Kamal Nath as chief minister. You look what is happening today. So now they've lost Kamal Nath also, they've lost Jyotiraditya Scindia also. And this is the
Kamal
story
Nath
that
is still not lost, perhaps,
from various states.
Yeah. Okay. So, so perhaps you're saying that there has to be more, more comprehensive understanding of what you're offering to your loyalists, and also perhaps a change of guard as well. There hasn't been a change of guard either as far as Congress is concerned. Would you agree, Amitabh Tiwari?
See, essentially, when you are out of power, you don't have much to offer to people in your party, correct? So what do you offer to them? So the people who are leaving do not see the future of Congress party, do not see their future in the Congress party, and are ambitious people. So they don't want to be on the losing side for another 5 years. So they are taking calls like any employee like you and me would do. So it's a classic issue where the party does not have enough positions to offer to its people to stay on board. And the people do not see future of the Congress party. They see that the party is going to lose perhaps badly in the 2024 elections.
Okay.
And they are taking their calls for their political survival. Otherwise, their political careers would perhaps finish if they do not make this call.
Last word to you, Tehseen Poonawalla. What is the Congress's strategy now going forward? Because, it's certainly been cornered, even in the India bloc as well. It's now perhaps lost its centrality or central position as far as the alliance is concerned as well. So what is going to be the strategy?
The Congress should follow multiple strategies. Number one, it should put a positive agenda before the country. Number two, like Amitabh rightly said about employees leaving, introspect why its leaders, because leaders are not employees, are leaving, and try and reach out to them and build a bridge with them. More importantly, the Congress should also have an ideology, stick to its core ideology, as Rashid ji said. And the most important thing, the Congress was always the first nationalist party in the country, and it was a centrist party. In my opinion, some of the leaders who are decision making are too left. The left loonies should be kicked out of the Congress, because as long as the left loonies will be there, there will be a problem, because the country's moved away from left loonies. I'm not saying it should not do left of center politics, but the left loonies should definitely be kept far away.
So interesting point there. The Congress should stick to its ideology and sort of find its footing. Otherwise, you're not catering to anyone, which is why you're losing voters and allies both. Thanks very much for joining us on Left, Right and Centre. Well, it's certainly going to be hectic politics as the big general elections are now perhaps just months away. That's all the time that we have on Left, Right and Centre from all of us here. Goodbye.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as the top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
जब हम अपने एयरफोर्स और अपने
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV. 30 minutes of hard business news. One topic, one speaker, and a conversation that's relevant to you. I'm Manvi Sinha Dhillon. First, a few things to consider. India exported 2 billion mobile phones between the period 2014 and 2022, with a compounded annual growth rate of 23%. Now, in FY23, India exported $10 billion worth of mobile phones. And here I'm talking in value terms, not in unit terms. Both point to India's capacity to manufacture consumer electronics. One final point. The Indian government has been pushing for local manufacturing, evident in its Make in India and its production-linked incentive scheme, which is a $24 billion scheme. This comes at a time when global brands are pursuing a China Plus One manufacturing strategy. Now let me introduce Dixon Technologies, an electronics manufacturing services company that makes every electronic good that you can think of, from LED TVs to washing machines, to mobile phones, to wearables, to lighting solutions, to security surveillance systems for some of the world's biggest global brands. Dixon is often called India's Foxconn, which is a Taiwan company, and it's a global force in contract manufacturing. So, how does Dixon plan to leverage its experience, its relationships, and opportunities for a new chapter? Let's find out from Sunil Vachani, co-founder and executive chairman, Dixon Technologies. He's also president of the Consumer Electronics and Appliance Manufacturers Association. Sunil, thank you for joining us on NDTV.
Thank you, Manvi, for having me on the show.
And thank you for having us at a plant. We've got a production line, as our backdrop, so that's special. Thank you very much for that too.
Welcome to our plant. It's great to have you.
I know this is just one of many plants that you have. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think in the last 3 to 5 years, Dixon Technologies has had just stupendous growth. And I leave it to you to decide which parameters you want to use to reflect that growth, whether it's plants, workers, products, relationships. Just describe what's been going on in the last 3 to 5 years.
So I think first, let's look at the industry point of view, right? If you look at it in terms of numbers, I think the growth has been phenomenal. If you look at a few years back, I think we were importing most of the mobile phones that we were selling in the country. And as you know now, almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. Not only that, we are exporting mobile phones worth almost $10 billion, and we're looking at an exports of almost $100 billion of just mobile phones alone.
By when?
Well, I think in the next 5 years, right? And then if you see the growth in exports of electronic hardware has been phenomenal. We are growing at almost 60% per annum in a market which is slowing down. Globally, the market has not been great, right, post-COVID. So in that kind of a situation, I think it's a phenomenal growth. And if I have my numbers right, I think we are the 5th largest category in terms of exports from the country. And very soon, I think we'll be the 4th largest. So I think what has really changed is the scale that we are operating at. So if you look at it from Dixon's point of view also, if I look at it compared to, let's say, 5 years back, we were producing hardly a few thousand mobile phones a month. Today, Dixon has a capacity to produce 70 million mobile phones per annum out of a total market size of almost 220 million. So that's a very, very large scale. And I think this is extremely significant because according to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. So once you have large scale, you have this hope of becoming globally competitive.
So, it set me thinking, there are a whole bunch of products that you manufacture, but if you had to say this is the big product bet that we're sort of making for the future, what would you point towards?
Yeah, if you look at, I would say about 10 years back, there was a time that 90% of Dixon's revenues came from a single product category, which was televisions, LED televisions. And I think a single customer also accounted for more than 80% of the sales. And I think we realized that there was a very risky strategy. And now Dixon is present across many product categories. So as you mentioned, some of the products that we manufacture are LED televisions, mobile phones, now IT hardware, home appliances, besides other categories.
Wearables.
But answering your question, wearables. But answering your question, I think if you look at the industry, the biggest market size is, of course, of mobile phones.
Okay.
As I mentioned that India, we sell as an industry almost 220 million mobile phones per year. And the value is an astonishing 340,000 crores. So in terms of category, I would say mobile phone is definitely the largest. And Dixon's revenue are still small, but we feel that over a period of time, Dixon will be a significant player as far as mobile manufacturing is concerned.
Very quickly, because I'm mindful of the time and the ground that I want to cover with you, if you had to look at some of the growth contributors in the external environment, one is OEMs and their China Plus One strategy. The second is the government's Make in India push and the PLI, which is the Production Linked Incentive Scheme. Reflect a little bit on both the ground realities that you have experienced.
So, people ask me that, would you be looking at setting up manufacturing facilities outside of India? I said, sure, that's going to happen in the future. But if you look at the situation now, I think there is no better place than India to manufacture, right? So let's look at the numbers. I think in terms of the market size, India is probably going to be the largest market, right, for selling or producing products like mobile phones. So I think this is quite significant. And I think if you look at the other product categories like home appliances, the penetration levels of these products are very low, right? Hardly, let's say, 10% of the people own an air conditioner or a product like refrigerator. And it's marginally better for a product like television, where, hardly 15% of the people own a television. So I think there is a large growth that's going to come in once the penetration levels improve and once India becomes the manufacturing hub for the world.
I mean, it's an interesting point to make. So you're saying, look, I would rather manufacture in India because not only do I have the potential to export, I have such a large domestic opportunity as well. Have I sort of paraphrased right?
Absolutely. So one, it's a large domestic market. And second, if you see, I think the government initiatives and the policies that have been rolled out are very, very significant. You talked about the PLI scheme. I think the PLI scheme to me has definitely been a game changer as far as electronic manufacturing is concerned. And let's look at that. What was the objective of introduction of the PLI scheme? I think the most significant objective was that Indian industry needed to look at scale for building global competitiveness. And the way the PLI scheme has been structured, it's all about incremental sales. It's all about creating the large scale in the country. Two, I think PLI was also supposed to create a component ecosystem, which was not there. And I think it has succeeded in a major way. I think still a long way to go, but yes, we have achieved significant milestones. Besides the other policy initiatives, if you see our tax rates, the income tax rate, right, the corporate tax, for new manufacturing companies, the rate of 17% plus surcharge, I would say it's the lowest as compared to anywhere in the world. And if you bring all these things together, along with the large pool of labor,
which is also very economical compared to Vietnam or China.
Absolutely. So I think if you put the combination of a large domestic market, the very favorable government policies, and also the pool of talent that we have, and most importantly, the future of possibility of design-led manufacturing with the pool of talent that we have in terms of engineers, I think this combination is just amazing, and I think this can produce outstanding results in times to come.
So I'm going to ask you to wear the Dixon hat and wear the industry hat. At the same time, when I sort of go through a bunch of skeptical points of view regarding this whole opportunity and trajectory. One is that we're still doing more assembly rather than manufacture. Assembly means that, we've got a very small piece of the value pie. How would you sort of comment on that?
Yeah, I see that debate a lot these days. And, my answer to that is, this same question must have been asked when, Maruti Suzuki was coming into town and setting up the first plant for manufacturing. I'm sure people would have said that, listen, this is just, assembly of cars that is happening. Where's the value addition? Where's the component ecosystem? But if you see now, I think the auto component sector is an amazing example of what, this industry could be, right? Today, what I believe our auto component manufacturers, export to all over the world.
Yeah.
Right? And I think it's a matter of time before we see the same thing happening in the electronic manufacturing space. So one of the reasons that, people talk about low value addition is because they only look at mobile phone as a sector. So if you look at the other products that we manufacture, something like, let's say, washing machines or now upcoming factory for refrigerators, you'll be very happy to know that the local value addition is almost 70 to 80%.
Okay.
Right. Now, mobile phone is a very typical product category where a large part of the bill of materials is the semiconductor.
Yes.
Right. And what we have committed as a company and as an industry, that out of leaving aside the semiconductors, we will have a value addition of almost 70% if you take the semiconductors aside. And today, even China, our neighbor, does not produce large number of semiconductors that get into the smartphone. It's still imported from Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, right? And the value addition that China has in mobile phones is only 40%, and we are at a level about 20%. So I think, considering the fact that we've just started off, PLI scheme is only about 2.5 years old for mobile phones, I think it's a great start. And personally, I'm very confident that it's a matter of time that we reach that level of value addition of 40% and maybe beyond. And India becomes, as I mentioned, the most preferred destination for sourcing of electronic hardware for the world.
You mentioned Taiwan. I think Foxconn, I'm sure many people do. So I just wanted to get your assessment of the competitive landscape, because your global rivals are in India. So they're leveraging, whatever the ecosystem has to offer. barriers to entry are low in this field. I'm not going to go through each and every example, but you see people diversifying into this arena.
Yeah.
What are you doing to maintain your, lead position?
Yeah. I know people often say that Dixon is the, next Foxconn of India. And I think I would like at a time where people say that, the Dixon from India, and in global markets. I think that's what we look forward to. But I think answering your question, Dixon has shown tremendous capability in the last few years in terms of execution. So if you look at the PLI scheme for mobile phones, Dixon was the first company to start off manufacturing. We set up this facility in a record period of just 6 months. Dixon was also the first company to get audited and approved for the disbursements under the PLI scheme. In a very short period of time, I mentioned to you that now we have created a scale of manufacturing almost 30% of the total requirement of mobile phones in India. So that means our capacity is now 70 million, as I mentioned, pieces per year. And Dixon has this unique advantage that besides the scale that we have, we are an extremely frugal company. We are a company which is very agile, which is very nimble, which is very focused on our return ratios, and very focused on meeting customer expectations. So I think it's a combination, and of course with the local domain knowledge, it's a combination of all of these factors put together that creates a very unique competitive advantage for Dixon as a company. And as I mentioned to you, that now the vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. And currently, in terms of revenues that we have of about 18,000 crores, Dixon is 21st on the list in terms of rankings as far as the global EMS companies are concerned.
How much skill does your average factory worker, require? And are we hitting a kind of a shortage situation even on that front? How are you going to get around that?
I think let me first start by giving some numbers, right? People question that has the PLI scheme been a success? And I think we should measure this success in terms of the numbers of the sales growth that has happened. And second, also on the employment opportunities it has generated. You would have seen the numbers that in the last 2.5 years, almost 500,000 new jobs have been created in the mobile manufacturing space alone, right? So I think this industry has that, power to transform, as the situation as far as job creation is concerned. Answering your question on the skill set part of it, right? So I think there is no doubt that going forward, the industry will require a large number of skilled workers. And I think the change that happened in the banking industry, if you remember, right, when, it was just private banks were just coming in. And I saw, the role that, the private sector played in some of companies like NIIT and the banking sector coming together.
Yes.
I think this is what needs to happen now in the manufacturing industry. The private sector needs to invest in this, absolutely. We ourselves are investing a huge amount of money on the skilling side of it. We are setting up 3 centers of excellence in Noida, Dehradun, and Tirupati to make sure that we train the workers before they come into the shop floor. But I think we need to do a lot more. We need to work with the educational institutions, the ITIs, to ensure that we change, the kind of the syllabus that is there and what they teach in these institutions.
Make it relevant
when they come, to the factory, they're ready from day one.
The PLI scheme, and I know that, you've been a beneficiary, but what if it hadn't been rolled out?
Yeah.
Was the size of the opportunity, was the China Plus One, was your understanding of electronics manufacturing adequate to get you almost where you are today?
So I think we have to keep in mind that what was the whole objective of introducing the PLI scheme, right? And it all starts with, basically compensating the industry for some of the disabilities that were there in the system, right? And what are those disabilities, right? So as we know that, there are issues as far as the logistics cost is concerned because of, the state of the infrastructure, right? There were also issues on the high finance cost, right? And I think there was a study done that the disability was to the tune of almost around 6 to 7% as far as Indian manufacturing was concerned. So I think PLI was introduced to ensure that industry can look beyond the disabilities and start looking at exports, right? Start looking at global markets. And that has already happened. You already mentioned the numbers that we have, created an incremental sales of almost 80,000 crores after the PLI has come in, right? So I think that objective has already been met. Now, the Indian industry needs to look at life beyond PLI, right? And I'm very confident, and one is already seeing that a lot of the disabilities will go away in times to come. The infrastructure is improving on a massive scale, right? There are things being done to improve the ease of doing business, right? And the other disabilities that are there are also going to go away. So I think Indian industry now needs to work on creating a large scale, focusing on creating a component ecosystem, focusing on design-led manufacturing. And I'm sure that once we do all of this, we would not need any of the subsidies going forward. And I think this target of $100 billion worth of exports is not going to be ambitious, but it'll be realistic.
You haven't answered my question on what's that exciting new thing around the corner, assuming you can share it with us.
Well, I think, if you look at it in terms of numbers and the market size, there is no doubt that mobile phone industry is the largest. As I mentioned, it's almost 340,000 crores.
But for Dixon in particular.
The next big opportunity, besides, of course, the products that we're already doing, is, of course, in the IT hardware space, right? I'm sure you are aware of the numbers that India imports IT hardware with almost 1 lakh crore, right? That's a huge number, right? So I think there's a big opportunity for Dixon to look at addressing a large part of that market, to look at addressing the opportunity on import substitution, and to ensure that we make all the components also that go into the IT hardware. So I think that's the next big opportunity. And also, Dixon is now has got a wide product portfolio, and we've just going to inaugurate a factory for refrigerators in the coming months. So these are exciting times ahead.
Indeed, they are. For our viewers who might be trying to put the pieces together, if you had to do a roll call right now of all the OEMs who are partners of Dixon, would you mind doing that? Or just all the partners, the global brands, who are your partners currently?
Well, Dixon is present in many different verticals, and now we have 21 plants all across India and almost 25,000 people, working for us. I think they're the biggest assets for us. And I think you're right, the customers are the biggest strength for Dixon, and they're the reason that we are here today. And I think, whenever someone asks me that what's the happiest part of the journey, so far that Dixon has traveled in the last 30 years, one, of course, is the numbers, that Dixon has grown phenomenally in the last 30 years. But I think to me, the most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever. So the customers that we started with 30 years back. So I remember one of our first customers was Philips, right? And 30 years back, we started with manufacturing VCRs for them. And today, it's a proud thing that, we cater to a large requirement of the lighting products besides other product categories. And one of our first customers was also Sunil Mittal's company, Bharti.
You made the push-button phones.
That's right. We started manufacturing push-button phones. And it's a great thing now that we are in a joint venture now for manufacturing telecom products. So it's come full circle. And I think that's been the most satisfying part of the journey.
Well, we look forward to talking to you more frequently as different chapters in Dixon's history get written. Thank you very much.
So much. And hope to welcome you to our newest plant. Of course, this is the plant that we've just set up 4 months back. And we have a plant coming up in Noida, which is going to be the largest campus for Dixon, spread over almost 1 million square feet. and we hope to welcome you there very soon.
We look forward to that. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Vachani,
Thank
for
you.
joining us on NDTV.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Almost 100% of the mobile phones sold in the country are manufactured in India. According to me, the key to global competitiveness starts from scale. There is no better place than India to manufacture. The vision is that Dixon is looking at emerging as a top 10 global EMS companies in the next 5 years and top 5 in the next 10 years. The most satisfying part is that no customer has left Dixon ever.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
हमारे साथ हैं मशहूर एक्टर अनिल कपूर और उनसे इस वक्त बारी है कुछ रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस की। अनिल जी आपको
And finally, some cricket news now. India finished day 3 of the Rajkot Test firmly in the driver's seat after taking a lead of 322. Yashasvi Jaiswal was at his scintillating best as he hit his second century of the series. Shubman Gill supported him well with his 65. This after India bowled England out for 319, courtesy a 4-wicket haul by pacer Mohammad Siraj.
More than the sweeps, and particularly the reverse sweeps.
While baseball worked for England on day 2, it was disastrous for the visitors on day 3.
It's very, very special.
Bumrah got rid of Joe Root against the run of play.
He probably feels he should have hit that for 4, and why was he playing that shot at that particular time?
And then Kuldeep Yadav got into the act and got the danger man, Johnny Bairstow.
It comes up.
Duckett continued the good work along with his captain Ben Stokes.
Gully and into the boundary.
But the wily wrist spinner got the better of his man. A simple catch sent Duckett back after a brilliant knock of 153.
Going India's way. The very dangerous Ben Duckett now dismissed.
Mohammad Siraj cleaned up the English lower order as England could only add 117 to their overnight score.
Make it number 4. Mohammad Siraj with another brilliant Yorker.
India started positively courtesy an aggressive Rohit Sharma.
Little back of length.
But lost the hitman soon after.
This could be very close. Will the finger go up?
The double centurion from Vizag Test continued his good form and reached yet another half century in style. It was Jazzball versus England's Bazball as the opener raced towards yet another century. A fearless knock as Yashasvi raced to his second century of the series. The reaction from the captain and the dressing room was priceless.
His third overall, second of the series. This is a magnificent innings.
India ended the day on top and in command after taking a lead of 322 runs with 8 wickets in hand and 2 days still to go. The only blemish being Yashasvi Jaiswal leaving the field retired hurt.
Well, something's happened.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue on NDTV.
Which is pretty strong and robust here in UAE, are actually showcasing this as their big presence.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Is Gandhi loyalist Kamal Nath set to join the BJP? Well, in an NDTV exclusive, Kamal Nath is upset with Congress leadership. That's what sources have told us. They say that Kamal Nath is considering the BJP's offer to switch over. But Kamal Nath yet to meet the top BJP leadership. But he is in Delhi with his son amid talks of a BJP switch. The BJP is breaking its own vote share record, says JP Nadda at the National Council meet of the BJP. Nadda addresses a party cadre in the key Delhi meet. This as Modi and Nadda address party workers, and the focus is on vote share and the weak wicket seats. Top Pakistan official admits to poll rigging charges. Well, the post-poll anarchy in Pakistan continues. He says there was pressure on me and I manipulated votes. The Rawalpindi commissioner quits after his admission. And ISRO pulls off another textbook liftoff. ISRO launches a new age feather satellite.
A perfect lift-off. GSLV F-14 UNSAT 3DS.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, the buzz around Kamal Nath crossing over to the BJP. He is in Delhi with his son Nakul Nath, who dropped Congress from his Twitter bio. That's what fueled the rumors. And well, what sources have told us in an NDTV exclusive is that Kamal Nath is unhappy with the top leadership of the Congress, and he's considering the BJP's offer to cross over to the Saffron Party. So far, he has not met PM Modi or Amit Shah. But of course, he says the people of Chhindwara want him to join the BJP for their development. Listen to all the political reactions that have come in.
अंतिम सांस तक हम साथ मिलके रहेंगे और विकास की एक नई यात्रा शुरू करेंगे. आपके प्यार और आपके विश्वास ने जो मुझे बल और शक्ति दी, इसीलिए ये सब संभव हुआ. छिंदवाड़ा की पहचान बनी और आपका प्यार और विश्वास मुझे हमेशा मिलता रहे, मुझे बल और शक्ति मिलती रहे. आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
साथियों, 80 में जब पहली बार कमलनाथ जी चुनाव लड़े तो इंदिरा जी ने आम सभा में ये भावना व्यक्त की कि ये मेरा तीसरा बेटा है. कमलनाथ जी के लिए तीसरे बेटे की एक संज्ञा दी. तो मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ, जो खबरें हैं निराधार हैं. कोई किसी प्रकार की वो भावना, कभी सपने में आप सोच सकते हो कि इंदिरा जी का तीसरा बेटा कांग्रेस छोड़ सकता है? पिछले 7 साल से वो मध्य प्रदेश की कांग्रेस पार्टी के मुखिया के तौर पे हम सब कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर निडरता से अपना कार्य करते रहे.
44 साल
कमलनाथ जी ने अपनी जवानी छिंदवाड़ा की जनता को समर्पित किया और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि आपने हमेशा अपना प्यार और आशीर्वाद कमलनाथ जी को दिया और आने वाले लोकसभा चुनाव में आप वही प्यार और वही आशीर्वाद मुझे भी देंगे कि मैं दोबारा छिंदवाड़ा को विकास की उस दिशा में ले जाऊं जो कमलनाथ जी ने भी आज तक नहीं किया। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
With the way things have been panning out in the Congress party, there have been a lot of incidents that have taken place recently after he was removed as the PCC chief, some saying that he was sacked, which he wasn't upset. Then there was a spokesperson who had made allegations like him. But whatever the case may be, the fact is that Kamal Nath is the senior Congress leader. He's been with the Gandhis and been with them in school, from Doon School. So and it goes back to the early 70s, and that is the kind of association that Kamal Nath has with the Congress party, and in particular with Sonia Gandhi, who incidentally has carried food for him when he was in jail with Sanjay Gandhi. So there is a long history and a long relationship. But it's in that backdrop that if he does shift to the BJP, it's going to be a huge blow, not only to the Congress party in Madhya Pradesh, but across the country. For the Congress party, it's definitely going to be a big body blow.
So, well, the Congress bracing for another setback, though there's little clarity at the moment. But the BJP, meanwhile, is in a huddle as JP Nadda, the BJP president, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the National Council meeting of the BJP in the national capital. And, well, the focus was very much on micromanagement and vote share. The BJP has pitched for crossing the 50% vote share mark as far as the NDA is concerned. And the workers have been asked to focus on booth-level management and progress. Listen to what the BJP president had to say during his inaugural address.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जहां देश का 18.8% का समर्थन मिला था, वहीं 2014 में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी 31.3% पर पहुंच करके खड़ी है और 2019 में हमने अपना ही रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा। जहां 282 से 303 सीटें आई, वहीं हम 31% से बढ़कर 37% हमारा वोट शेयर बढ़ा। यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना है।
So in the BJP's National Council meeting that began on Saturday and is going to end tomorrow, there was a reiteration of the Prime Minister's target of 370 seats for the party. In fact, he told his party members that this is not going to be just a target. It is one way of honoring the legacy of the founder of the party, Sharma Mukherjee. In fact, he also went on to say that this is the time for micromanagement, and the party, adhering to his words, is going to begin this month-long program from the 25th of February to micromanage booths and to increase its outreach at all booth levels. The focus completely on being youngsters, new voters, women, and of course deprived sections of the party. Remember, SC, ST, OBC welfare has been the cornerstone of the BJP's campaign in the last few days. All of that was reiterated today. 11,500 delegates are taking part in this National Council meeting. Such meetings happened in 2014 and also in 2019 before the Lok Sabha elections. So this is not just a show of confidence, but also a show of strength by the ruling party. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, actually participated in an exhibition today morning. He, went through this entire huge exhibition that basically describes all the achievements by his government in the last 10 years, including the G20 presidency and also the Ram Temple. Today, a resolution is going to be brought about which will describe how Viksit Bharat is not just a target for the government, it is already on its way to achieving it before 2047. It's called Viksit Bharat, and of course Modi ki guarantees is a top focus of this National Council meeting. And tomorrow there is another proposal or another resolution that's going to come up, which is going to talk about the India alliance and the setbacks it faced and the kind of alleged destructive politics as opposed to constructive politics of the BJP, the kind of destructive politics that it engages in, divisive politics that it engages in. It's interesting that the BJP could be bringing out something like that. Remember, resolutions are always centered around economy and political matters of the country. So tomorrow is going to be an important day. The ending speech, the concluding session, of course, will be about about setting the tone for 2024 Lok Sabha elections. The speech will be delivered by the Prime Minister himself. Today there was a lot of confidence building in the party and also showcasing that confidence and ensuring that the party worker strength is optimized at every booth level.
So, well, the BJP has set quite an ambitious target for itself. But moving now to all the politics in Maharashtra, well, the family saga as far as the Pawar clan is concerned goes on, and it's going to be another Pawar versus Pawar electoral battle, it seems, because Ajit Pawar is set to field his wife against Supriya Sule as far as the Pawar bastion of Baramati is concerned. Take a look. In the never-ending saga of the first family of Maharashtra, a fresh power battle on the cards. This time over the Pawar patriarch's bastion, Baramati. Supriya Sule could take on her sister-in-law and NCP turncoat Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunetra, in the battle for the Pawar stronghold. Sunetra Pawar's campaign seems to have begun before an official announcement, with the Pawar daughter-in-law on big banners across Baramati. Supriya Sule has been winning Baramati with record number of votes for the past 3 terms. Ajit Pawar, meanwhile, has only won once after Sharad Pawar and is yet to decide on his candidate this time.
कारण मी इतकं जर काम करून तुम्ही कोणी जर तुम्हाला आता वेगवेगळे मान्यवर येतील, भावनिक बनवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतील. तुम्हाला भावनिक बनायचंय का तालुक्याचा चाललेल्या विकासाची गती अशीच चालू ठेवायची?
Pawar senior hit back, accusing his nephew in turn of seeking sympathy from the people of Baramati.
त्याचं कारण बारामती मतदारसंघाचे लोक आम्हा लोकांना वर्षानुवर्ष ओळखतात. त्यामुळे आमच्याकडून भावनात्मक असं अपील करता येणार नाही, करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. पण ज्या पद्धतीनं विरोधकांच्याकडनं भूमिका मांडली जाते ती पद्धती, त्यांची भाषणं ही काहीतरी वेगळं सुचवत आहेत.